Alright, so here we are gathered for Blades in the Dark, Chapter 2, The Hand of Kotar. So it has been about a week since your crew took advantage of the unrest in Crow's Foot to steal the Severosi Sapphire for Mortis on behalf of the Dimmer Sisters. The war in Crow's Foot is still ongoing, but has taken an unexpected turn these past few days. The Lampblacks, perhaps due to the crew's intervention, have taken the upper hand in the conflict against the Red Sashes, who have started taking extremely heavy casualties. With her gang's numbers decimated, Mylera Clev, the leader of the Red Sashes, has been spotted cozying up next to Lissa, the leader of the Crows. And rumor has it some talk of an alliance is in the works. Meanwhile, this past week, as some of you well know, you have been shadowing Harvale Brogan, a known member of the Circle of Flame, and have discovered that the secret society of antiquarians and scholars are after a collection of artifacts belonging to someone or something named Kotar. Cole is still suffering from some bruised ribs after his altercation with Marcellus Graving in the precinct's lockup, and Silas has acquired a band of Scovelander refugees who are waiting to assist in the crew's next big score. Two of you missed out on the Severosi Sapphire Height with the unrest in Crowfoot locking down some districts, and we'll start now as Reese Mulligan and Nebra Sittiman arrive in Night Market outside Phantom Imports, Silas's shop, for the first time in this long week.
Wait, was it just the four of us last time?
Yeah.
Huh. I thought there were five somehow.
No.
Good evening to you.
Yeah. Hello.
How are you?
Well, I think we missed out on some great activity that was in my wheelhouse. So I'm a little upset about that.
We don't blame you.
Couldn't leave my school. It was on lockdown. Someone made a threat.
Boy was busy as well. I'll knock on the front door.
Sweet. So before we get into Phantom Imports, you guys did have this week of downtime after obviously kind of hearing rumors of what the crew had done. Having missed out on last game, you are entitled to a free downtime activity that was probably done sometime this past week. So let's kind of find out what you two did.
Okay. So it's just the one, right?
Just
right
the one.
now.
You will get two at the end of this game.
Gotcha.
But just the one for missing the previous. Now, there's some that probably are out of character for or you don't need to do, but here are the options you could choose from. You can acquire an asset, which is an item, cohort, vehicle, or service intended for temporary use, which in our case would be tonight's game. Start a long-term project, including gathering information on one of the other factions.
Doesn't acquiring an asset require coin?
No, not necessarily. You can spend coin, though, to improve the quality of the asset. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Heal Recover, you guys probably don't need to do. Reduce Heat, our crew does currently have 2 heat, so that is something you could do. Train is something you could do. I will say, since this is your first time back at the Lair, you won't be able to take advantage of the Prowess training upgrade, but if you want to train something else, it's fine. And then indulging your vice, reducing stress is not something you guys really need to do right now either.
Well, say that.
I'm stressed.
I could use some more.
That's a good question.
So, acquiring an asset, that's pretty much as good as it normally is. Right now, with nothing else going on, training something is just putting a pip somewhere on a fresh character sheet, which is a bit... It's, kind of spitting in the sea, but...
Sure.
Mechanically speaking.
Mm-hmm.
So how
And
much?
everything else is about recovery. Which, like you said, heat would be actually one of the recovery things that has practical.
So how much heat does the crew have currently?
Currently, it has 2.
Okay. And then is it 4 before it gets like to that wanted level?
Oh no, it's like 8.
It's like 8.
But,
Dang,
yeah.
really.
Yeah, on yours, if you click on the top where it says, right, all the way up,
Oh, all the way up. Okay.
click where it says character mode,
Yeah.
it'll switch to crew mode,
Oh, okay.
and you can see how much heat we have.
Yeah, it's actually 9. Once you get to 9, you
But what I
Dang.
will say, so yes, you need to fill up that 9 to get your first wanted level, but the more heat you have...
Oh, it's the 10th that gives you it, though.
Yeah.
Right.
The more heat you have, there are different tables depending on how much heat you currently have as to what entanglements after the game occur. So last time, for those who were there, or those who watched, there was an entanglement where someone we used in the operation got picked up by the cops, and Charles had to free him before he talked and got pretty beaten up, right? And that was based on the level of heat we currently had. So.
Okay.
So one of the downtime actions is to heal or to recover. Can I use that to recover someone else as a doctor?
No.
No? Okay.
Sadly, yeah, I wish.
Okay. Well, it sounds like a good idea to use our downtime is to produce our heat on our crew, don't you think?
I would agree with that. Yes.
So I think his downtime would be to go about to spread rumors about other crews that might have gone down and taken that gem.
Excellent. Okay, so where does Reese practice medicine? Like, if someone were looking for a sawbones, where would they come find
They
you?
come to the night market.
Okay, so you've been kind of going around night market. They're like, oh yeah, you've heard of this heist. Oh yeah, it was totally the vultures or whoever, right?
Generally, trying to point fingers in other directions other than us.
Excellent. So I'll need you to roll. Well, first I guess you'll need to tell me what you're going to roll. So that sounds like maybe a consort, maybe
Sounds like
a
a
sway.
sword. Yeah.
Pizza delivery for Icy Wheatner.
Oh!
Sit us in the kitchen.
Wow.
Alright.
All right. I think I'll go with the consort roll. It's only one die. Let's see how I do.
Could I help?
Yeah, if you guys are doing this together, now this is again probably something you guys have done over this past week rather than right now.
Right now,
But
yeah.
if you guys were working together, yeah, you can get 1 extra die from help.
Awesome.
Yeah. Want to do that?
Wait, which of you has higher consort?
I do.
I have one.
I have 2.
You go ahead. Roll 3
Okay,
dice.
so that would be. I'm assuming you're going to help me, or just let me do it.
So what kind of roll is that?
Just a normal standard consort.
Is there a way to make... This is a roll that happens in downtime.
Yeah.
Is there a way to make this roll? What is it?
Desperate.
Desperate?
Um,
Make a downtime roll desperate and actually pick up some experience?
probably not. I mean,
It's not in this experience.
maybe. I mean, if you got bold.
Yeah. The way it's described is on a 1 to 3, you reduce heat by 1. On a 4 to 5, you reduce heat by 2. On a 6, you reduce heat by 3. And on
Oh,
a
okay.
critical, you
It's
reduce
not.
heat by 5.
It's not a typical test. It's a
not
special
test,
case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cameron, real quick, are you looking to join us today in game, or are you just here to watch? Or?
I was actually. I did come up with a name.
Sweet.
Awesome.
Right. What is it?
Batman.
I wrote down.
It's
Batman.
Woos Brain.
Icy Wheatner.
It would be really funny if you were like, you either come up with a name now, or someone comes up with it before you. That's what it's gonna be.
That's kind of how our gang name was formed. All right, it's been said. It's canon now.
Yep.
So I came up with Virgil Kassarian.
Ooh.
Awesome. So yeah.
Write it down!
Okay.
Cool. So you'll be joining us. We'll get to you here in just a
I
second.
did actually write down.
On the sheet right in front of you.
Yeah.
All right. So we heard that Reese is clearly helping you reduce heat by spreading rumors. What is Nebra doing? Taking the reins
So
on
Nebra, so her mother regularly visits the night market, and she is a big gossip.
this.
So she's just going to like give her little bits here and there of what she's heard, and then of course her mother cannot resist telling everyone
Excellent.
else.
She's a
Very
well-known,
nice.
well-known gossip about town.
Yes,
I like
exactly. Yeah.
It. I like it.
Nice. All right. Yeah. So let's get that consort roll.
Is that really stealthy? I don't know.
Oh, that's like brilliant.
Oh, all right. So 5, 2, and 1.
Okay, so we take the 5. That is going to be -2 heat. So that's great. With that, the crew drops down to 0 heat. So it seems like these rumors have started to take up. And for those of us who were unaware that members of our crew were helping kind of shift blame, we have started to hear, oh yeah, we heard it was the vultures who took the job. No. It's in the hands of the Dimmer sisters. It was them who did it. No, you're crazy. They never leave the house. You guys can take that
That's
as you
what they
will.
want you to
Some of you were like, no, we took it. What the hell is this? And some were like, however you choose to. So great,
Is someone stepping on my rep?
we're at
Yeah, right.
0 heat. So that was your
Do I have to kill someone to
Downtime.
get credit around here?
So Reese, you do still get a downtime. So the things right now you can still train, as stated. Acquiring asset might be useful, or a long-term project. And while this could be looking into some other gangs, for instance, like we don't know what the Dimmer sisters are up to now that they got the Sapphire. But this could also be, maybe you want to craft something, right? Like maybe you want to increase the crew's medical capabilities, or you're sourcing.
Quicksilver.
Yeah. So Reese, let's
Pretty sure the gang needs lots of quicksilver. No, just kidding.
We have 2 coins still.
2 coin in the crew's coffers. Yes.
Which was the gang that we
Vultures.
So we lost reputation with the vultures, or we gained reputation?
Oh, we lost reputation with the silver nails last time.
Which
Fuck those guys.
Severosi or CP.
Well, now that we got us, there's a bit of an enemy. It might be important to do some investigation on them, wouldn't you think?
Excellent. So you want to start a long-term project investigating what the silver nails are up to.
I want to know what kind of resources they got, what sort of personnel they got. See if I can figure out where they work out of.
Actually, question, Nicole. Does he know why someone wants to kill him from the silver nails?
Yeah, he definitely does.
Oh, he does. Okay. I was thinking that could be like.
He's well aware of
Okay,
why they
so
hate him.
I was going to suggest like a long-term project to figure out why
no.
they're. But if you already know, then
No, yeah.
that's
All right.
Gotta
So
be
But the
much
silver
information
nails
I
are
don't wanna
already
get too
on the faction.
We don't want to get
class
surprised
thing,
by
right?
they are working on something. Yes.
How many slices does that pie have?
Let
That'd be
me
revealed during the list.
reveal, because I did
Well, no,
roll.
it's on the the whole chart is up. There's a way. I don't remember how he sees it. Wait, do we have access to the big board of pies? Or was
No.
that
I
only
thought
something
I think
you
that's
shared
a
your
DM.
screen on?
You do have access. I need to move you in roll 20, but I can do that.
So we can't look at it ourselves. We can move us over to see it.
You guys, until the words are revealed, you can't see what they're working on. But
Oh, I don't want to see what they're working on. Just the pies.
here is the pies up
Pies are
for
I don't remember
you.
those pies from
They have 2.
yesterday or last time. That was crazy.
So they have 2
Look at all these
long-term
pies.
They do, and it looks like they're 8 segment clocks, and they filled 1.
Oh, okay, cool.
They're both.
We have plenty of time to find out
Yeah.
what they're up to.
Oh.
All right, so
do we learn both, or do we?
you have to choose one.
Bummer.
What did you want to look at here?
Crew name.
So
Yes, sorry, my red toner is low. Let's see. It's
We are the Nighthawks.
God damn. What is it?
The Nighthawks.
Oh, that is what that says, isn't it?
Yep.
all right, so Peter, so last time when we were looking into the Circle of Flame, we did many things. Like I think Emmeline and Silas did more kind of a social. Yeah, we're hanging out, talking. We're like. The messenger actually just shadowed people. Like, where are you going? All right. Who are you hanging out with? How is Reese?
We're just gonna make a list.
How is Reese looking into the silver nails? Now, they are night market locals, so luckily, you haven't had to travel far, but what are you doing?
We could possibly tinker a few things to perhaps we're listening on what they're doing, or perhaps track them a little bit. Figure out where they're going.
Okay, so what role does that sound? Maybe like a hunt?
Tinker to create something to
Oh, okay.
some sort of tracking device or something.
That's
like
why I adopted a
Okay,
dust
so
ball accent.
some an oscillatronic, electroplasmic
Parabolic
device.
resonator.
Yeah, sweet. All right, roll Tinker and let's see what you get.
All right. But a 5 and a 6.
5 and a
Ooh, nice.
6.
Good roll.
Cool. So, with a 6, you fill up 3 of a 4-segment clock.
Great.
And I will add that. Reese looks into Silver Nails after the game just to keep it going.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Ooh, question?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Well, I was gonna say, wouldn't Virgil also give her?
He would, yeah, and I'm getting to that here presently. So Virgil, as you may or may not know, being kind of a privileged individual, a gang war has erupted recently in Crowsfoot, which is kind of Duskfall's hive of scum and villainy. Like, everyone knows Crowsfoot is run by the gangs, and if you don't want to get embroiled in that, you stay out of Crowsfoot. With that, the more well-to-do districts, Brightstone, White Crown, had kind of locked down over this past week to protect the more upstanding citizens. But in that week, you've heard some rumors that some of your associates may have pulled a heist, maybe stole something from a consulate building. That's pretty impressive. And then those rumors slowly died down. It's like, no, they totally didn't do it. It was this other gang. Like, the rumors you heard are completely false. And so now you're having a hard time knowing what to believe. But in that time, you are able to take a downtime action. So again, the two that I think would work best here, you can train in your downtime. You have, like the other two, you haven't had access to the lair this past week. So you won't be able to take advantage of our upgrade to get extra experience to prowess, but you could train in prowess if you want, get 1 pip or something else. Our heat is now 0, thanks to you folks. You
Makes room for more murder.
You could start a long-term project or help continue on Peter's, or Reese's, I apologize. Or you could look to acquire an asset for use in this game.
Notably, like, you would almost certainly finish off the Reese's project, and we would find out one of the facts about Silver Nails.
I mean, I think that might be not a bad idea.
All right, so
work the slide and the leash, working together.
This is a terrible idea.
I did have a question though for an alias. Could my character actually have the alias of Nighthawk?
yeah.
What?
Nighthawk of the Nighthawks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Nighthawk. Yeah.
Actually, that's kind of a nice
No, I love
subversion.
Yeah.
Because
Don't think
wait,
that he's the
is
one-
it
Is it one person or
or
is it a group?
Or
Yeah.
is it the Nighthawk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we get even
Well,
less
I'd
credit.
actually be okay with that, yeah.
And it ruins our rep even more.
That's obnoxious, Cameron. Like, good job.
Yeah.
That's obnoxious.
No, absolutely. So
I feel like that's high praise coming from you.
No, it's good.
if you do want to look into the Silver Nails, what I'll
You
need
should take that
from
as high praise
you,
from me. I'm very
Virgil,
crotchety. Many things are not.
is
Sorry.
A, how you're going about it, and then if you could just kind of describe, because again, you've been away from the crew, and it's information about the crew's activities have been kind of subverted. You know, how did you learn about the Silver Nails, and how did you find out they were embroiled with our gang? Or is it just perhaps a personal vendetta? Or
I would say, I mean, we could go with a personal vendetta because my character is interested in the criminal underworld, investigating like the conspiracy that led to his parents' death, right? Perhaps they have that kind of connection, but additionally, like, just figuring out what happened last week with it was this gang. Oh no, it wasn't really them in the first place. Like, what happened? Maybe that's what led me to investigate. Them. It's like, so it's these guys? What's going on? Like,
okay, so you heard the rumors before they kind of went away, and you're just like, oh well, okay, if my crew is embroiled, what's going on here?
Yeah.
What are they up to?
Yeah.
Excellent. So how are you finding information about them?
And this is what determines the role.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. I could do survey, maybe.
Okay, so what does that look like? Are you just kind of much kind of like the messenger, kind of shadowing people, watching the comings and goings and stuff? Okay, sweet. Yeah, so give me a survey roll.
So I rolled a number of dice, which is 1, and then so it's a 3.
A 3. Okay, so that will fill up the clock that Peter started. So what I need from you, Cameron, is a choice, since you finished this clock.
Okay.
The choice is first clock or second clock.
Ooh.
Are they filling both of them at the same time?
They are.
Oh.
But
they're both 8.
They're
pine
both
blocks?
8. They are rolled separately. So they don't fill up, or, I mean, they can, but they don't necessarily fill up uniformly.
Right, and one has 1 down on it, and the other has how many?
1. They're both 1.
They're both at 1. Cool. Everything's the same.
So what is the difference? There's no difference between them?
We don't know.
Not that you can tell.
Yeah, we haven't gotten the
They're
info.
working on.
They have 2 projects undergoing.
Is
Alright.
it door 1 or door
I'm going to
2?
go with door number 2.
Door number 2.
You sure?
Gotta be all Monty Hall about it.
I knew you were going to do it.
So I'm
Monty
moving
Hall.
this from the GM layer to the token layer. So let me describe what you have seen. So you have been shadowing the Silver Nails in the Night Market District from the Mustang, the bar/stables that they use as their gang HQ. And the thing that strikes you as strange, the thing that shouldn't be happening but is the Silver Nails have, on more than one occasion, been sneaking through the lightning barriers into the Deathlands and kind of trailing along the lightning barriers, kind of, because you dare not go out there unprotected. You're no Deathland scavenger. And trailing the way they move, trailing where they go, you have spotted them going into Duskfall's fabled Lost District. This clock, this 8-point clock that they've currently have 1 filled of, the Silver Nails want to control the Lost District.
That's not so bad. That's some decent info, actually.
All right, so you guys have just arrived at Phantom Imports. You're about to walk in the door. As you touch the door handle, Virgil, you walk up, but behind 2 of your crew members.
I definitely have a mask on.
Do you do it stealthily, like with no noise? In order
Are you Batman
to spook
materializing?
us?
I am Batman materializing.
Oh my god.
Just like standing behind you, you turn around like, what?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Nice mask you got there.
Thank you. It strikes fear into the hearts of my enemies.
Well, I was going to say it was very fashionable, but sure.
You think you look stupid, but that's just me. And I knock on the door.
Awesome. So, Silas, you are currently on the ground level of your storefront, this legitimate business face in Night Market.
Legitimate business.
Import-export shop. And as we all know, right, this sits on top of the half-submerged grotto, which is our lair proper, and there is access in a back room to this below. So, you know, you do kind of have a vested interest in making sure not just anyone enters your shop. And I will say you weren't necessarily expecting anyone, but you do hear a knock on the door. And Reese, tell me, I think we did describe last time with Sarah that there is kind of a secret knock that the crew kind of has to identify themselves as, hey, I'm a friendly, an ally, or whatever.
Is that someone I know, or?
I think so. I think
I
we've
mean,
been
y'all
together
are a
long
crew.
enough.
Yeah.
It's
I think
We're,
it's,
we're established.
Now,
like the
but
crew
is that a
knock.
knock you do, or is this more of like, this is Silas's shop, you know, just...
Right, because we did this. The special knock was on the back
Mhm.
of the shop door to get down inside the lair before, right?
Yeah,
So maybe the storefront could just be storefront.
yeah. I don't think I'd use the secret knock outside.
All right, yeah. So Silas, you're not expecting anyone, and you just hear the on the storefront door.
oh, and I don't have like an employee to like open that for me, do I?
Not yet. That's
God damn it.
a cohort or something to acquire.
Once he's
You do have a band of Scovelander refugees. I don't know if you want to put them to use work in the shop.
No,
It
no.
sounds something like Cyrus might do.
It
But
would, but like I feel like right now he knows better. And then, like I
Knows
feel like
better doesn't mean he
knocks on the door and
knows
they
his own
probably
life.
hear like an audible like as I get up and sort of make sure I'm looking all prim and proper, and then open the door and where have you been?
Fucking about, where do you think I've been?
That yes. Come
Come
in.
in.
Come in. Come in.
Thank you
All
very
of
much.
Yes, you too.
Mr. Eventide, good to see you.
Surveying our enemies.
Yep.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you all again.
This is a good point as you talk about surveying our enemies, because out of character we've all known now that the Silver Nails are looking to control the Lost District. In character we don't. You're the only one who had found out that information. Is that something you want to share with the crew? And if so, how do you go about it?
I have found out information about the Silver Nails. I've been hunting them in the night, stalking their every move. It seems that they are trying to control the Lost District. They've been sneaking along the barriers to get in there.
Next time we'll talk about this in the lair.
The door's open. He's just standing there.
Silvernail rides by. Just kidding.
Oh my god.
No, there's no customers right now, so
Our
we're
lair's
fine.
hidden.
But
Our lair is hidden.
But
I know.
next time.
Yeah.
Someone could be listening.
So-
Perhaps we should go downstairs.
yes,
Finish
perhaps
this
we'll.
conversation later.
I'll make sure this is closed up for now.
Excellent. So you
And
guys
then we
start
go
making your
downstairs.
way downstairs. Before you make it to the door that leads downstairs, though, there is another unexpected knock at your door, and Silas, pulling the cloth off the table here, the rest of your crew's down in the lair right now, and the three who you hadn't seen for a week are now presently accounted for. This knock is from an unknown entity.
All right,
Custom.
mask off. We gotta.
Reese
This
reaches
is an
up.
outsider.
Reese reaches up
Just
under his
run
coat
him
and-
downstairs.
I will back off into the shadows.
Okay, yes.
Reese reaches
Yeah.
up.
I become the knight.
Be unseen.
Well, that
I
sounds
never will go downstairs,
that sounds like a roll,
Yeah.
Oh,
Virgil.
okay. Would it be prowl?
That sounds like a problem to me.
Okay.
You only have one die of prowl?
Ooh, I only got one.
A 1.
Yeah.
That is a failure. So you become the knight in your own mind.
But nowhere else.
You're standing next to a potted plant, like.
Oh God.
Reese will reach up behind
Do
his
I-
coat and put his hand
Do I
around
get
the
XP for
grip.
that though?
No, this isn't like Monster of the Week. It is only on desperate rolls that you
Okay.
can mark XP.
Maybe we're not desperate enough.
Yeah, you
So
want-
the
trying to hide.
consequences for your failure are not terrible.
Yeah, you're not risking anything right now, so.
Maybe my
You
personal
are going
rep.
to be cited. There will be a what is your there will be a Nighthawk sighting in Silas.
Right.
This is just like the word on Crime Alley is gonna be. Yeah, I saw the Nighthawk. He was in some dumb motherfucker's shop. I don't know why. Fucker was standing behind a potted plant.
And so I go up and,
But no one else can see.
again, like, put myself up and open the door.
As you open the door, you reveal the shadowed figure, hooded in the garb of the Ciphers, Duskfall's Messenger Guild. This particular individual you see as he raises his head, and the light from your shot hits the form hidden beneath his hood, has had his mouth sutured shut, an uncommon practice among the Ciphers, and it is unknown whether this is to show their dedication, that your secrets will never leave their lips, or as a punishment for someone who broke that one sacred cipher tradition. But he looks you in the eye. From that sutured mouth gives a and produces an ornate letter enveloped in the most exquisitely embossed stationery. On it, you just see says, Mr. Eventide.
Says what?
Mr. Eventide. My last name. My real last name.
Fancy.
That is like your
My surname.
your secret identity.
Yeah.
Or non-secret.
My
identity.
alias.
Yes,
Yeah.
cool. Because he doesn't know the other.
He's
Yeah.
public.
First, I take note of the sewn mouth shut as like, that doesn't seem bad. And then I sort of now, is there any? So I will take the letter from him. Is there any protocol of like I offer like a coin or
For the receiver, of the letter, no.
Okay.
It is all on the person who has employed the cipher to deliver to arrange payment.
Okay. So I take it from his hand. Thank you.
He nods and gives that grunt that escapes only through those little pieces where air can still flow through. And without waiting for any other thing, just turns and disappears into the foggy darkness that is the day of nightfall, or duskfall.
Okay. So then I close the door and lock and try and make it look like we're closed. All right. Let's. Feel like I should.
What do you have there?
The potted plant seems to speak.
Oh, now you can.
We're lucky he was a messenger. I think we need to go downstairs before we indulge in this letter.
You do see, beyond your name printed on the front and just the exquisiteness of the paper that this envelope is made of. It is wax sealed and pressed with a signet ring of some sort. And you do recognize the seal because you've seen it many times before. This is kind of the coat of arms or maker's mark or logo, if you will, of the Saturnalia Club, a place that you often frequent.
Alright, this seems nicer.
You just gotta let
once
it
that
go
sort of
by.
registers, I'm like, oh, I don't. It was probably isn't. Oh, well, it was given by a messenger, so. Yeah, let's go downstairs then.
Okay.
To the hotcake.
Sounds fun.
All right, so you guys head downstairs to the lair of the Nighthawk. Down there,
The damn.
I quit.
downstairs, while all of this was going on, we in the half submerged grotto and the quarters beneath the night market in the area known as the grotto. Cole, the messenger, of course your slick dog Redress, and Emmeline have all been training, because I think we all kind of took advantage of training during our downtime, and just kind of talking about, okay, we've got 2 coin, what's our next big score? Next to the 3 of you, moored in the waters of the grotto, is the Emerald, the boat that we liberated from the vultures. But yeah, you all 3 are together. What are you doing, and what conversations do you have as Silas receives his message?
I still say we should have named the boat the Nighthawk. It would have been hilarious.
We can't all be the Nighthawk.
Well, we're not. Only the Nighthawk, and the Nighthawk, and the Nighthawks would be the Nighthawk.
Our character, does Regis like to be petted?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you don't want
never
your
goes
hand.
in pet.
If you don't mind losing my hand.
Well, you guys haven't come down yet.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but
I mean, if you're gonna do the bit, you gotta commit to it. And I feel like we just went 2/3 of the way.
well, yeah, we could always call it the Emerald Hawk. We could just call it Emerald for short. But the Emerald Hawk, everything could be a thing hawk.
Emmeline, who's doing one of those army crawling wall things.
That's 5/6 of the way. You're still not committing.
The Emerald Hawk isn't bad, she yells down from the top of the wall.
Yeah, the Emerald Hawk isn't bad. Well, but what happens when we get a second boat? Because this isn't going to be the only boat we get.
Oh,
keep
so
with
we'll
the
name the
gem
next
theme.
one the Nighthawk.
Sure, why not? You know what? I don't care.
Okay.
I think Cole laughs too much, and he's like, oh,
Yeah.
oh,
No.
it's healing, but it's fucking, this sucks.
All right, and so as we're kind of having these conversations, shooting the shit, contemplating those philosophical questions, why didn't we just commit?
Name everything the Nighthawk.
Yeah. The 4 of you head downstairs.
So I can pet the dog, right?
The first thing, doggy.
Yes.
Okay.
We're all crews here.
First thing
familiar,
never does.
Slick Dog is a working animal, so not a pet, but also not a robot. Yeah, definitely.
Who's the scary?
Who's the scariest boy?
No, that big leopard seal mouth, just monstrous fang.
Yeah, so as we walk down, I kind of find wherever a nice, good place to sit is so I can sit down and then open the letter. And I'll read it first before I announce what the contents
Alright.
are to everybody.
So you read the letter. It reads, My dear Mr. Eventide, will you, along with your esteemed colleagues, favor us with your company at the Centernalia Club this evening? It will be a familiar gathering with like-minded individuals, all belonging to our own little social club we have taken to calling the Circle of Flame. I hope thereby to discuss a business venture that might benefit all involved parties. Festivities will commence at the hour of wine, and I should not consider it complete without your presence, nor that of your associates. I will take no denial, believe me. Yours ever sincerely, Mr. Harvale Brogan.
So I read all this, and then I sort of stand up, everyone, and then just
Emmeline plops down from the wall.
Yeah, and read that out, just because I see that, and I'm like, yeah, I'm fucking important, and so I kind of read it out in a very hey everyone, we got invited to this cool as shit party.
What's the name on the letter again?
Harvale Brogan of the Centernalia Club.
Yeah, he's on my notes.
Is this a gang thing or an aristocrat thing?
This is kind of an aristocrat thing. You're from Brightstone, so you've probably heard of the Centernalia Club. This is a gentleman's club, very exclusive. Membership is invites only. And I will say, despite its name, it is open to all genders. Harvale Brogan is a known vice purveyor in Brightstone, catering. His club caters to pleasure and luxury. Yeah, it's kind of what you can expect, for a lot of aristocrats, a home away from home. There's gaming parlors, a fully stocked bar, libraries, just for the aristocrats to make partnerships and enjoy life.
Virgil will make an appearance.
No, as the letter says, everyone is supposed to and mask off.
Well, no, you don't know who I am, though.
Doesn't matter. I'll be looking at you. I'll be like,
no, I think he's saying he's
off.
gonna go as
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, so unconnected from us.
Yes.
So the Nighthawk
okay.
will not be present.
Okay, I guess that'll come up here in a
Yeah,
second.
Never's going to ask if you want
so-
everyone or not.
And so as I essentially reread that thing to the whole crew, so it basically means we have a social gathering to go to tonight. And all of you are invited.
I don't do social gatherings.
That's probably for the best.
There's a corner for you to brood over. Go.
A corner for you to brood over.
I doubt, what's the slick dog's name?
Redress.
Redress will be allowed.
I'll continue tracking down our enemies.
Where's the party at?
The Centernalia Club. I just basically read that whole thing.
And Emmeline will speak up at this too and be like, Silas, is this something you want everyone involved in? We haven't yet looked into this business that Jeremiah wanted us to track down. I was hoping to spend some time at Crowsfoot tonight looking into it.
That is a good question, yes.
Well, so the invitation, as it says, is all of you are very much invited should you want to attend. But yes, it could be a good idea to go investigate.
That's one way to put it. The other would be he demanded all of your presence.
Yeah, you know what? This guy does sound like he can boss us around. So the question that really we're asking here comes from 4 feet of bad ideas. Can he boss us around?
And at this point, the 4 of us, at the very least, know his connection, right? We found out last time Harville Brogan is the one known member of the Circle of Flame.
Yeah.
Who we somehow impressed by stealing the sapphire, even though we had no direct contact with them, and we know are after something called the Artifacts of Kotar. What those are, who can say?
Yeah, I have that written down.
So yeah, this guy's part of a secret society. He's also a big deal. And you're like, party place,
yeah.
right?
Oh, it's your party place. Okay.
Well, you know, is it?
It's his, yeah. No.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying
I don't
it's
know.
his. I don't go there.
It's one
I've
I
never been
frequent. I
invited
do
to
not
the
have a
Saturday
stake
Club.
in the establishment,
They
but
do
I do
not
frequent it.
have my
Sure,
time there.
whatever. You go there to meet people to do things with.
Well, and here's one ththing you know about Harvale Brogan. Speaking of that, Harvale is Scovelander. He is someone who, despite his people's kind of reputation in the city, has kind of lifted himself up by his own bootstraps, made a name for himself, and he's kind of does everything in his power to seem more Akarosi and distance himself from that lineage. But one could say that perhaps that's the reason you two have gotten on so well and why you got an invite to the club, because unlike, let's be real, sorry for dropping this truth bomb on you, unlike a lot of Scovlanders in the city, you have made a name for yourself. You're doing quite well. You're living the Scovlander dream, you know? I think he sees a
That was
spirit.
earned totally legitimately, I might add.
I don't think the Scovelander
That's unnecessary.
I don't think the Scovelander dream is to make good and then shit on over everyone else. But
I don't know. I mean, there's evidence.
fair enough.
But yes, he does seem. I will be indulging this invitation myself,
I-
whether or
so-
not there's precedent for him bossing us around.
On the one hand, we have show up to this place because dude said, and dude is part of secret society, and he's like, you but better, but he doesn't really own us. For question mark good, right? On the other hand, we have go find somebody that we get to kill later for money. Now, we could do both of these at once, or we could do just one.
Well, and I don't mind heading into Crow's Foot if the rest of you want to go into, look into the Circle of Flame. At this juncture, when we spoke with Maha, all she wanted was the information. I can do some poking around.
We
Yeah.
can both do
And-
poking
and I
around,
guess
and
I
like, she
pers-
does want us to kill somebody.
Personally, did not see the
she
tone
wouldn't
of
pay
the
us.
message to be that aggressive as to like every single part of my crew has to be.
Well, no, I think I would want you to come with us if we. I mean, I'm happy to walk around Crowswood with you at any time, but also I think this the artifacts of Kotar. That sounds fucking weird to me. Like, I think maybe you guys should be there for that part because I don't know. What am I going to do with artifacts of Kotar? Like, probably nothing good, right? So, I'd like.
I do
someone
want to
else.
know more about the artifacts of Kotor.
And this guy
It's
Harvale
definitely
Brogan, he
interesting
wants
to
them.
research.
So
It would be an interesting topic to research.
Yeah,
And we are,
I also want money though.
well, we are smugglers
Listen,
of arcane goods.
It is very.
At the
I'm
end of the
saying,
day, learning what these things are and who wants them could benefit our business operation.
Oh, right.
Here's the thing, though. While we know of actual earned money from a job that we have been offered, this will undoubtedly lead to also money.
Oh sure, but we don't take every job.
We
Like
could.
last time when you guys decided not to fuck over what's his name.
well, yeah, we're gonna fuck him over later.
Yeah, you.
Oh, yeah,
you
yeah,
were pushing for us
personally,
to not fuck him over.
you-
I was
would-
pushing us for us to fuck him over.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
this
Well,
conversation.
I was pushing for us to take all the
I guess
money.
I was confusing him with me.
This conversation, Virgil, kind of does.
I am saying what's his name. I have not actually named someone
Yeah,
yet.
no
Yeah.
names have been dropped, but you did hear
Very
rumors before. Brief. It was like light speed, quick. You heard rumors and then they were gone. That your crew did in some way get involved, and that is the extent of the rumors with the Lampblacks, who are led by Bezo Baz.
Oh.
And so, yeah, maybe you may or may not, your crew was involved. And what you do know now is, according to the papers that are the ink rakes are schlepping out, the Lampblacks are now doing very well in this gang war.
Oh.
So
So you helped out Bezo Baz?
We
no.
didn't tell you that.
Oh, no.
Are you saying that now in character?
No.
Well, you
Okay.
might put two and two together. It's not out of.
We didn't help him as much.
Let it happen in character. It'll be more fun.
So what happened?
I'm sorry, I'm stepping on
So
you.
what happened?
We did a job and got.
Well, we did a couple jobs. We passed a couple jobs up. Normal stuff. But the point is, we sometimes do pass jobs up. So we have a job that's very simple to do. Find out who someone is, get some coin. And it's going to lead to another job that'll probably be pretty simple. Kill somebody. Killing people is surprisingly easy, especially when you have a gun. So,
Not in Dustfall. They always come back. Emily says.
well, that's fine. We don't not get paid if they come back. We're just getting paid to kill the guy.
I mean,
If the ghost is still
He
a
does
problem,
have-
we still get paid.
he does have a point. I like that point. I like getting paid. Now,
I also am very much in enjoyment of getting paid.
I will say that going to this party sounds like maybe that's how we find out about this second job. We find out what is worth more, and then we get to choose.
Yeah, sure, but you're still looking at an uncertain thing and a certain thing, and hard one to push on this. Oh, I'm all for it. Okay.
You're all in.
I mean, I think it's perfect fine to do both at the same time. Like, I don't think the letters of tone was aggressive enough that all 7 of us need to be present.
Oh, I think it's definitely aggressive. That's just a question of is he the boss of us?
No.
I guess I
He's not
feel
the
like you and I have different views on the social cues here.
Well, I mean, it's hard not to. You're all the way up there.
Yes, I am.
I see a lot more crotch than you do. And I don't even pay for it.
Is that like a good thing? You don't have to pay for every crotch.
No, I'm not really into it, but it's right there. They gesture at crotch height.
Yeah.
So you can punch it easily.
I mean, yeah, but that also gets you kicked.
I would take it as a
Fair.
kindness if you didn't.
It's
punch
much
me.
better to stab. People are much less likely to kick you if you stab them in the crotch rather than punch them there.
That's true.
And I've take
What's
this
with
is
all this
from
crotch
speaking
talk?
from experience.
Isn't everything speaking from experience?
Well, now you're just now you're just being obtuse.
I like to think that Cole and the messenger now have a very have over time developed a really good relationship of this.
Call it who?
The messenger.
Yeah.
He's like, I'd take it as personal kindness if you didn't punch me in the crotch again.
Noted.
Personal kindness.
Does everyone get experience from doing violence, or is that just some classes?
It might be some class.
It's only so much experience you can get from punching people in the crotch.
That's
Yeah,
not true.
2 per session.
Yeah.
I would say, as much as in character, I'm really like not okay with ever getting incarcerated. I do get benefits if
God damn it.
Oh, really?
I hate that I'm so good at this.
The spider?
yeah,
That's fantastic.
because I can essentially help
You can run
gangs
everything
in
from-
prison,
yeah.
run stuff from prison.
Wow.
I don't know if that's as awesome as it sounds or it's just the caffeine.
little column A, little column B.
So,
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
That's awesome. All right, so sorry, I did step away there. Did we come to a decision
I don't
about?
think
yeah, I mean, I rolled a 6.
There's
on my-
crotch punching and-
How
Punching,
strongly
yes.
do I feel about
Have
this?
we ever come to a
The
decision?
messenger is all for, at the very least, them going and trying to find out who killed
Rorik.
Rorik of the Crows.
Yeah. Unfortunately, much like a lot of things that happen during character creation, Cole actually reconvinced Emmeline that no, maybe she should go with them to look into the artifacts of Kotor, and she's off the go to Crowsfoot train at the moment.
I mean,
You're welcome.
I'm okay with splitting the party and being able to talk my way out of it being an offense, should it be considered one.
I mean,
You do have a full crew. Splitting is something that could happen.
Yeah.
and like really, the messenger is very very short. You could just say they were grounded.
I'm kind of interested to play this as well because I'll
They
be
didn't
on.
clean their room.
But yeah, no, this is just all right. The goddamn. Oh, it's not the Decker. What is it? The one that the hacker in Shadowrun? It's not the
Not
Decker.
the Decker. The Riggers, the drone one.
Oh, you're right. I've mixed them up with the Rigger. All right, the Decker's hacking. Like, just let them make their rolls out to the side while everyone else keeps playing a game together.
You go in the other room and have your own fun.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
another thing is the
fair.
two of us have been to the Centralia relatively recently as well, because we both indulged our vices there.
What if it's a choice between skulking around in the cold or going to a ladies' club? You might be going to a ladies' club.
Not that type of gentleman's club.
The Nighthawk.
Emmeline says in character.
The Nighthawk is a
Gentleman's club, but not.
I mean, is there a place that, like,
What's the difference?
non-Taikarosi meet and don't decide to hook up? Because it seems to me like it's happening all over the place.
It is?
Aren't you in college?
Have you never been to Silkshore? I'll take you there.
Oh, Akarosi, you mean? Or Tykerosi.
No,
a bunch
no,
of demon sex.
non-Tykerosi.
He's like, no, everyone not him.
They just share energy. They have the Demolition Man style sex.
Oh my god. It's probably much worse.
Yes, I think it's fine to work both leads, as it were.
That's good.
So do you want to vote on pick who goes where?
Well,
Or
he
to
doesn't
vote
seem
on
to
it?
want to go, and I know you prefer your anonymity, but I couldn't have you go dressed like that.
I will
So
hunt
you're going to Crowsfoot then? Emily says.
I will hunt our enemies on my own time.
So you'll do nothing of benefit
He broods in corner.
to the crew.
He just keeps brooding corner.
I wouldn't say that, Emily. He did bring us all the information about the Silver Nails. Fuck those guys. So, I mean,
Yeah.
He helped me, so I'm cool.
well, it gets us a little closer to some vengeance. I could fucking kill Marlene. That'd be good.
What? Who are we killing?
Marlene, the one that wants to kill me.
Oh, yeah. When?
I don't know. Whenever.
Oh, alright.
But I'm definitely showing up to the Centralia Club.
Marlene.
Boy, we're a real put together gang, aren't we?
There's
Hey,
so
listen,
much
Who's
happening.
in charge of this this business right here?
Well, you try to be in charge now.
The important thing is not... What's his name?
Oh, which one?
The one who invited us.
Harville Brogan.
Not Harville Brogan. Harville Brogan is not the one in charge of us.
Well, at least that's good to know that.
Yeah.
I mean, Mama is basically in charge of us, yeah?
Maha, yeah.
Mama. Mama.
For better or worse, yes.
Maha?
Alright, so I'm going to the fellas club.
Jeremiah.
I guess I'm going with you. Who's
Jeremiah.
Who else is going to the fellas club?
Alright.
I think Cole just says Maha.
Yeah.
Maha.
So I'm going. He's
Going
going.
Mama. We work for Mama, right?
Cole, you coming to the ladies club?
You're gonna keep calling it that?
It's definitely not a
This is
ladies'
also
club.
why I've clearly affected an Akarosi accent, not my native one.
It's definitely not a ladies' club, but I will be going, yeah.
You're not going to get a lap dance. If that's
Do you need me to dress up?
Yes, please.
Can you spare some clothes
Sure.
in my size?
Throw some build. We're just
I
going.
mean,
Spare some
If
clothes
you
and
think
buy
it's
some.
appropriate for me, I'll go too.
What?
If you think it's appropriate for me to go, I'll go too.
Yes.
I think it might be a benefit. You, with your schooling, you might have knowledge of whatever these folks are after.
you ever
Oh,
heard?
by the way,
you
nice
ever
to have
heard-
you back. We could have used you last time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I had to carry
I
the
was
biggest
stuck.
fucking.
I was stuck.
I had to carry the biggest fucking ghost magnet in the world.
But was
Oh,
it
it was
fun?
great. We made it work, too. We made it worse.
Oh yeah, we made it worse.
Oh,
It was terrible.
so that gave a lot of fun.
I mean,
I was in touch with
I did
so
be
much
lowered
power.
into a room by a rope.
it
That's
was good.
your job.
Sounds like fun.
And these guys, they managed to like whip up a fucking containment thing on like I don't know what you had in your pockets, but that was some shit.
Wow.
For as long as it lasted, it was.
Oh yeah, it only lasted a little while, but we got on the boat. The boat was fucking scary though.
So at this point, it sounds like everyone is, minus the messenger, I won't speak for you, is going to this club.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
aren't, but you are.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. For the second time in as many weeks, does the messenger go along with the plan, or
I'm going hunting.
oh, you are going to Crowsfoot?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
It's better that way. It's protocol.
I mean, give me a chance to make a couple hunt rolls. Let's see what happens.
Okay. So,
I'm alright with mine being a breed.
Yes, I think you coming will actually be very.
Yeah,
Do
I
you
know.
want to take brooding men with you?
I work alone.
He doesn't want to do it. You don't work alone. You're part of the fucking crew.
We named the crew after you.
We didn't. I'm not convinced of that. I think maybe we were. I don't know.
We didn't name the boat after the crew. Is the
Pretty sure
problem.
he came along later and just.
Though we might name the next one.
We're them kids who never had
Cole
friends
just
to try to.
like grabs his eyes. Ow! It still hurts.
Okay, so here is what we will do. We'll have those who are going to the club arrive at the club, and you'll come in character. But you, so yeah, I guess what's going to be the plan? Like, what does the crew decide? Are you guys going to go to the club, find out what's happening, meet back at the lair to debrief, and same with what you find out in Crow's Foot.
Reconnoiter?
Yeah, I think it's
Is
good.
the- is
Yeah.
the-
Okay.
is the word-
Virgil's
So
going to
it's-
still wear his mask.
So
or something?
here's kind of like what I was thinking.
Okay.
So Virgil is, from one of the wealthiest families in the city. I think he just recently came of age, but like all of his family assets, like he would be chairman of the board and CEO of like several investments companies and things like that. But like that's all been in trust, and like there's rumors that like his caretaker maybe is like running things or whatever. But at this point, and everyone was wondering what would happen when he came of age, but he decided instead to not just take over, sort of like figuring himself out, finding his footing or whatever, on a kind of a aristocratic Rumspringa kind of thing, where he's like just sort of
Hippie trip.
he's making limited appearances, places, some think maybe he's been too traumatized, and he'll never be able to run the enterprise. But there's also if he actually were to take control of his own assets, what might happen to him? Like, would he end up disappearing as
Listen,
well?
you're doing the tour thing that
Yeah.
aristocrats did from England, except instead of going to the continent, you're going to all the whorehouses.
Yes,
This isn't a horror house.
or gentlemen's clubs, or
Pretty sure there's plenty of
yeah.
Are you telling me there's no one in that building you can pay to fuck?
I'm sure I can, but that's not its purpose.
Well,
Yeah, there's a lot of fucking going on, whether it's paid or not.
Yeah.
Can you bring your own?
But like,
What's the oldest
I've heard a
professional-
story
But
about
that's
that.
not what it's advertised as. Like, there's also a lot of drug use, but it's not advertised as like a drug den. Right.
but I think like
What
in
is
terms
that
of getting into this club, I don't know. Like, I don't know if he has ever been formally or informally invited, like, or if he's connected, probably well connected enough that if he were to show up, they'd be like, "You're absolutely."
He probably
welcome."
could get an
Yeah,
invitation from someone who owes him a favor,
Right.
or wants him to owe them a favor.
And it's totally up to you. This is something you can decide for your character for
Okay.
yourself. I will say, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that you did get in membership. You are wealthy. You are from a well-to-do
Right.
family. You are Akarosi as well. So I think someone like Harvale who wants to ingratiate himself with that part of society would be like, of course, come see what I've made for
It would
myself.
be like, and like in terms of, he probably got an invite, and then like I was also thinking like he's rich enough, like he's like a Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk rich enough, where if he shows up to a private club and is like, hey, can I check it out? They would be like, absolutely, like.
Well,
you
I
are
saw,
always
I'm
welcome
not
here.
saying,
Sure,
I think
you got
you
money.
might have a
Like, holy shit.
Stanley, like your family might have had like a standing invite to a place like this.
But would
too.
you go with
Yeah.
your
So-
mask on or off?
I would go.
So
as,
he's going under a secret identity,
Yeah.
so we wouldn't even know.
I would go as. I would
Oh,
be
I
going
see.
as Virgil.
Okay, gotcha.
Try not to blow your secret identity in the first session.
That's
Yeah.
the goal.
All right, so
I believe in you.
there's going to be a lot to handle at the club, I will say, and depending on how your role goes, a differing amount of information you might find in Crow's Foot. So how about you tell me what the messenger does, how they go about it, and give me a role that does probably sound like a hunt.
Right. So the messenger wants to know who knows what in Crow's Foot, because you can't just like walk in there, point a gun at people, and find out who killed somebody. Like police work would be very different if that worked reliably. So it is going to be skulking about, following people, getting close enough to listen in on conversations. The score in this hunt isn't like landing a blow, it's being there to hear. But it's still very much about following people and seeing who the top list of suspects are. I'm not sure if you can find out who killed someone just with a hunt roll. But I can move some things toward it. Does this sound more like a project role where I'd be working on a wheel, or how do you see this work?
Ultimately, the answer to that is it's going to depend. So you're going to give me a hunt roll to find out information. With that information, many things could happen. The two I see as most probable is you could start a long-term project in downtime to try to uncover more clues. Or if you're like, no, fuck this is priority one, that could be today's score. Or a score in an upcoming game, right? But this hunt roll, as you said, will be to kind of, you may find out point blank, oh, this person killed him. Job done, I can go tell Maha. Or it might be like, here's what we think, here's what we've heard, here's what I may have seen. Or it could be, there's no word, depending on how things go. This hunt roll will be, we'll call it a standard roll. and it is going to have limited effect because there is aspects that are trying to hide what happened to Rorik.
I would
underfoot.
like to do so. I'll need my. I'd like to increase both of those if possible. Like, I'm definitely pushing myself on this one, so, like, 3 dice. But, like, also, can I take a devil's bargain to get another die? Where the messenger is not respecting manners of station in how they're going about this. Like, it's one thing to be following someone around. It's quite another to be, like, perhaps taking out someone's mistress, perhaps breaking into someone's outer rooms and, like, hiding in a closet. You can wardrobe, whatever. They don't really build closets into buildings back then, but whatever. Hanging out in the rafters, something like that. That would be less. Well, there just wouldn't be the same recovery. You can't just play that off whistling if you're in somebody's and wander off whistling if you're in somebody's rafters.
Yeah, I'll give you the devil's bargain for +1 dice, and here's what I will say. Because of that, because you're being a bit more obtuse and not following gangland protocol, perhaps, and this isn't guaranteed, this is only if, but if Rorik was dispatched on behalf of a faction, like if a faction knowingly had him killed, our crew, based on what you're doing here, will take a rep hit, just a 1 rep hit with the faction responsible as they learn that despite their best interests of hiding things, they're being investigated by.
Now that's happening either way.
Not necessarily, because it could.
So
if you don't want to take this devil's bargain,
I do want to take the devil's bargain. So that's happening either way.
Yeah.
Is that okay? That's how that works. I didn't know if the devil's bargain was just worse penalties for failure, but it's just right off the top.
Yeah, you get an extra dice. Something happens.
We are in secret double secret probation with somebody.
Yeah. If
It could be just
it was a fact. If it's a single person, they aren't tracked, and you get off scot-free, free devil's bargain. We don't know who killed Rorik yet.
Okay. Come on, you little fuckers. Love me. Well, I got 1 6.
All right. So a flat success. Messenger, you learn several things.
By the way, that did not actually increase the. It was still the standard roll.
Yeah.
Oh well.
With limited effect, though that's 6, I will give you an increased effect. So that limited will become standard. So you'll get more information than the people trying to hide it would have probably wanted you to have. So the first place you head, remembering what Jeremiah said of Rorik's murder, is Hexham Canal. Returning to the scene of the crime just to see what's happening there.
Oh, we were supposed to go looking for his ghost.
Yes.
That's what it was.
But
I could hunt that down. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
What you find there are a crew of gondoliers in Hexham Canal. And you've been in Duskfall long enough to know that the ghostly denizens of Duskfall are administered to by the Spirit Wardens. Their job is to make sure ghosts don't overpopulate the city. And there are rites and rituals to destroy dead bodies to ensure spirits don't rise after the 3-day time period. Before the Emperor put the Spirit Wardens in power, the ministrations of the dead was actually handled by the gondoliers, who now are essentially a taxi cab service, right? But all of them
They're a
are
taxi cab
skilled
service.
whisperers.
Cyclops.
Yeah.
That's very
and there are a
nuanced.
congregation of them in Hexham Canal. So it definitely seems that Maha was right. Rorik was turned into a ghost, and based on the activities of the gondoliers, he was murdered here. His ghost was here. There's been no body that's been dredged up, but obviously they're involved in rituals to try to, okay, from here, where? Moving through Crow's Foot, you've heard a lot of other rumors, including that, yes, can confirm Rorik is a ghost. In fact, I'll go one more, a very vengeful ghost who is very upset that he was murdered in the street and is actively after his killer. So there's potential should you find the ghost will lead you to their killer. And the third and final piece, and perhaps the most damning, is there are a lot of speculations about who killed him. No one can prove it, and what you gathered is a lot of people are very hesitant to voice these words because it comes with implication. But the rumor around Crowsfoot is that Rorik was murdered by his second, Lissa, so that she could take the reins. And from what you know, Lissa and my Lyra Clev of the Red Sashes have suddenly become tight as her gang has started losing the gang war. This is what you find out.
But I didn't find the ghost.
Didn't find the ghost.
All right.
Cool. Now we move to the Saturnalia Club. Hit me up. How do you all arrive, including Virgil?
I make sure that I take the lead just because I'm used to the environment the most. And I just said, like, when in doubt, just follow my lead, and you won't upset anyone or anything like that. This guy we're meeting is also Skullflander, so he'll be cool with all of us. I don't know that he has any problems with non-Skullflanders. He doesn't seem to, from what I've known.
Nice.
But you're here as my guest, so that should be fine. So I'll lead the way up to the entrance, and
this is the type of place you don't need to knock.
Oh,
so long as you're a member, you can.
Yeah.
I think I will show up in like a car with some like bodyguards, and I will.
So like a coach.
Coach, yeah. And I will.
This is Victorian era. There are electroplasmic carriages, but they're much more rare.
Yeah. I think probably a coach.
Like, once I get enough coin, that's the route we'll go. But we're not there yet.
But I also think you make a good point. Like, most likely with the knowledge that like I'm kind of just on a bit of a, finding myself, couple years kind of thing. Many of the elite social clubs or whatever have sent open invites to hey, check us out, because everyone wants to influence an up and coming aristocrat, right?
And get that money.
Exactly.
Right?
It's like, hey, you can hang out with us and help us. Yeah. So I
know of so many good ways for you to invest your money.
Yeah. And like, so I think I show up and I'm just like, hey, I'd like to check it out, and is the kind of that direction I'm gonna go is.
And as I go in, I don't want to like overtly be like I am, like, or make a point like I need to go see, what's his name now?
Harvale Brogan.
Yeah, Harvale. I've got it written down. Like, just go. Oh, I'm going straight there. I'll like kind of come in, like, if I recognize people, do niceties and just sort of mosey towards where he either is or where I know I can ask someone to see him.
Yeah, no, Silas, it would be difficult for you to go see Harvale Brogan, seeing that he's dead. No, I'm just kidding. Because as you enter, what you notice, the place is, I want to say relatively crowded, but perhaps that is a misnomer, because it's not as crowded as you might expect on a normal day of business. It definitely seems like the club has been rented out for a private event, but the people who are here for the private event are quite numerous. And the reason it is difficult for you to find Harvale Brogan is that everyone in attendance, barring you and a few other normies, wear floor-length, fiery red robes, some of which are embroidered with elegant gold-threaded arcane signs and sigils, and all faces are covered by expressionless white porcelain masks. Now, the aesthetic is very eyes wide shut. The content of the gathering is much more book club. It looks like a bunch of nerds geeking out about, like, ooh, look at this museum piece and stuff like that. But very spooky when it seems like there need be no reason for spook.
Cole, like, in the role of a footman, is like, did part of your invitation miss out on what the...
There was nothing about dress code besides me knowing how to appropriately dress in a club like this.
Would I have known about the dress code?
No, because again, you've been invited to the social club, but this seems to have been rented out for a private gathering. You might assume, based on the invitation, that these are members of the Circle of Flame, of which you currently are not a member.
Right.
And it seems like this is, for whatever weird ritual they choose to do in their free time, this is part of the ceremony.
It's just like someone's reserved the back room at Denny's. Like, they're up to something, but like you can still get your like grand slam or whatever.
Can I talk to?
And there are, like I said, some normies there. You're not the only ones outside of. But
Can I ask somebody about the attire? Like, I'm sorry, I did not know if there was a dress code. I apologize.
in the white porcelain mat just gets closer and closer to your face. You, I do not recognize you.
Received an invite recently. My name is Virgil.
Oh, you're a club patron. The bar is through there. Great points with a bony finger.
Wrong part. Thank you very much. I must have gotten lost. My first time here.
And they went from, why isn't this dumbass in uniform to, oh, I'm talking to a dumbass.
Oh, bungling Virgil.
Yeah, so I don't think I'll be as, like...
And you do, I will say, see walk in your crew. They don't...
Yeah.
They see you, but you, again, just appear as one of these normies.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't know if this will... You know, I'm gonna be a role or not, like, because I don't want to seem like a huge noob, even though I am when I go up and, like, start to try and interact with some of these...
Well, if there's a chance of failure, that definitely seems like a role.
So I think I want to do a consort role to just go up and sort of interact with them in a more, oh, yes, I was invited to the event, but in ways to not make it seem like I'm a weirdo.
Pretty much I can lend him a hand.
Okay.
Up there.
So you're going up to a circle of flame and trying to make it seem like... I guess... Are you trying to make it seem like, oh, yes, I know what... Okay. I think this is going to... You don't know that much about the Circle of Flame, and there's potential that you put your foot in your mouth in a way that makes this criminal faction really dislike you fresh out the gate. So let's say, like, you're not risking harm here, so it's going to be... your effect's going to be fine, but let's make it a desperate roll.
Okay.
Because your further relationship with the Circle of Flame could end before it even begins.
Can he be helped by more than one person, or is it just one person?
Just, well, thematically, yes. Like, you can choose to help him. He can only benefit from one die.
Got it.
The other thing people can choose to do, let's say Reese is helping him, you could set him up. So that would be a role for you that you do to set up the situation. No effect happens to you, but you raise the effect for a party member.
Could he instead lead a group action in which we try to mingle, and he like steps in and takes stress to try to like navigate?
Yeah, Silence wants to take that stress.
Well, perhaps I could use a little bit of tinkering, give him a little bit of some sort of pick me up drug to give it, put his senses on high alert.
Pass over a snuff box or something like that. Oh, here, have a little bit. You'll fit in just fine.
You know what you need? Cocaine.
But I kind of do like the idea of the group action, and I would be willing to take on that stress for that.
Sure, you don't want just a little nip.
Cool. So what are we rolling?
I was going to roll consort.
Consort. And who wants to benefit from Silas's group action?
There's 3 of you.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, well, 4, because Emily's here as well. She
that's right.
will as well. So everyone rolls their consort.
Just
we'll
regular?
Just regular. We'll take the highest result.
These all vested then?
Yeah. Yes, but only he will get the experience for leading the group action. Okay, Emily gets a 5.
I have a 2.
I got
Okay.
4 and a 2.
Oh,
I got a 3.
bad job.
Okay, so you take 2 stress as you need to manage Nebra and Cole. We have a youngin' and a brute.
Yeah.
What is brooding? I don't understand.
But we will take... You got a 6 as well, right? Or a 5?
I got a 4 and a
4.
2.
We do have 2 5s, so we'll take the 5 as the highest result. A success with a complication. So, before I get into the complication, how about you tell me how you manage the two you had that were a bit more stressful for you?
I think Cole just literally, he's like, oh, we want to find out? I'll just walk up. He just walks straight into a group of people. Like, excuse me, I'm thinking, I didn't get a robe or a mask. What are we doing here?
Please forgive my friend. He's not used to coming to events like this. And then I don't know how she goes about
Nebro's
things.
probably like looking at like the robes and stuff. This is beautiful. Where
Don't
did you get
stare.
Cool. And here comes the complication. I think as you're like, oh no, a masked figure comes behind you, Silas. Puts their hand on the small of your back, and actually does remove the porcelain mask, revealing himself to be Orville Brogan. Kind of sees, oh, this is a bit embarrassing. It seems like your crew doesn't know how to handle society. And he's like, oh, Mr. Eventide, how about we take this to the back room?
That would be lovely. Thank you very much.
Now, Nebra, standing next to Orville Brogan,
Oh god.
the woman whose robe you were admiring, and she is a woman, and you recognize this fact, because even though her face is covered, the sound of her voice as she talks and the movement of her body as she walks and gesticulates strikes a chord with you, because it's someone you recognize and have met before. This woman.
Oh, okay, I was going to ask, but
Check him out.
don't tell me.
Yeah, this woman.
Oh no, you're doing all right though. You rolled 5.
If there's a chance you could be wrong. There's a chance, a slight chance, but
Oh no.
no.
Oh no.
It's not your mother, is it?
Oh
It's
damn.
not.
Okay.
It is
she
much
wouldn't
worse.
be the type.
Oh!
What?
What?
Her name is Elstera Avrathi. She is an Eruvian diplomat from Uduasha, the Eruvian capital, who works at the consulate in Duskfall with your father.
Oh. And we have crossed paths before.
She has been over to your house for dinner
Oh,
on
great.
multiple occasions. She is someone who you could never prove this. You have no evidence. She is a diplomat. You get the distinct impression she is actually a spy.
Isn't every diplomat and journalist?
She, as I said, has come over to dinner on multiple occasions, much to your mother's dismay, like, because, you know, your mother will talk about some of the antics you've got up to at school, going to some places you ought not to have gone, some of the trouble you've got in, and where I think your mother expected Elstera to, you know, be like, oh, shame. Elstera's actually, like, she goads you on. She likes this side of you.
Yes.
Your mother, oh, yeah, I will say this. Elstera is someone who seems to know a lot more about your family than she lets on.
Okay.
And over dinner conversations, your father has talked a little bit about her. So, you know, again, sorry guys, you know none of this.
Sure.
But Nebra, you know that back in Eruvia, your homeland, Elstera is a notable member of House Anixis.
Oh.
Who is a house that produces a lot of diplomats and diplomats. Your mother and father are very interested in this fact, to the point where your mother is like, oh, Elstera, do you have any brothers for Nebra? To which Elstera on occasion has said yes, she has 3 brothers, but she wouldn't wish them on her worst enemy, let alone someone as sweet and kind
I appreciate that.
as Nebra.
Appreciate that.
But yeah, it is only when, you know, I feel like, ooh, this is beautiful, that it, like, you're like, oh no, I know,
Right.
But she's still masked, and, you know.
And I'm the only one that recognizes this.
Yeah, here's the thing, if the messenger were here, he has a spy friend who I think, because of their work in counter-espionage, is the type who has been like, stop mid-conversation, look at someone like, that's a spy. And probably could have identified her as well, but he's currently engaged in Crow's Foot. So
Right.
yeah, at this point it is only you.
So in this case, I'm just going to keep that on the down low, obviously, and she'll like pretend that she was being incredibly rude and be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I mean, dirty words."
Unfortunately, Nebra, much like those times where you like say goodbye and then realize you're walking in the same direction, she follows Harville Brogan with you into the back room.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. And she gives nothing away, but she's kind of stuck to you like glue, and you get the impression, much like you recognize her, she because you're not disguised, she definitely recognized you.
Dress,
right?
yeah. Great.
All right, well, like
Need to
just
blow
really,
our fucking cover.
just
What cover?
Yeah, what cover?
Only one of you's got a cover.
Alright, so you see your crew is heading towards
Yeah.
the back room. You currently are.
So I want to actually. So is Brogan in charge of this?
Mhm.
I want to talk to.
Not necessarily the Circle of Flame. He's a member. We don't know his rank, but
Okay.
he does own the club.
I want to talk to the. Okay, then I want to go to the bar and I want to talk to somebody about this bar, about this location.
Hello, sir. What can I do for you today?
Well, yes. I'll have an uptown old fashioned.
Oh, right away, sir. And might I say, a refined taste. And it
Thank
starts
you.
pouring.
No, this location seems to be attracting quite a crowd. Like, you bring quite a bit of income nightly here.
Most income isn't generated nightly, but through membership dues and generous donations of our wealthy clientele and patrons. But we do just fine, sir. He kind of says, like elevating his nose. Virgil, at this point, from your position at the bar, because the others are probably a little bit too busy being led away by Harville Brogan, but you do notice that some of these robed figures will, on occasion, skip down into a basement room, like just a door that kind of you see leads to stairs going down.
Some rituals happening.
Yeah, and I mean you haven't been that long at the bar, but those who go down haven't come back up in your time just yet. So, to what end? Who can say?
Magic rituals, or nerd rituals, or
Just a
genital
bunch of
rituals.
nerds.
Yes.
Is this a bring your own attire, or is this something
Yes.
Oh, this, well, on occasion we have elite social clubs that will require use of our space. This happens to be one of them, a gathering of antiquarians and scholars. But please don't let them bother you. Go about your business as you would any night, my fine sir.
No, I'm not. I thought I was kind of interesting. A bit of thinking of becoming a bit of an antiquarian myself.
Oh. Now, do you work for one of the universities, or are you a private collector?
I haven't been to university yet. I'm just trying to decide what I want to do.
Oh, I see. One of, yes.
Yeah. Like, maybe I want to collect antiques.
He's just like, oh, yeah, it must be nice to have money.
Yeah. Yeah. What group booked this room at this event?
Oh, my fine sir, do you not recognize them by the fire of their robes? This is the Circle of Flame.
Oh, the Circle of Flame. Oh well, they sound. I'd certainly like to meet whoever's in charge tonight.
Walking up to a bartender and being like, "Yeah,
Are
do you know what a gangster is? I'd like to talk to Al Capone."
Yeah.
Boy.
He kind of looks around the room, and he's like, I need to apologize, sir, but I can direct you no further in the matter. I have not been entrusted with the knowledge of the inner workings of the leadership structure, though, and he leans in closer, I do hear there is not one, but 7 leaders.
I didn't get full on services of Wendy's.
Yeah.
But pretty close.
Yeah.
This is a bank.
I'm trying to decide what I want to do because I want it to sway him to lead me to either downstairs or in the back room.
Okay, this is desperate, and it's going to be limited effect. This guy's not a member of the Circle of Flame. This is like asking the janitor, like, hey, could you lead me to where the occult stuff's happening?
Right.
But
I don't think I want. No. Is there
it's
someone?
XP.
Is there
If
someone,
nothing else.
Fair. Is there someone else in the room that might be better to talk to, though?
It's a tough one. Like, any of the rogue figures would probably be better to talk to than this guy.
I'll
but
approach one of the rogue figures, then.
Okay.
I'm looking to talk to somebody in charge of the of your organization. Maybe
One just like it's to say they turn to face you is incorrect. They glide towards you.
Now,
To what end?
well, here you have a lot to offer, and I was invited.
You think you have what it takes to become a member of our esteemed society?
He says, as clearly book club nerd vibes come at me.
Yeah, it's like they're being super cryptic and creepy,
Yeah.
but like at the same time, then like a known museum curator, we're like, and this just arrived from several.
Sure,
like,
but
"Whoa!"
I think about a world with magic, though.
Yeah.
It's like the nerds have guns
Yeah,
all
yeah.
the time.
I
Just a bunch of gatekeepers.
I think I'd like to sway him with some, maybe like talk about some kind of antique historical like artifact or like ancient civilization artifact or something. So like I don't know, like my family inherited this specific and it's in my father's collection. It's something from what. I don't know, the old world maybe or something like.
Okay, yeah, the world pre-cataclysm,
Right?
A pre-cataclysmic artifact. Very interesting. Something they would be interested in. What are you trying to achieve, Virgil?
I am trying to get in. Basically, I want to talk to somebody who can get me in.
Get you in where? To like inducted into the Circle of Flame?
Or at least to observe the ceremony downstairs, or to get.
Okay, so yeah, so these are two things,
Yeah.
right? You getting inducted into the Circle of Flame has its own difficulty. Getting downstairs to view the ritual is a different one. So which one with this role do you want to achieve?
I'd like to see downstairs.
Okay, so you want? I'd like to see what you guys are doing and stuff like that.
May
Cool.
I observe?
Yeah, this is still
Before I be-
desperate.
Before I become inducted.
Desperate limited.
Okay.
Desperate limited. No. Desperate. No effect. You'll need to crit to get a limited effect.
Okay.
But you do get to mark XP and consort.
Sure. So this way I get 2 dice.
You get you're rolling sway. That's 2 dice. You can push yourself, take a stress, and
Push yourself is 2 stress. Sorry.
you can push yourself and take 2 stress. Thank you very much.
Or get help, which is 1 stress from the helper.
Or
Yeah.
take a devil's bargain.
Or take a devil's
None
bargain.
of us know him, so
Why
would we help?
Yeah. We don't
Fuck's
know.
that, dude?
What's the devil's bargain?
So
do?
the devil's bargain, and anyone can offer this,
Yeah.
or you. And you could be like, I want an extra dice, and you get an extra dice. But this is what Pal did earlier, where I'm like, you can take the extra dice. Here's the bad thing that's happened. Or you
Okay.
could offer like, could I get an extra dice, and this bad thing happened.
Gotcha. And then stress would be like a flashback kind of thing.
Well, stress is used for flashback. Stress is you can think of as like a mental health pool. Like you
Okay.
don't want to fill it up all the way, and you have to heal it during downtime.
Yeah.
But yeah, you pull from stress for things like getting extra dice or flashing that.
If you get too much stress, you take trauma.
I'll-
Trauma cannot be recovered from at all. If you have too much trauma, you retire.
I'll throw a stress. Why not?
All
I
right,
have
2 stress
2 stress.
for 1 dice.
Okay, for 1 dice.
Al-
Okay.
Alternatively, you can take a devil's bargain. So if you came up with an idea that is like, so
Yeah.
if I were in your shoes, the devil's bargain I would offer is, can I get a extra die for publicly people in this room knowing and spreading the rumor that I am trying to join the Circle of Flame
As a poser.
essentially, yeah.
Yes.
That Virgil is doing.
Well,
Yes.
it wouldn't be I. It would
Yeah,
be
yeah.
if I was in his role, right?
I would accept that devil's bargain if that's
Okay.
something you want to.
Sure.
So plus 1 dice. But this is regardless of whether you succeed or fail.
It will be rumored amongst the other nobles, or sorry, it may even be like in a
Among
in a
anyone
town
who...
Among anyone who happens to be here, we don't know who's here.
that Virgil is interested
Are you
in.
rolling 3 or 4?
So I have 2 by default for sway.
And plus 1 for
The devil's
pushing
bargain.
yourself. And plus 1 for the devil's bargain. So 4.
Okay. Wait.
You mark 2 stress, though.
Should I? Yeah. All right.
Well, you don't have to take the stress if you don't want to push yourself. You don't have to. You could go with 3 dice, but you can go with like.
I'll not push it. I'll go with the 3 dice.
3 dice.
And
Okay, you're not pushing yourself.
Yeah, and what do I need to roll to?
2 6s.
Yeah, so
That's
a
why
1
I'm
to 3 is a
encouraging you to take
failure.
the additional
4 to
fire.
5 is a success with a complication, but your success right now is nothing.
Okay.
Right, because you have no effect.
Then yeah, I'll take
A
the
6 is a flat success, which again is nothing. If you crit, you can go from 0 effect to a limited effect.
I will. I'll go with the stress too. I'll roll 4 dice.
Cool. Okay, so you are pushing yourself. 2 stress.
2 stress. Yeah. See what happens. All right. Well, I have a 6.
Just one.
Just one.
No penalties.
So, you make mention that you want to go see the ritual downstairs. Rumor will spread that that this was probably because you wanted to join and you wanted to know what's happening. So, he doesn't take you down there. You didn't have enough to be like, yeah, come down. But he does note your interest, and he says, if you were serious about your inquiries into our organization and your desire to join our austere ranks, you need to speak to one of the 7 who will assess your worth. Again, all behind a faceless mask. You can find Harville Brogan, one of the 7, over there. And he shows where the crew's being led.
I will. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I'll head to the back room.
Alright, so some rando is following you guys into the back room.
Excuse me?
I'm the knight.
No. Harville Brogan. I'll talk to the person in.
Yeah, so this is the only red robe dude who is now unmasked, and he's holding his porcelain mask in his hand, and you can see he's Scotlander. He has got the stereotypical blonde hair. He's his figure is a bit on like the plumpish side. Like he enjoys to eat and enjoys a good lifestyle. His hair from under his robes is just a tangle of blonde curls. That definitely kind of that 1700s wig style. And then he has this powder blonde handlebar mustache that is wax oiled and well maintained. Yes, may I help you, sir?
Virgil Kasarian.
Oh yes, my dear Lord Kasarian.
Yeah.
That was icy. He's asked many people to come. Yes, I'm terribly sorry. I'm otherwise preoccupied today. How might I help you?
I was told to speak with you if I'm interested in potentially joining your organization.
He looks to the figure next to him, who you know is Elstera.
And I'll shake his hand like, great, yeah.
And the look, you can't see Elstera's face, which is frustrating, but the look on Rogan's face is almost as should I? Like, is almost like a trying to get permission of whether this is something that should happen.
Okay.
Of course, we would love to discuss your qualifications.
Well, then right this way. Shall we go to the bar? Is this your office back here?
It is. I'm a bit preoccupied with business at the moment.
I will already walk ahead of him into his office. Into the room he was going.
Perhaps we should take this to another room. He said to
wherever is helpful.
At this point, Elstera breaks off from him and sits next to you in his study.
Mm-hmm.
And it is next to you, not facing you.
Mm-hmm.
And she doesn't look at you. She just kind of looks straight ahead.
Am I able to see this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
As you guys are walked out, and Harvale leads the rest of you out. Seemingly, you kind of get the impression like he's gonna talk, the Circle Flame is a criminal enterprise. He's about to talk some crime with you, and he doesn't want. He thinks is a seemingly normal guy over here. Hey, so let's do some crime for your benefit and for his. And Virgil, you're free to talk. Elstera, thus far, does not, and just stares straight ahead at the wall, almost like she's there to make sure you stay put, and if you try to leave, we'll be like,
Can I want to persuade her to get me another drink.
You're asking Al Capone to make you a drink.
Okay.
That's perfect. Everything about that is great.
I want her to get me
Very much rich boy.
Yes.
God, I could use another drink.
And like, because I'm used to having servants and stuff, like, would you get me,
Absolutely. This is desperate, and it's going to be a limited effect.
Okay. So that means I need 2 6s again?
No, limited effect, you just need 1, but it might not be the effect you're hoping for, right? Like, a success might be like, I see, like a monkey's paw type deal, right? Yeah, technically, I succeeded.
And,
technically.
Did you mark your experience for the last one?
No, I don't have
So what I did last one was not desperate.
It was your
Okay.
And now, so do I mark that on regular experience or on the resolve?
You mark
experience?
one little flag on whatever you roll.
Okay, cool.
And now, let's see here.
And the same goes for you, Cameron. Your experience isn't at the bottom where it says experience. It's under you did consort.
The one people you raised your rep with, you're slowly eroding it. Well, they don't know you're connected, so you guys are fine.
We're fine. He's
Yeah.
But you mark your experience under like not consort, whatever
The flags right above consort.
yeah right.
You
above.
see where consort is on the sheet?
No.
Okay. So how did you figure out you're
So
rolling
you
2
did
dice?
sway.
Oh, yeah, there.
Under
so
resolve.
This, under
Our next
resolve. So
one.
we're going to fill
Because it
in
was
that
sway.
little flag right there.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
So you mark 1 in there.
Gotcha.
And you're about to mark another when you tell freaking crime boss lady to get you a drink.
I'm trying to think
I'm a snob.
I'm trying to think if there's a good devil's bargain, but I don't know if one.
Oh, there's probably yes, absolutely. You presume so much that she just stabs you and you take a wound.
Or you presume so much and she kills you and no one finds your body because there's an occult ritual happening here. I can think of many things bad that can happen
Right,
to
She
you.
gives you a drink and happens to be
See, I was
poison.
trying to go
Like,
like
yeah.
restrained. I didn't know that the options could go that high. That's
Oh,
amazing.
yeah.
Yeah.
There are rules for making ghosts, and you can always make new
Demon
characters.
This is
That's
Demon
true,
Cloak.
you could
He
play as a
fit in just
vampire.
fine. Who knows?
Let's see.
Can also be a robot.
Vampires or robots?
Yeah.
Yes. Haunted robots.
Well, yeah, it's quite
The best
literally.
kind.
That's,
Yeah.
that's
I
exactly.
think I'll just roll this way. Yeah, let's
Sounds
just see what
good.
happens.
That's way.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
And I did get a 6.
You did get a 6. Any success.
A 6 and a 5.
Yeah, so this was a limited effect success. So, of course, my Lord Castarian. And she rings the dinner bell to have the servant enter to retrieve you a drink.
When she looks away,
Did you?
is there?
Oh,
anything-
she doesn't.
Oh, okay.
It's like she knows this room, almost like as she has it imprinted in her mind.
Okay.
She is obvious. This is not her club, as far as you know. Like, but it seems, to whatever end, she knows this office like the back of her hand. She's been in here many times. You can kind of get the impression.
Because my goal with that sway was to get her to turn away. So
I know.
okay.
Limited is like that.
Technically,
Take the experience.
Yeah.
That's 2. That's good.
Yeah. All right. Well, then I will just
Wait for your drink.
and I will make just random chit chat,
Mm-hmm.
boring, like details about like you know how like a kid who just wants to talk about like just like their favorite hobby,
Mhm.
and just lots of details that if you don't know, you're like it's like talking like Warhammer 40K with someone who's not interested. It's just like very intricate details of something that's like, did you know that historically this happened and this? It's like I know I went to high school like
Yeah, she listens intently to every word you say, to the point you almost get the impression she could recount it verbatim if ever she were asked to. Like, unknown to you, perhaps this is part of her training. Though she says nothing during your entire time with her and just allows you to talk and seemingly gains whatever information she needs to from the words you say.
okay.
So where's everyone else relative to?
So you guys have been led out, and you guys are being taken upstairs
Okay.
to, and this area kind of seems off limits. There are a few robed figures roaming about, but they're much more sporadic. Like, you maybe see 3 robed figures talking to a couple of normies that, like, you probably recognize as, or even you might recognize, like, some of your professors, right? Like a professor of pre-cataclysmic studies or
Right.
esoteric philosophies or something like that. But yeah, he leads you into like kind of like a library that has kind of been roped off.
Okay, so he's totally like somewhere else that we're not aware of.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Well, you can assume he's still in the office because that's
Right.
where he was
Right.
last.
Right. Okay.
Please, right this way.
Oh, thank you, sir.
He offers you a seat. Can I get you any refreshment?
Oh, that would be great. Thank you.
Cool. So he opens up a globe that represents the Shattered Isles and
Oh.
pulls out spirits and glasses and pours you some. Any requests?
That is very beautiful, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I only the finest things in my establishment.
Just whatever whiskey is available.
Whiskey. A fine choice. Skulllander, not the swill they try to pass off here.
Of course.
Cole will try to reach out. Could I also have one?
Oh, of course, my good sir. Of course, my
I
good sir.
totally love that. Like, you start clearly handing it to me. You're like, oh.
My young lady?
By any chance, do you have anything Aruvian?
Oh, yes, I think, I think we do have something here.
Perfect.
Cole sips his drink and then...
Yeah. And pours you, like, a nice Aruvian brandy made from, like, some fruits that are,
Like native to the area?
yeah, and kind of grown, they're cultivated relatively near to the Spirit Well, which, is kind of the center of Uduasha, where, there are no ghosts in Uduasha, because they all get sucked in there, but whatever energies they have seems to affect the flavor of the grapes and plums and now that we're alone, perhaps we can speak a bit more plainly.
Well, speaking plain, could I have that bottle?
I don't see the harm in that.
Oh, wow.
And I'm sitting here like, oh.
Refills his glass. Very happy with himself. Sips this one.
To speak plainly, we did hear. Well, we've heard conflicting reports, but we did hear for a time, and we chose to cling to those rumors that you were responsible for the heist of the Severosi Sapphire. Is this correct?
Never's just gonna look to Silas.
Yeah,
for-
Cole clearly looks to Silas.
Oh, Emmeline's here as well.
Yeah.
But she's just been silent. Like
Maybe I look at Emmeline, you look at Silas.
Yeah.
Let's talk.
Motherfucker. Tell us what.
We're out of our element.
I don't know what to say to the man.
The rumors are true.
In that case, let me say my organization is very impressed with what you were able to pull off, where so many would not risk such operation. This leads some member of this organization's leadership to think you might be a perfect fit for something we are looking for. We have heard, Mr. Eventide, that your crew, what was your sobriety? The Nighthawks?
Yes.
Were involved in smuggling, and specifically smuggling of esoteric, arcane, and otherwise strange contraband.
Anon.
This is something that interests us greatly. We have need of a full-time smuggling partner for our own ends, and would be willing to finance said group of smugglers out of our own coffers, should they prove themselves reliable. This job would be ongoing and everlasting for as long as we require the benefit, and as long as our partnership is profitable. There are several caveats, of course. We have heard that, well, some have gone so far to say that you are but a faction of the Hive. I have heard different, and that the Hive has a vested interest in night market, and that, like any of us playing at gangland politics, one must pay up to who came before until the time they may be taken down and replaced. Regardless, the Hive does not approve of our practices, ceremonies, or the items we require. So we would like any business that this Circle of Flame has with the Nighthawks to go unmentioned to members of the Hive.
That doesn't seem like a catch to me because it's perfectly reasonable.
Well, I'm glad you think so, for if this partnership remains profitable, my associates among the Circle's leadership have agreed to replace the Hive as your patrons in a full-time capacity. You would not need to pay up to us. You would do that through your service in a smuggling capacity, and we would pay you for your work. But it would divorce your organization from the Hive permanently. But this is things we can discuss after, because first, I am not alone, but I am in a minority believing that your nascent and young crew is capable of what we might require, and my associates demand you be tested.
That is fair.
Previously, all of our smuggling was handled by freelance blades, generally solo operators. Our most recent smuggler was an adventurer of sorts, named Aaron Matson. He had done good work for us, retrieving items of significance from the Lost District, bringing them across the barrier to members of the Circle. On his most recent expedition across the barrier, he was apprehended. He is currently being incarcerated at Murkwater Sanatorium, and we believe the prize he was smuggling for us is currently still on his person. We care little about him, but we would like what we asked for retrieved and brought back to us. Should you do this, it will prove your work to my associates, and we can talk more about those long-term contracts.
So out of character, the sanatorium, that's totally separate from the prison, correct? It's
Correct,
a
yeah.
building. Okay.
You may have heard of this. The sanatorium, for those of you familiar with 19th century insane asylums, is built out in the cottage plan, so it's many small buildings on an island, a part of an island chain known as the Three Queens, that sit in the lagoon between the Lost District, White Crown, and Brightstone.
Oh.
It is only accessible by boat. Thankfully, we've got that covered. And at one point, Murkwater was a quarantine annex for Willowwood Memorial Hospital, which was the hospital in Duskfall before the Lost District fell to plague. And this is where they were sending plague victims before they realized, no, we need to cut our losses, the plague is everywhere, and another lightning tower was built and Lost District was left to the Deathlands. This is definitely a place where those members who still have the plague are kept, and also people that specifically the Spirit Wardens have been spiritually corrupted. So those who have been caught coming in and out of the Deathlands without their express say-so.
This is a very challenging thing, but I think it's something that is well within our capability to achieve.
And you,
Ambitious.
like me, Mr. Eventide, are nothing if not for and foremost a businessman. So I did tell my colleagues, despite the promise of future wealth, you would not lower yourself to do this solely to be tested, that there must be some recompense.
Mhm.
And we have agreed, because this item is of significance to us and we do want it retrieved one way or another, to provide your crew with 4 coin for the trouble. And at that, from one of the bookcase in the shadows, there's another red robe figure in the same garb you haven't seen, who's been listening in on this whole conversation, who goes, and he goes, oh, apologies, 6 coin. 6 coin was the agreed upon.
So some dude just popped out of nowhere.
Kinda.
Batman disapproves.
Yeah. That seems like a very generous amount of coin.
But again, this would need to be kept from the hive.
Mm-hmm.
What would need to be kept from the hive?
Despite our relationships with them, we were well aware at the time that they would not really be approving of what we do.
Yeah.
So
mechanically, what this means, right? Because if you remember from last game, when you got coin, you had to pay up to the hive. You would not need to do that. You could choose not to pay Maha and not tell her where this coin came from. But there might be repercussions for that down the line. Likewise, you could pay, like, we did a job, here's coin, don't ask questions, just take the money. Or maybe you oil the wheels, here's some extra coin for not asking questions, thanks Maha. Or maybe we found some information that she might want and she might even forget, but that'll be up to us to decide later.
Yes, I think all of this checks out, and I certainly hope I speak for the rest of the crew when I say that we willingly accept this job.
Yes.
Cool, so with that, are you going to kind of, you kind of heard what you needed to, you're free to enjoy the party, but Brogan's not going to kick you out, but it is kind of like business is done, enjoy.
Yeah.
We're also the only ones without robes.
Not the only ones.
Other normies.
Yeah, I think at least for my part, once we're done, I would kind of like to usher back to the lair to get planning on the job.
Are you ushering everyone else?
Well, you had a time when you were going to meet back up with Virgil and the messenger, so like you have time.
Yeah.
But you know we're not going to be back until
so
a certain
whatever
time.
there's time, I think we can indulge the club before we.
Because the rest of the Denny's is still open.
Yeah. So you in the meantime, you guys indulge. How about just as brief, just a few sentences? What is everyone doing at the club? Starting with Reese, and we'll go quick around. And then Virgil, I'll get back to you because something special is about to happen.
Okay.
If we're going to indulge ourselves in this club a little bit, if you watch Reese, you see him get himself a drink.
Look where the ladies.
Where are the women at? But if you really watch him close, every once in a while you see that he reaches his hand in his breast pocket, and all of a sudden seems
Silas, what about you? I mean, this is
Yeah, that's my wheelhouse. I think just for this, I will be for myself not drinking to the point of any level of drunkenness, but like going up like to the bar and like wanting to sample only their absolute most fine like beverages of whatever.
Don't have to pay for it right now, so please.
Yeah. Well, and I'm not like
you sell the bottle.
No, I leave with the bottle.
like I'm not asking for like a full glass. Like I'm like a taste of that, little shot.
Yeah, doing like a sampler platter.
Yeah.
Reese, you just have a mug of the finest Scotlander sort of ale you can find.
Actually,
Perhaps a stout.
You want the nails or do you want this whiskey?
Please enjoy.
Oh no, it's fucking.
Oh,
No, I'm telling you, please enjoy. You misunderstand the meaning.
did I stutter?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna.
I know. I'm gonna kill you.
All right. Yeah, so you're walking around with a bottle of what?
I'm literally walking around with a bottle of Scotlander whiskey, and I'm going to actually wander back into the club area that you said there was like the, or if I can get there, I don't know, but because you said like the bar, like the club patrons, the normal patrons are like escorted back into like a different area.
Yeah, for the those who are like, oh, I didn't realize tonight was spooky night, or definitely like, oh,
Nerd
come here,
night, yeah.
and more not to be like to disturb the circle of flame,
Yeah.
but more because like they're if they're talking about criminal stuff, it's in their own coded language and
Yeah.
stuff like
Totally.
that. But it's more just like, oh, you're gonna be bored by this. Here's
Yeah, yeah.
what you're expecting.
Well,
So-
I mean, it's like you go to a place, there is a special event there, but the rest.
Yeah, exactly. So I will wander my way back, if unimpeded, to kind of the back bar area, and hopefully, like my vision is that there's like maybe a lounge singer in the back
Mhm.
that's like got a normal engagement, and he'll like kind of get a little bit entranced by this whole thing, and just kind of take a table like near the front and just sit there and like. Occasionally he'll put a little finger in his thing.
Reese will enjoy the show along with
Yeah.
Yeah, sweet.
We'll sip our drinks alongside.
Never a backstory for a lounge singer, but on my thing. So
Every once in a while,
I've
just
seen
like
this person before.
every once in a while, I'll just lean over to Cole. Like, do you remember the songs from home?
Great. Emmeline, I think, is kind of just standing, observing more like the occult practices of like what's going on. Can I, do I recognize anything? Like at one point, though, I think Silas, maybe Cole, though you might not know, like you've seen this before, but someone who Emmeline has interacted with here previously kind of comes up like, should we? No. I'm on duty, right? What that means, that's up for you to decide. But what about
So is Harville still around?
no, Harville.
He left.
He did leave.
Okay. Do I still see Elstera?
No. To your best impression, she's still in the office, and that's actually where Harville, the direction he
just
was
went.
heading.
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha. Okay. I mean, I guess in that case, just join the two
And watch the show.
and watch the show.
Okay.
Yes. It's very fascinating.
All right. So Virgil, as soon as
I pour you a little finger of Scovelander whiskey.
Scovelander whiskey and a good stout. It's hard to beat.
It's very strong. Maybe I'll get used.
This bottle probably costs 2-3 coin easy. I don't know where you got it from. It's original, I can tell.
Now it's yours.
Oh, he gave it to me. I heard him. I asked him for it. He gave it to me, so it's mine.
So Virgil, as soon as Harville descends the stairs with the crew and they kind of filter off to do their own thing, Elstera, I mean, the robe figure next to you eases up a bit, like the tension she had is relieved, and Harville, like the door has been open all this time, and Harville kind of walks towards the office to meet you, and he's like, pardon the interruption. I had previous business I needed to attend to. But yes, you were looking to discuss matters, my good lord?
Oh, of course. Seems like you were quite busy. I was, about to go and just maybe attend somewhere else tonight. But I know, I came by because I received an invite from from somebody here.
Oh, yes, and he kind of goes into full business owner mode. Oh, yes, I apologize. There was an event going on today. It's normally not this crowded. I would have loved to have given you more of my undivided attention, but you know how these things are. And you kind of get the impression, he lives in two worlds, right? One is criminal boss, and one is business owner.
Right.
Not unlike Silas, right? And he's kind of trying to manage that. But he's definitely giving you only the business
The
front.
business, yeah. Is she still there?
She is.
Okay.
And she's loosened up. She's still not really talking,
Okay.
but...
Does he have any, antiques in this room?
Of course.
Of course, okay. Well, I see you are, you have a little collection of antiquities yourself here.
Oh, yes, I do enjoy collecting what we can salvage of the past.
Yes, my father had a collection. I have a few items, and I hear maybe perhaps I could, meet with other members and chat, and discuss what to do, because I have a few, pre-cataclysm artifacts that I have, no identification on.
Yeah, so he deflects your comment a bit, and whether it's full-on gaslighting or not, it's hard to say, but he's like, of course, if you come back during normal business hours, there are many members of the Gentlemen's Club who who are very interested in antiquities. We even have esteemed professors from Dustfall Academy, some from Charter Hall University.
Now, if I were to join, would this attire be required?
Oh, no, my good lord. This is solely for the private event. Members of another organization who are but using our fine estate this evening.
Oh, what organization?
Oh, they call themselves the Circle of Flame. He says wearing one.
Yeah, sounds like an interesting organization that you seem to be a part of.
Oh, yes, I dabble.
Is it possible I could observe? I might be interested in joining.
Well, I'm afraid that might be a little...
Money is, of course, no obligation. I mean, I'm sure I can afford your fees.
Unfortunately, the Circle is not terribly interested in obtaining or retaining wealth, per se. And a lot of their rituals are for members only. And I think many, and he kind of looks to Astera, would be nonplussed to have someone observe in that capacity. Though if you are interested in some of our pursuits, I will pass your name along to the organization's leadership, and you will be watched and evaluated for potential future membership.
Sounds kind of complicated. I'm just trying to check out and associate myself with different, areas of the city. My caretaker advised me to kind of get involved with things. It sounds more complicated than maybe it's worth. Also, can I look around the office? Is there anything else interesting, like on a desk or something? Because, I feel like I've stood up at this point and I'm talking to him.
Yeah, I'm walking around. There's nothing,
Just picking things up.
most of it, as I said, it's antiques. There are probably some things of occult significance, but not being someone... Oh, well, granted, you do have that tie to the Forgotten Gods. Okay. Oh, that's gonna save you.
Alright.
Yeah, you,
Oh, right.
Yeah, so it's just out and about, because who would know if they're not in the know kind of deal, right? It's one of those kind of hidden in plain sight, sometimes the best place to hide something. You find a pendant just laying down on his desk. It's in such a way you get the impression the way it's placed. This isn't its permanent place, so you almost get the impression it doesn't belong to Harvale. Someone was using his office, took the pendant off, and maybe we'll come back and get it later, or whatever the case. But this pendant has the iconography of a forgotten god. Not your forgotten god, if memory serves, but the cults share information, and you do know that this particular entity is called the Keeper of the Flame.
Ah.
Well, that sounds like their deal.
Yeah. What do I know about the
You also, for the first time, as you're kind of walking around the room, realize the entire time you were sitting there with Astera, there was another robed figure in the shadows watching you that you hadn't seen.
Oh.
These fuckers are everywhere.
We're absolutely lousy with Batman.
Yeah.
Batmans.
Yeah.
Batmans. And so many Batmans.
Lousy with Batman.
Can I
And they aren't necessarily sure you've seen. They haven't made they're just standing like a statue.
This is behind a potted plant.
No, just in the shadow.
In the shadow. Okay. Yeah.
They are shadow.
Interesting. It sounds like I don't know. It sounds like you have a lot of puppets. This pendant here is really interesting. Can you tell me a little about it?
Oh, yes, Raffalo must, and you hear from the shadows. I was like, I'm one of our members.
Oh,
must
I didn't notice you there.
Yeah, spotlight camera pans over, you see this figure there. He doesn't move though, right? He just observes. And you can't even tell if he's looking at you because his fucking mask is faceless, or expressionless. But Yeah, he drops a name, unfortunately, and then it's like, oh no, one of our members must have
That's the
left
last we
here.
saw of Harville.
Yeah. what was the name he dropped though?
The name he dropped was Raffalo.
Raffalo. Okay. Raffalo. I like that.
Buffalo, Buffalo.
Does that name ring a bell to me at all?
How much time do you spend in the Bohemian culture of Duskfall?
What's that?
Like, how many times have you been to Silkshore and hung out with the artists and the I'm making my own way, the hippies and
At least once.
At least once.
Yeah,
Like I think I've been like I have been probably showing up to different events. Like,
Okay, so
yeah, like
so I'll say you probably have heard the name Raffalo.
like I don't have years into it, but
Silk
I've
guy?
definitely like
Sure.
been socializing and perusing.
Real world.
Like,
Oh.
With silk screen.
Um,
One of the can of
He
soup.
is a painter
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to think of a way
from
to
the
describe
Fog
him.
Crest neighborhood of Silkshore.
Soup.
Okay.
Soup.
You didn't. If you spent time in Fog Crest, which is kind of a neighborhood known for like painters, philosophers, the people who are like, I'm taking a year off to contemplate life's meaning,
Which
and
is-
then just never stop.
Right. Which is what Virgil is doing. So, like
You didn't meet him there,
right.
but his work is becoming ever more popular and what's the word I'm looking for?
Trendy.
Trendy, yes, among the Brightstone nobles.
Mm-hmm.
You might know of some of the families who are like, oh yes, I must absolutely have his work, but his work is, it's artistic. It's very it's something you'd expect from someone who's living that lifestyle. It's very kind of macabre,
Ooh.
and
Can we call it neo-cataclysmic? It's like new wave art about the cataclysm.
Yeah, it definitely there's a motif that it seems like his muse or inspiration has to do with fires and flames. It's very abstract art, but you could get the impression of this guy just staring into a candle in the darkest of Duskfall evenings, which is kind of redundant. It's always dark, and just being like, oh yes, I see now, and without turning away from the candlelight, creating art, right? You don't get it.
No.
Yeah.
I think I'll make a comment like,
Yeah, it's all right. Overpriced.
Overpriced. Oh yeah, man. Sounds like something that would be great in a new wave, apocalyptic painting.
Oh, yeah, I will let him know that you said so. I will let our esteemed member, if ever I come across him, know that you said so.
Yeah. I'm trying to decide whether I want to. And I'm trying to decide if I want to let him know I know that it
No.
is.
Let him know I know you know we know. No.
Yeah. We'll let him know that I know that it is
No.
old god necklace.
And he's got someone in the corner shushing.
Yeah.
So
I think I'm not gonna do that.
I mean, you could probably find a way to try and roll for extracting more evidence, but there's a hammer hanging over both of you.
Yeah. I think
All
that's
three of you? Is
No,
that still in there?
Yeah.
No, it's just him. He's alone. With 3 members of the Circle of Flame.
Oh, I just meant both him and members of the Circle of Flame, because the guy in the background beat them. Well, there'll be consequences for them if they leak as well.
Now, Harville seems to be kind of being monitored, but we don't know. We have very little knowledge of the organizational structure. We did find out, or you found out, right, that apparently there's 7 leaders.
yes.
And Harville mentioned he has associates,
Yeah.
but he does seem to be in a leadership position of some sort himself, or is at least a figurehead, right?
Yeah.
He did also find that information about 7 leaders from a bartender. So,
Well, so we found out in our research that, according to what we found out, that, and this again, how far we got, because I don't know how far we got, that Harville was one of the leaders, but that doesn't really.
Mhm.
Did we? Did we
Yeah.
find out?
We found out he was a
just
member. Today's the
Member.
first day.
Yeah.
That
I don't know. I have
maybe-
it written down leader, but maybe I wrote it down wrong.
So I will. Yeah.
Either way.
And it's the bar. I think this is fine. I might have to come back at some other time.
Of course,
You know,
and you're welcome to do so. Might I suggest the 5th day of the 4th week is always the fine. We get a new shipment from Lockport of the finest Scotlander whiskey, the real stuff made from real grain.
Ooh, nice, excellent. Oh, you'll have to send a notification to my people and. Maybe
Of course, the protocols.
Yes. Work something out.
He's just like, there's a specific date you should come. Yeah, why don't you tell my people?
Yeah. I'm not going to remember that.
Yeah, I don't remember dates.
You were born in this fall, right? Yeah.
But yes, I think I will then. So we'll make my leave and return home. It's getting late then, I guess.
All right, yeah. So we'll say like we all kind of finished up our business. You were returning from Crowsfoot. We all from the Centralia Club, though differently, right?
As we leave, I lean over to him like, what's a sobriquet? It's a nickname.
Oh, it's an alias, a nickname.
Not that I would ever use something.
I use those myself. I'm on
sobriquet come up.
Well, so
We
first,
don't-
I will know.
and I say, do I know his full name? Do I know your full name?
Yeah.
So like Cole is your sobriquet.
That's what he meant. He said our sobriquet was Nighthawks. I didn't know if it was an insult. I was.
No.
Okay.
He was
I was about to throw.
Yeah.
Ready to punch.
like, okay, now our relationship with this group is terminated. This is why I know when he finds out, he will kill me, and it'll just be straight up killing.
Right, so you guys are right
No
back
child
at the
separation,
lair
no
and
conflict.
reconnoiter or reconvene together.
Oh, okay.
Regardless, we're all together.
Okay. And I don't have to roll for anything for like disguise and breed disguise or.
I don't think so. Like it's a part of your story, and until you deem it narratively significant that we know.
Yeah,
then-
the dice shouldn't
Or
decide
that anyone like also that no one
Unless
else
you
is
really
following me,
fuck up.
right?
Oh, that no. Well, is that something you want? Do you want to see if you're being tracked by Circle of the Flame? Because people definitely are passing along rumors that you wanted to join. They might be interested in where you're going, and it is said if you want to join, you will be watched and deemed.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it sounds like you want to make a roll for me.
Sure. What role would you think that would?
I think you need to tell me how you're trying to see if you're being tracked.
Also, the islands that's in the Lost District. It's like on the border, essentially.
Yeah. So like if you look at the map of the Lost District, like on Roll20, it's all like grayed out.
Yeah.
But like the three queens are like just inside the lightning barrier. It's the only part of Dustfall that's actually represented, you know. And Murkwater, I don't want to sound overly dramatic here, but it is on an island called Quarantine Island.
Well, and I think so that's the thing is on the way back, Cole will. If we're going to the Lost District, we should really hit up the bank. I hear the bank has lots of gold. We could probably steal all the gold from the bank.
Well, as I understand it, we won't be going to the Lost District proper. We won't even need to cross through the lightning barrier.
That's true.
Yeah,
I'd rather
yeah.
not.
I like the ambition.
Are we
We'll
in the-
put that on
Put a
the
pin in that.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
like,
I
and
bet
I'm not even joking.
I
Like,
bet
we'll
you.
put a pin in
I
that.
bet you it's what the Silver Nails are doing.
Were we just back to
If they're trying to take over the Lost
we're
District.
all back to Blair.
Oh no, the Silver Nails weren't trying to take over the Lost District.
They were.
Oh, they were. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet you it's what the fucking Silver Nails are trying to do. If they're trying to take over the Lost District, that's what I
So
would.
we will put a pin in that,
Oh,
and we will come back to that.
Because like I was thinking also just on like I would probably return back to like my estate and then slip out through like the tunnels.
Yeah, because you have to put on your costume and stuff like that.
And slip out through the tunnels, and so like unless you think they would actually be potentially spotting me somehow.
Well, I know what they're doing. I think if you want to know, that's a roll.
Sure, I'll roll survey to see if I'm being followed.
Do you have 2 dots in anything?
I have 2 dots in sway.
Okay. Cool.
All right, roll. This is just a standard, a normal standard roll.
Okay, and he's got 1 done in survey, so I got 6.
Yes, a success. So you are being followed, not by any robed individual. This is by a normie, but they are very clearly following you, and they were very clearly someone who was at the gathering. So I don't think it'd be too far off the mark to say that maybe one of the Red Road figures, like that guy, follow. And he does track you back to your lair, or not to your lair, to your mansion or estate or whatever. But he loses you there.
Yeah.
You know, when you mask up and go to the thing, as far as he knows, you retired to your estate for the evening and never left.
Right.
And that's kind of what he'll report. You would imagine.
Okay.
But yes, you were followed. You are being watched.
Gotcha. Good to
So
know.
you said,
Yes.
yeah, I just want to build before. Right.
That is also good to know for future. Yeah.
Yeah, if you decide to change costume out in the city,
Right.
and they think you're at home, that'll get real weird.
Yeah. But yes, I will make it to the lair.
Yeah, so we're all there. We all found out different information. I think a discussion needs to be had about what we plan to pull tonight.
So, first, what did you find out, Mr. Messenger?
Oh, they definitely haven't found the body, but it's not the... What are they, Spirit Watch?
Spirit Wardens, yeah.
It's not the Spirit Wardens doing it. It's the gondoliers who are actually out there looking for... what was his name?
Rourke.
They're out there looking for Rourke's ghost. I think I know where he is. They haven't found him yet, and I just need to get down there and, connect with the ghost, and I'll be able to find out who killed it.
Oh, all right.
Probably just a little more work, and we can close up that 2 coin, and then maybe move on to the part where we kill somebody.
Well, I was going to talk about that. Because if you would like to kill someone tonight, we may be able to do so.
I learned.
I mean, we're getting paid for it, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
I would never have
It's a
you do
really
something that
interesting
we were
team
not
if you want to
getting
hear
paid
about it.
I learned some of the secrets of the Circle of Flame.
How?
Yeah.
How'd you go about doing that?
It's like, it's just like it's like
Because we definitely came from where we were told all members of the Circle of Flame were like.
I roughed somebody up. Like what? When?
Please.
What was going on in that basement? Like,
Yeah.
Please don't rough up future business partners.
I mean, is there anyone you're not going to do business with in the future? Are you? Who are you asking me not to be?
Well,
nice?
this one might be more.
I was asking him
Okay.
Oh, that's his problem.
because I don't want to ruin this before.
but I feel
it
like
happens.
you would appreciate that. Like I'm coming off as like I beat someone up to get this information.
Yeah, no, that's square.
But we have been offered to obtain an artifact from someone who's currently at the what was the name of the sanitarium?
Murkwater.
The Murkwater Sanitarium. We'd have to break in, get the item from him. What happens to him doesn't matter, and bring the item back to the circle.
Like-
What's the item?
An artifact
we
of
were
the
not
forgotten
told.
god of the flame,
We weren't told.
based on what I've learned.
Emily kind of looks at you as Silas is talking and the forgotten god of the flame.
Yeah. Most likely is what the artifact is for.
What?
They serve.
Do you know what it's called?
The information that we obtained did not tell us what the object was, what its name was, only that it's likely still on the person of the individual who was in the sanitarium.
So he's locked up in the crazy hospital, but they let him keep the artifact.
Probably got a suitcase somewhere.
Prison purse.
Right, so either it's in his guts, right? Or it's like stitched into him somehow. Like maybe it's a tattoo.
Or perhaps it ain't something physical, but some sort of information maybe.
Alright, sure.
I got the impression
I like that a lot.
it was physical, but
It
way
sounded
to
like
think
it,
out the box.
Sounded like it was an object of some sort. That's the
Yeah,
impression
But
I
But-
got.
it ultimately came from the Lost Ark, right?
As I said, if, for example, if it is in his guts or sewn onto him, what we do to him is immaterial. They don't care about the
Yeah,
individual.
they said he didn't give a shit what happened to him.
I mean, okay. That doesn't sound like we're being paid to kill someone, but
I mean-
sure, go on.
They're paying.
Because my fee is definitely more, but we're
They're
killing.
paying 6 coin though, so
Yeah, no,
And you get
that's
to kill with no issue.
what.
Well, we'll still
And we may have to kill someone
be
at
under the
sanitarium.
influence of the spirit bells, so there would be some issue with killing. Not to mention
well,
ghosts.
especially if it's on Quarantine Island. I mean, I think don't the
Oh,
Spirit
also-
Wardens have like a garrison right there somewhere?
Perhaps I've heard that the Spirit Wardens have been locking down access to the Deathlands, and I know that they've been pulling those caught in infraction of, or those who have tried to cross the lightning barriers without their go-ahead have been shepherded to Quarantine Island for
Is that where how this guy got there?
That's what the Circle of Flame said.
That's
yeah.
what Mr. Brogan said.
So
He
he
got
was
caught trying to leave.
He went into the Deathlands.
He
he
got caught
came
coming
back with the item.
He came back with the item
So
got caught.
he's a
and he
smuggler.
got pinched. Yeah, he's a smuggler like us.
And that's the one thing that I think Silas was alluding to, that this would be a smuggling job, and they are looking for a permanent partner in smuggling operations and are willing to pay us for future work and not take a kickback. Or
This-
not.
It also doesn't end there. You're always supposed
Wait, why would they take a kickback if they were paying us?
Well, because they want to be our sponsor, and that's what I'm not happy about. I don't want to be I don't mind where we are right now. Your connections with the Hive, everyone's connections, they want us to break contact with the Hive completely, because the Hive and the Circle of Flame apparently are not friends.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
I mean, I still want to get money from Jerry Maha.
Agree.
I
I think
that was a bit of a chewy one too.
Now,
I think we can do this job tonight and not worry about it, and then
Yeah,
deal with the fucking.
because the discussion of the change in relationship would not happen unless this job was completed,
Right.
and then we could discuss if the relationship would go further.
They said this was to be a sort of test,
Yeah.
but they
would still
offer
pay us
coin.
for it.
Now, if it were up to me, what I would say we might do is we might go do this job, and then we go maybe talk to Jerry Maha and say, hey, the Circle of Flame has asked us to do these things. We're not really comfortable with that, but we don't want them to know about it. What do you think we should do?
Okay, so if you do that, though, with the understanding that the Circle of Flame and the Hive don't get along,
Yeah,
the Circle of Flame is going to be real cross at you.
I mean maybe.
So, what I'm saying
Maybe
is,
forgot about it.
when we get this item,
Hmm.
why don't we see if we can get more than... How much was it?
6.
Yeah, more than 6 for it.
Sure. I mean,
See,
Because,
because
like, we know where a thing is now.
So you like the way he's thinking.
And if you're already interested in, like,
oh yeah,
worsening our relationship with the Circle of Flame, we can take the whatever this is going to be, idol of a flame god.
is that what it was?
What was the god's name?
I think it was, you
The
said
Keeper of the Flame.
Keeper of the Flame.
Right. Okay. So
And it has some old, like, esoteric Lovecraftian name that roughly translates in the Akarosi tongue to the Keeper of the
is that a hearth god, or a pyre god, or a sun god?
We don't
I'm
know.
no-
We don't know yet.
I was
If
not,
we betray
raised in a
the Circle of
religious
Flame by selling the artifact they seem to desperately want to another bidder, we would definitely be burning the bridge to future partnerships.
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
I'm no economist, Nebra. Perhaps you can lend some
But
insight
these-
here, but an eel in the hand is better than 2 eels in the...
But these future contracts are dependent on burning another bridge.
Yeah, but you forget
So
one
what
thing
I'm
about
saying
him
is, if
he
we
might-
decide not to burn that bridge, let's burn this one
But
extra
is it
good.
really burning a bridge? Because we could just easily be like, hey, we just did a random
So-
score. Hive, here's your coin.
Nebra has the right of it. I
But
don't
if we could get a lot more, like
don't
if it's
think-
worth 12,
maybe, but I don't think we need to burn
I
either
like
bridge.
frequenting
So
that
the Keeper of the
establishment.
Flame, it says
I'd
here,
like to keep doing that.
desecration, defilement of place, object, ritual to accumulate another order.
the Keeper of the Flame.
Yeah, and now I'm assuming this is a cult practice. That's what it says about their cult practice.
You said a lot of
Wait,
words. I
the-
didn't really
The
understand
Circle
any
of Flame or the Keeper of
The
Flame?
Keeper of
You
Flame.
should have been rooting in coin.
That's a
I don't
god,
understand.
not a
Yeah.
faction.
Yeah. The Forgotten God, Keeper of the Flame, desecration, defilement of place, object, ritual to accumulate another order.
Well, I mean, that's if you're doing magic with it. Like
Well,
that doesn't necessarily mean what
Either
it's
way, I think
narratively.
Nebra has the right to it. Or at least tonight, I don't think we should necessarily make a choice of burning bridges either way. I think that we should do the job, get the money, probably give the thing to the Circle because we got paid to do it, and then probably pay off Maha to say, hey, we did a job, here's your cut. And then we can figure out what the fuck we want to do. But also, I'm not a big fan of betraying the Hive, because that's what it is doing, and then working for a bunch of weird freaks who sit around wearing porcelain masks all night. You didn't see it. All they did was wear robes and porcelain masks and they look over the books. I mean, it sounds cool.
Pretty
but,
like him. It was
yeah.
almost like a club.
Though
for
to
you.
play a devil's advocate here, those
That's my
robed
job. You can't do that.
those robed freaks seem more in line with the type of things we are known to smuggle and more appreciative of that aspect of our business than the
Because-
Hive, who seem to tolerate it.
Sure, but like then we're also known for betraying a sponsor.
That's right.
Like, you need to make sure you're getting
We are an
really
ambitious
well
lot,
paid,
though.
really well paid to
Well,
portray
ambitious is
someone.
true, but
We are an ambitious lot.
We did though.
Again-
What if we were disguises?
Okay, but listen. But listen, at the end of
We
the
could
day,
be broody men.
we can be as ambitious as you want, and you know I'm as ambitious as the rest of them. But pissing on your friend who's been paying you this whole time and calling it rain doesn't mean he's going to be happy
I
about
mean,
it.
technically we've been paying them, but like, also, good point. I think we should move to the job.
I agree.
Yeah, I say do it. We'll worry about the minutia
I
of
agree.
that later.
Worry about what we do and which sort of fence we take it to afterward.
All right, so we're going to Quarantine Island to retrieve the object the Circle of Flames.
We
I
are.
think from a game mechanic thing that
Yeah.
finding the ghost is on a timer. I am just guessing. So if we don't move on finding that ghost soon, we're probably not going to, and that's going to miss out on an opportunity to build
I
a
thought
connection
that was
with
in- oh, sorry.
what was her name?
Jeremiah.
Oh, that's
It was
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah's
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
So, like, I think if we're going to stick out of character, if we're
Yeah.
going to stick with the Hive, we probably want to do that job
Yeah.
somehow.
To stay on the good side.
We can. There's no timer yet on getting this guy off the sanatorium, right? He's probably not going anywhere.
Yeah.
If
Yeah,
we're
we
gonna
don't
stay
know.
We don't know.
Yeah, the time. No timer was identified, right? But the
Doesn't mean
Spirit Wardens aren't the nicest lot when it comes to people who might be spiritually corrupted. So we don't know if there's kind of a sort of Damocles on him, right? Like,
Sure.
Question, Kyle.
Yeah.
Is it feels like the Spirit Warden infiltration and blah 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 getting the thing is a smuggling job.
it is.
Is the investigation / finding the ghost a job, or is that just something that we can do?
So something we
Either.
can devote down to.
So like, yeah, I will say so.
Can I do it in downtime?
You could, yeah.
Cool. Never mind.
That's
Withdrawn.
what I'm
Good
thinking.
call.
Yeah.
But I don't think you're off base thinking there is a timer on that,
Well,
right?
and I was actually going to propose even if we don't do it downtime, if we do it after the job,
Mhm.
like
That is downtime.
Or even if, yeah, I mean, if
sure,
we all
but
gave
we-
one downtime to track it down, we could probably fill up a clock and be like, cool,
right.
done, right?
Yeah.
Or likewise, if we're like, no, we want to do it now, but we were only off a 2 coin if we found his.
Oh yeah,
ghost
yeah, yeah.
versus
It's
the
not
6.
worth bumping the whole job unless, as I was saying, we really want to maintain this relationship with the Hive. We would have to look at not just 2 coin, which is not 6,
Yeah.
but also like how much we want to. If we wanted to burn our bridge with the Hive,
The only other thing, like,
That would be
and maybe
Well, you get paid first.
maybe Emily
Which-
will even make mention of this, is that like the job we were offered from the Circle of Flame came from the Circle of Flame, right? Like Harville Brogan offered it, but it was clear like the leadership of the Circle of Flame wants you to do X. Where
This was Maha personally.
yeah, Jeremiah had a personal relationship with Rourke and wanted something found out. We don't know if the Hive like she is the leader of the Hive, so she has some pull, but we don't know if that will even get us right with the Hive or just get us on her good graces for whatever that's worth.
point 2.
So I guess the other question I would have then is, can we do as a full group instead of splitting? Can we as a full group do them in like sequence? Could we like deal with the stress of if we decide to take our boat and go try to find the ghost tonight, do that part, and then make whatever decisions we would then, and then go to the island.
Well, the
Is that
game is really
possible?
structured for 1 job per session.
It is, but I think,
I think it would probably be better just to consider the thing as downtime.
Which is
What-
why I was asking if it's not a full job in and of itself. It's possible that as part of the devil's bargain we could take as a crew of saving our downtimes, because I know I'm gonna need to probably
You're
heal.
still wounded.
I need to heal and I need to deal with my vice.
And we haven't done the job yet, so we don't know what our stress and
And
how
we don't know.
feel
Yeah,
like
exactly. We don't know
afterwards.
what's gonna happen.
I encourage everyone to acquire 1 trauma. So you have another thing you can do to fish for experience through role play.
So here's what I'll say. If you want to not go on this job, go on Find the Ghost Now, we can do that. If you want to go and find the ghost as a downtime activity, we can do that. Likewise, if you're like, we want to find the ghost as a job, right? It looks like based on scheduling, our next game is probably going to be early November. So we could say, okay, for next game, that's going to be what we do. And the downtime, rather than being a week, might be like, okay, later that night. So the downtime will have to be very concise things we do, or even like the next day, right? We could do it that way as well.
Cool. Thank you for
So the
outlining that
benefit
other
from the
option.
first job is from finding a ghost is just to get 2 coin, or do we get information as well?
Well, it's 2 coin.
Change our position.
2 coin. Jerry Haha wants this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we get another job where we go. She has already said, when you find out who killed him, I'm gonna want you to kill them.
There's future work involved that
Yeah.
may or may
Which-
not include killing him. Killing the killer.
It was
Well,
heavily implied. It was.
Right.
Yeah.
Fair,
Well, okay.
fair.
I don't think she.
I don't know
She
what-
may have even said the words.
What
Oh.
is your character's name?
Emmeline.
I don't know how Emmeline described it, but like, the messenger absolutely described that of then killing this person. Now, the thing about killing that person is that person's now the leader of the crows. Right?
Assuming it's that.
Wait,
person.
what? This is
No,
this is the first time you dropped that bomb. What?
No, I'm saying this out of character.
Okay.
Mechanically, that person is almost certainly the leader of the crows.
It was the leader of the crows or the leader of the.
Crows.
Yeah, it was number 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen.
Who is now
Ahead of the
leader?
job.
Yeah,
Not
no.
the
The messenger
red-
has not
whatever.
brought that
Okay,
up,
cool.
but
It's
like,
ahead of a job,
so
but
like,
outside of
so
everything
out
else.
of character consideration, which is what I thought this conversation was.
Yeah.
We're looking at 2 coin,
Yeah.
Jerry Haha being pleased,
Uh-huh.
and a line on a really big job to kill someone really important. So you know that'll pay well.
Yeah, but we're also
But
a crew that
doing it in
specializes
downtime is-
assassins.
Well,
We don't do
It's true.
assassinations.
we
Well, we don't.
We don't not do
We haven't
assassination.
done an assassination
We do
yet.
things-
Let's put it that
We do
way.
things for money.
We do
But-
get more experience for doing smuggling stuff.
we do
Yes.
get more experience for doing smuggling stuff, but
Listen,
Yeah.
assassination
So if we
is
look at the
smuggling
job-
death into the person.
Mhm.
Breaking into the sanitarium, it's a whole different can of worms there. Something that's a bit more in our wheelhouse.
I'm totally again down
Paying a hell
for
of a lot more. And it's putting us in a bit more more advantageous position with another place, with another power in the city.
All right, so it sounds like we've decided we're going to hit the
Yes,
sanitarium.
absolutely.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
I think so.
So, time for engagement. There's some questions I need from you. I need to know what type of operation you are planning. Again, here are your options: assault, deception, stealth, occult, social, or transport.
So assault is just breaking in, grabbing the guy.
Right.
Deception, I'm thinking like the Wookiee Gambit, maybe.
Right.
Well, you do know my character's a doctor, and we're going to a hospital.
So that's a better deception,
Yeah.
and nobody has to wear handcuffs.
Right.
Perhaps I'm there to look at the guy, have a chat with him, see what he was up to.
What's the other? What was the other?
Transport.
Yeah,
Moving
assault,
it.
deception, stealth, occult, social, transport.
I think
Occult.
deception, social, and stealth.
What the hell is a cult gonna be? Are we gonna like teleport it out of his?
Bung.
Yeah. So occult would be doing beseeching an untold power, doing some sort of ritual, and I would need answered. What's the arcane method you wish to employ?
Don't like that one.
Oh, I look forward to the point where we engage that.
Oh no,
one,
I
but
think
don't
it'll
that's
come
tonight.
up, but I don't think it's tonight.
I don't
Yeah,
think
but
it's
deception seems like the best option. At this
Unless they're
point.
moving him, but they're not
Deception
moving him.
or just brute
stealth.
force.
I think deception or stealth.
I think stealth
Oh.
and brute force are about the same, but I favor deception.
Yeah. So here are the questions I would need. If we decide deception, I need to know what's the method of deception, which it already seems like we have. Or stealth. What's the point of infiltration?
Like stealth is interesting. I think assault is out because it's a sanatorium where there's probably still guards and whatnot.
Yeah.
I don't think there's enough of us to actually make it.
I know we have a full-fledged Batman, but
Yeah, but even
Okay.
a full-fledged Batman wouldn't just assault.
Right.
Yeah.
With assault, we probably need to like set up a huge.
That's where we are. Our
Diversion?
temporary
Diversion?
people.
Well,
and
we
they
do-
are right next to the
And
goddamn
we do
wall.
have a band of scopelanders.
Well, we
though.
do have a band of scopelanders that are willing that always in favor.
yeah, but do we want to throw him at the wall on
Because your Batman would
What are we
stealth.
doing with the Scovelanders this session?
We're not doing anything with them, but they owe us a favor, and that favor is time limited.
No, we they're our cohort this
I,
session.
that's what I'm saying.
Oh, well, that's something
I
we
just
can
love his
decide
question
in
like, why are we
mission.
going to throw Skull to the window?
So it sounds like deception.
No, the Wookiee defense could be
Deception,
you,
Alright.
Deception, yeah.
you bring me in, and you're like, I found this guy. He thinks he's the
And-
Nighthawk.
And so, what is the method of deception that is going to be? Reese is going to be. I'm meant to be here. I'm a doctor.
Yeah, Reese has been contracted to check the guy out. Like, we'll have fake papers saying he's been hired or ordered by someone to go in and like
do a medical exam. Make sure there's nothing dangerous is on him.
He it's not just spiritual corruption. He may be tied to a conspiracy operating on the other side or something.
Oh, great. Yeah, because we've already found out some potential co-conspirators we can throw under the bus.
Oh, there's that as well. But I was thinking like he doesn't
silver nails
something. So we're not just telling them, hey, you need to go interrogate this guy more, because then maybe we find a corpse and maybe they already take the thing off of him. We actually want to see him alive, so we can dead him or not.
Excellent. So we take 1D for sheer luck. Is this operation particularly bold or daring?
I would say so.
We're going into the Lost District.
No, we're not going into the Lost District.
Technically, we are. Technically, we are.
We're inside the lightning wall.
Yes, but technically, it's part of the Lost District.
Sure.
Okay, 2D. Does this plan detail expose the vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest?
I'd say no.
I mean, a sanatorium's definitely going to be weakest in its
is this guy
its medical
associated with
staff,
any
right?
organization or group?
Because like the medical staff are.
Okay, so he's not. We're not pissing anyone else off either.
Well,
I mean, we piss
fail,
off.
We can piss off the.
If we
Spirit
fail,
Wardens.
but like if we kill this guy or this guy lives, there's no one who's going to come looking for him.
We don't know.
We don't know.
Could the argument be because he's in this prison cell that
Well,
he's
we
kind of
know
in a
what we've been
vulnerable
told
spot
is
because he can't escape?
Well, so
you know where the artifact is,
so-
and I like. I mean, you make a good point as well. The medical staff option. You know, how well are they? How well do those background checks go? That could be an option. I'll give it to you. 3D. Can any friends or contacts provide aid or insight for this operation?
And so I was going to see if we knew anybody that was maybe a gray cloak. We could.
So what about Harker, the jailbird?
No, probably not. I mean, unless. I mean, you tell me. Is this dude imprisoned?
In a sanatorium? No, probably not.
Probably don't want to mention this to my contact because she's Hive.
So can I be wearing like a plague mask as you escort me in, maybe? Like.
I don't think we're going with the Wookiee Gambit.
No, not the Wookiee Gambit. I'm an assistant.
We'll all be assistants.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
What I was going to say.
What are the doctor's friends?
So I'm looking up right now.
I'll be the anesthesiologist.
Yeah, I don't think I have any contacts
Never could be the nurse.
in particular.
Well, I was going to say, like, maybe do any
so
of the
city
skull vendors have any
It's a
contacts
Ruby
amongst
consulate.
maybe the blue cloaks or the
That's
gray
fine.
cloaks?
I do have.
Well, this would have to be your friends.
Sure.
Because my
the good doctor is friends with Stanzi and Apothecary.
Okay, so we have possible friends, either a clerk to help with the forgery,
Okay.
or an apothecary.
To help with equipment and various
Disguises.
options to make you look like a.
I mean,
I
there
guess
could be
here
some
it is.
kind of connection to get us in, whether it's dressing us up with
I mean, I
props,
could bring Sawtooth in,
something.
or see if
Or just
Sawtooth
giving
ever,
us a.
Cool. Just
or a doctor who can get us in. Sounds like we've got a few different options.
yeah.
for friends.
And I'm cool with taking all of those. Just know by throwing your friends on the pyre, bad things can happen to them.
Yeah. Well, let's pick one friend then. Do you want
Just
to
do
use
it
your
for the
doctor
fun.
friend or my apothecary?
Or the clerk for forged
Actually,
paperwork.
I don't think the clerk would help as much compared to the other two. So.
Well, I mean, because of the forgery, or because we're asking your clerk friend to risk?
Well, I think Reese already has a forged document that represents his doctorship.
Not until you
Not until
put
they-
it
okay.
offload.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Documents is a thing you can choose to have.
Right. Yeah.
All right. So it sounds. Which doctor is being thrown on the pyre?
I don't like the sound of the pirate part, but
You'll get used to it.
That's one additional healing we would lose out on if we lose
yeah, I
this
know.
individual.
I know it's terrible.
Well, isn't the same true of your
Just don't get
apothecary?
hurt.
Yeah, but I mean the apothecary is a personal contact of mine for personal reasons. So
Who's
Loss
offering
is
it?
loss.
1D up for grabs.
I'll give you the apothecary.
Apothecary's taken. All right. I take it as tribute. So that is 4 dice.
I'd rather not lose the whole
Currently.
crew and additional healing. For that.
Is this operation overly complex or contingent on many factors? I'll say at this juncture, I don't think so. It's pretty much like this guy belongs here. We need to. Yeah, that seems.
Snatch and
If
grab.
they don't
Really
want to
good.
stay, they'll make us go home.
Is the target strongest against this approach, or do they have defenses or preparations?
So
For
when-
reasons unknown, Yes, that's minus 1
So
beat.
now my question
What?
about that is, when you say that, is the target the sanitarium or the individual?
The sanitarium.
Okay.
And the individual.
No.
Both. Are any enemies or rivals interfering in this operation? No, you're not enemies with them yet.
Oh.
Are there any other elements you want to consider? Adjust the dice accordingly. No, I already took the 1 off, so that's going to be a 3 dice roll.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have some more
Is
soda?
there anything else?
Yeah, it's by the wall of the door.
Thank you.
Yeah, up by the front
Okay.
door.
Guys, the highest is a 6.
Is that a good thing?
A good result. Your crew is in a controlled position
Maybe we'll get all 6
when
this game, too.
the action starts. Alright, so we cut to your boat cutting through the fog that rolls down the River Silk, having expertly avoided the Blue Coat Canal
Who's
patrols.
driving the boat?
Problem number?
Oh, do you want me to roll for that?
No.
Okay.
Because you're in a controlled position, right?
Okay, got it.
You've overcome the first obstacle, which would have been piloting
Just
of the
getting
boat.
here.
It
Yeah,
can also
got
be
it.
at the end of Skulllanders if like they're manning the boat right now for us.
Yeah, they're on Silas is back and call. Do you want them
Oh,
on the
yeah,
boat?
sure.
Yeah, let's do that.
Maybe as a backup.
Yeah.
Essentially.
And if-
Yeah,
and if
so-
shit gets
That
bad.
works.
And that way we don't feel like as much like, again, the back of his head doesn't care if they're killed.
So, on the
But it looks more like they're helping defend fellow Skullhounders.
Yeah.
on the boat, at this point, flashbacks can be called. Remember this, but I will need to know what load everyone took on the boat. For her part, trying to look the part of like a medical assistant, Emily went light.
Same.
I'm also going like.
As the doctor, I could probably get away with bringing a little bit more visible sort of equipment,
I was
as it were, like just my normal tinkering
let them
gear and that sort of
finish.
thing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, in a minute, bud. I'm gonna go with normal. Is it since I'm the doctor in
Makes
charge?
sense.
Perhaps I'm bringing equipment.
Yep.
again, so
Yep.
I'm gonna go with normal.
I was gonna go a similar route of being like I'm your colleague. So going normal, like I'm going with like maybe like a playground or something like a Dr. Killinger kind of thing, like. But
I have a medical bag.
I have a
of
medical bag
stuff.
of stuff.
Okay.
What are the goddamn numbers?
Light
3,
is-
5.
3, 5, 6.
3, 5, 6. Yeah.
Dr. Killinger.
They're how many dots you can
Right.
select. Yeah.
I just couldn't read the numbers. Sorry.
Oh yeah, 3, 5, 6.
I'll go normal as well if that's all right.
Okay, and what's your story there? If pressed. Well, I guess you know what we'll cross that. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Yeah. But you think of that. Yeah.
Oh, we don't have to pick gear up front.
Nope.
No, you don't pick the actual.
You
split
so
of gear.
you
Mark
with a
them off
normal
as
load
easy.
have 5 ticks, and you can tick them off as are required.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. I'm not gonna mark them off now then. Unless I need them.
There
That's
might
so
be
much
certain
easier.
things like, for instance, if I had rolled poorly and you were in maybe a desperate position, something may have happened which was like,
Right,
oh,
that's
your gear
something
gets
like that.
searched. I need you to tell me exactly what you have at this moment. But
Yeah.
you're not in that position.
I'm trying to figure out if I can get away with heavy again.
I mean, it's just one more check,
It is.
but like also armor.
That one check would be important. Yeah, I will. I think I'm playing the part of an orderly, or like either an orderly. Like we'll figure it out when I get there, I guess. But either an orderly or like a ship dock worker. So.
Okay, so I guess what I would like to know from both of you with the normal, and again, because Cameron already talked about this,
Yeah.
how are you carrying your gear? Is it like a bag? Did you get a prop medical bag? You know, is it...
Mine's a real medical bag.
Well, I know, you...
Right.
I was about Cameron.
Yeah.
So
Some of that stuff can be acquired from the apothecary that we use as a so yeah.
Might have it in saddlebags on redress.
Oh, okay.
I think for myself, I probably look. I probably clean up to look essentially like ex-military, the ex-military that he is, like I'm a hired guard for a
That's
doctor
Baltimore
going in
City,
with them.
yeah.
So
Silas, load for you?
So light.
Light.
And
And yeah, for those with light,
Yeah.
that's probably pockets and stuff.
Yeah.
No big deal there. Just medium and above. That I wouldn't.
were you asking me how I acquired
Oh no, I don't need. Yeah,
Well,
I
he's
just
doing
need to know
all-
how you're carrying things,
Oh,
how
yeah.
you look,
Yeah.
right? Cool. So yeah, you guys pulled through the dock, and it's early still in Suran. Duskfall's rainy spring season, and the rain has been bad. But as you guys who went to Crow's Foot noticed, the fog has been killer this year. It's been thick. But Nebra has expertly navigated around the Blue Coat patrols, the gondoliers that are in the River Silk, and you make it to the Three Queens unmolested. As stated, light here is few and far between, and you're kind of getting the light from the buildings of the sanatorium itself. It is in this cottage plan, so there's just there's 6 total wooden barracks that patients are housed in. You haven't been inside, so you don't know what they're like. But there's no central here's where the doctors go. Here, it seems like the doctors live somewhere in these barracks with the patients as well during their time here. You do see with that 6, you don't encounter them, and they haven't encountered you yet, but you do see several other boats moored in the harbor. And you don't know who they would belong to, they could belong to the hospital or their workers, but interesting of note, in these boats, there are the silver metal spirit bottles that you've seen people like Emmeline carry that are used to house spirits.
Okay. And those are worth something, or?
To the right buyer.
Every spirit has secrets.
Dead men tell tales.
Can we find like a?
This word.
Is there like a map somewhere or
I mean, most islands don't want people wrecking right off their shore. They probably mark where you're supposed to pull up.
right? There's probably some kind of intake over here or like.
Yeah.
Yeah. And since we're in this control,
Yeah, there's
we can probably just cruise up.
if you've seen if you've been to a national park or something, and you've seen those wooden signs at the dock, which is that kind of directs folks. But the sign, well, I tell you what. How about you give me a roll for what information you can glean from these signs, and that will kind of determine what you get.
Okay, so like a survey.
Sounds good to me.
Anybody have 2 survey?
Yeah, I don't have to survey. I don't either.
Just
Oh, I do.
No, then you should definitely be doing that role.
Spider.
Can we help him out?
One person can help him out.
yeah, you help him.
How?
So I will.
Well, he has to mark
He'll
stress.
be on the very top of the map.
So you'll have to mark stress for helping him.
Yeah, it's 1 stress.
Oh, it is. Okay.
It's 1 stress does.
Sure.
To help. Way to describe how.
So I like to think that in my bag I have various things. Like I have a pair of binoculars as well.
Well, that's
Sweet,
that's
mark
actually gear you'd have to mark off.
Yeah, that's fine. We're on score.
So yeah, you mark that as a piece of gear.
Maybe I don't see it as this done.
You
Well-
can add any item. It's just a 1 dot then.
Yeah, they don't have a thing here, but online there's a part where you can just add a custom item.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you have 5 ticks. Just put your tick total down to 4.
Okay.
So you're you pull out binoculars from your pack, which I love, selecting the gear, and you're just kind of, as he's where's this? You're kind of scouting out. I think it's there now. It is still difficult. You can get the die, but it's dark here. There's no the only light is the light from the buildings. There's no street lamps and stuff, and the closest district is across the lagoon, so the light from there isn't great. You are getting some flashes from the lightning barrier because the island itself isn't completely surrounded. The lightning barrier crosses through the island, so you have the sanitarium here, lightning barrier across, and then a bit of wilderness island. And you've all heard the rumors of the escaped patient who has risked crossing the lightning barrier to make it into Deathlands, and there's all these campfire horror stories of But yes, so you are gleaning information from the sign.
That would be a 5.
A 5. Success with a complication. So, yeah, you find, like, this sign directs you to all the buildings. So you can be like, okay, this is building A, building C, and you know the routes to all of them. You won't have any problems there. And you might even, with this information, be able to, if you spot someone on the street, duck off to avoid being spotted and get back on without losing your way and perhaps crossing into. But what you don't get, unfortunately, and perhaps this is because the medical staff live on site and the people who are brought here are probably hand delivered to, this is your problem now. There's no like, this is the people from the Deathlands ward, or here's the people being treated with the plague, right? Like, there's no information about who goes where. Okay. But you do get the impression from the sign, like, every one of these buildings does have medical staff on site. So whichever one you go to, you won't be off base being like, hey, we're here to help. But it might get more difficult when they're like, cool, but your patient's not here. Why are you?
All right. So this is so we have now docked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then I feel like also as we're on this boat, the only times I ever speak in a serious Skullvander dialect at all is with the Skullvander crew we have. And so I'll like issue commands to them to like say, hey, stick around, don't let anyone on this. If you gotta leave, you gotta leave.
Excellent. I think you said it right. You issue a command. So let's get that roll.
I will also help him.
Yeah, you're skilled in that.
I'm skilled in that. I'm also lending my like.
So 1 stress.
Yeah, because he's like my, exo.
You're yeah, exactly.
I'm playing the role of a Evidencio.
Yeah. I was gonna call you exo, full exo.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
He's like, nah, I work for a living.
Right.
4.
4, a success with a complication. I'm writing 4 down.
Okay.
Your command was stay with the boat. Don't let anyone on the boat. Their ability to do this will be a 4. We'll find out what that means later.
We found some fellas.
The end of his command was if you have to leave, leave.
Oh,
yeah.
I missed that part. Good.
Oh yeah.
To know.
Yeah, if you have to leave, leave.
Oh man, if they take the boat.
I mean,
There's your complication.
it is what it is.
It's me trying to be like, I don't want to know that anyone to know that I'm okay.
We're gonna
with
have
them
to
dying.
steal a boat. It's
I
gonna be
would
great.
rather steal a boat and not have our boat boarded than
Yeah.
like.
Oh, cool. We'll get a second boat.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll name this one the Nighthawk.
Exactly.
The Nighthawk
I did
2.
say you got to choose. I'm not a
They're
commander.
just all called the Nighthawk.
The Nighthawk 2 electric.
No. We only need one of each. Of whatever we have.
This one's
One
the-
member is a Nighthawk, one gang is a Nighthawk, one boat is a Nighthawk.
One horse. Is
Okay. So walking up to
you
the sanitarium with our doctor.
Which building? Which one of 6?
Oh.
all right. Well,
I mean, if it would just motion toward whatever the closest is. Like, I
So-
don't know that we have any other way of.
so
knowing.
are the buildings identical? What's
Do they have
Pretty
signs?
much.
Pretty
yeah.
much.
They have signs in them.
Like, some are bigger than others. But, yeah, as I said, they're all like building A, building C, or whatever the Akarosi alphabet dictates. But there is no, like, this ward is for whatever. And
There's no central building. There's just 5 buildings.
And unfortunately, none of us, we don't know which building this dude's being held in. Though that's not out of the realm of a flashback of having Hartwell Brogan tell you.
Ooh.
Alright, how much stress does that flashback cause?
Flashback is between 1 and 2, depending on what you're asking. Get this information, I would say this is a 1 stress.
I can't spend that stress because I didn't meet the fucker.
Okay, so I'll spend it, the stress to flashback, and I think. I think because could it still be in the meeting that we had?
Of
there?
course, we
Yeah.
didn't. The camera didn't pick up
Oh,
every
yeah.
last detail.
Yeah. So I'll go that okay. Yeah, we'll do this job. Do you have any information map wise, about where he might, even if you don't know where he is in the building, like a map of the facility
Tell me about
telling
this
us
facility
where
a bit.
things go,
Yeah.
or can you obtain them for me?
Yeah. So go ahead and roll me something for that to see the quality of the information he is able to provide you.
Sway?
I don't have sway. I'll do consort.
Sounds very consorty.
Because command would be a little.
And this is a normal
And
standard.
consort works
yeah.
because he's already an ally or a friend.
3.
So that is a failure. Okay, so here is the deal. You will take a stress for the flashback.
Yeah. Can I
Harvale Brogan unfortunately does not know. He was captured, but he doesn't know where he was taken. His best guess would be that, and it's, you can kind of see like his leap in logic here is kind of stupid, but like, well, he was just brought in, so he's probably in one of the buildings closest to the dock, right?
Yeah. Okay.
But
So-
that's what your 3.
Yeah.
Right.
So okay, and like, well, I asked him about this, and he might just, since he's a very recent addition, he may just be in the closest building to the dock. But that's the best information I have.
Could I perhaps do a tinker roll to do an analysis of the equipment that's attached to each of the buildings to see if I can get an idea of what each of the buildings is used for?
Okay.
Look at
Yeah,
what
you
sort of
can.
equipment is sitting on the ceiling or perhaps attached to the side of the building, or
Yeah, see what
what sort of
wires
vehicles
are.
are around there.
Well, it could be little squeaky boxes that belch smoke every now and then.
Perhaps there's something like bars over the windows for
crackly
some and nut brothers.
coils. I mean, there could be all kinds of stuff on a building.
Alright, anybody want to help me out?
I can help you out,
How?
but I would take his stress. I don't know if I want to take another stress.
I don't know
much
if I
do you
can
have?
help.
How much do you have?
I have 3.
Oh, I have 3. No big deal. I mean, I have ways to like make myself not get stressed on purpose. But
But I wanted to save it for maybe a flashback.
yeah, that's fine.
Oh,
Yeah, that's fine.
What? I don't have Tinker.
I mean, because
Wait, I've got Survey.
yeah.
I've got Survey. So
Okay.
what we're going to do is be like,
you
okay,
can help me look at the stuff. And
what
and
are you
describe.
looking for? Tell me like I'm an idiot. Okay, cool. Then I'm going to be looking, while you're looking for fine detail. I'll be like, well, what about this one? Is that?
Yeah, using your elven eyes, as it were. You look at the buildings and you help describe the things so you can see the buildings better than I can. And I'll help you describe what that equipment is and help us get a little bit of information on each of these buildings used for.
That
Sound
allow
good?
me to spend the stress for him to take a
So
dive?
be an extra die.
Yep.
Thank you.
Because
It's all right, go on. It's all right, let him roll.
Ooh, 2, 2, 3.
3, 2, 3. We take the 3, which is still unfortunately a failure. You find a lot of interesting stuff on the buildings, none of which is useful for what you're looking for.
It's starting to get stressful for what appeared to be low key.
All right.
We were in a controlled position a minute ago.
It's quickly getting out of control.
Do
Well,
all,
you
No,
still
no.
haven't been spotted or
That's
picked up
true.
by a patrol. Count
It's-
blessings for
do all the buildings have like windows that one can peer into from the outside?
They are. You aren't very close to them yet. You are getting that there's light emanating from them, but yeah, they all have windows. They look almost like these are all like long barracks like houses, and all the windows are transparent glass, but they do have like metal bars, to prevent the rowdy patient from escaping.
But theoretically, they're see-through. They're not like
Yeah,
covered or
yeah.
anything like that. Okay, so my proposal would be to have.
There are some I will say that have like shades,
Oh, okay.
but some are open, especially ground levels mostly open.
Okay, so I guess my proposal would be to have Nebra. She has like a shadow cloak that she can just wear over her other stuff, just to be more sneaky looking, or not looking, and then
Mhm.
maybe just prowl like some of the buildings, like look through the windows, see if we can spot.
Yeah, so you're marking off the gear for the shadow cloak.
Yes. Yeah.
Awesome.
And then, actually, so question for, so the prisoner guy, Aaron, what's his
Matson.
face? Matson. Do we know like his heritage or anything like that?
So what did I say? I don't think you asked about his heritage, though that is something
Matson.
you can flashback.
That's
Oh, yeah,
clearly
good
Danish.
flashback,
He's a
yeah.
Scotlander. I think we can assume.
But it was said that he was, I believe I mentioned, known to be kind of like an adventurous sort. Like he was, like, going out into the Deathlands was his bread and butter. He styled himself as "this is my jam," which is why the Circle of Flame was interested in his services.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out how would Nebra recognize that it's the guy.
Well, again, with flashbacks, you could easily be like, okay, Harville, what does it? You've seen this dude, you've talked to him. What does he look
Oh,
like?
fair.
But that's stress, right?
Sure.
But it's up to you.
You know what? Let's do a flashback. Like, let's say that Nebra actually had a chance to, talk to Hartvale before he fucked off somewhere. And, just a little small talk here and there. And then she would ask, so this Aaron guy, like, who is he? Is he Akarosi, or what do you know about him?
Oh yes, I've met him on several occasions. He's done good work for us. It's only this last excursion that he got himself embroiled in this. He is a nondescript Akarosi man in his mid-30s, athletic, well-built.
Previously, and he kind of waxes poetical, he looked every bit the part of the adventurer. I'm talking khaki trousers, distressed button shirt, a vest with many pockets.
Could you imagine you wearing that outfit?
Oh, no. I am. My adventuring days have left behind long ago when I came to the fine city.
Okay, so small. Blah, blah, blah. So I would.
And I'll give you that for 1 stress. Flashback.
Oh, do I need to roll that or no?
Nope.
Okay.
He gives that to you.
Thank you.
Because this is something he knew. He's met the guy.
Okay, so knowing roughly what he looks like.
An Akarosi man, mid-30s, athletic build.
Then I'll roll. Prowl.
Adventuring looking. That might,
Grizzled. So I'm just gonna roll prowl.
He will mention too. He is clean shaven. That might
Perfect.
be.
Yeah.
At least the times he's met him.
So prowl, I have 2 already. I can always push myself to get another die, unless someone wants to help.
I know. How do you help someone with prowl other than creating a distraction, which we don't really want?
No.
Well, and I will say, because you checked your load of gear, right? Oh, you don't need to with your shadow cloak, perhaps. Is it italic?
So it was bold, but not italic.
Okay, so you do need to check a gear. Bold means that only lurks get it. But I will say
I did check it.
Yeah, your this will elevate your position, so you're in a controlled position for your stealth. So I'll say, like, even if you fail this roll, it's not going to be you were discovered. It just might be like maybe a clock starts.
Right.
Interesting.
And if you're trying to help somebody, you could like survey an area and point out details and be like, avoid that.
We did try the survey.
Well, because I'm trying. I don't know, like, I need to save foresight for like critical moments.
Fair.
So italic means
And
what?
I can.
Italic means it doesn't cost you load. You can always pull that.
Very cool.
In all honesty, I can afford to take on more stress, so I was going to push myself anyway and take on 2 more stress. So I'll just do that and have 3.
Okay.
I have an idea for a flashback, depending on how this goes.
That would be a 5, 2, and 1.
A 5, so success with a complication. So Nebra, tell me what are you hoping to achieve with this prowl roll?
So I'm just hoping to just like basically prowl to each building, try to get a good view through like one of the windows, and see if I can see a man in like either a jail cell or otherwise being held that just fits the description of who we're looking for.
Gotcha.
Just
So, you're able to prowl around. You don't find a man fitting this description, which is noteworthy in that he's not being held in one of these open areas. Because when you look through the first levels of many of these buildings look like more administrative, like there's a woman at a desk, or not always a woman, but the one you happen to look into, there's a little old lady at a desk in her Victorian hospital grounds.
Or whatever,
exactly. It looks like that's where people are intake, and probably patients are housed upstairs, and doctors probably have room, and there's some doctors milling about, and some more probably mentally fit patients who are in like the main rooms doing like shuffleboard or something like that. Of note, you do, as you get closer to the buildings, find that there are small windows that line the base of each building that are barred, and that it seems like these buildings do have sub-levels. They're not all above ground.
Okay.
Your complication, however, you were in a controlled position, so you were not caught, but what you do notice is that those boats you found earlier with the spirit bottles most certainly belong to the Spirit Wardens, and they are patrolling these islands, and you spot them in their very militaristic uniforms, and they're all very noteworthy in that they have these bronze kind of man in iron mask style masks, which you probably know from study, and one of their number actually lectures at Dustfall Academy,
Okay.
Baccaros.
Gotcha.
No one knows their names. Like they, as far as you know, the Spirit Wardens don't have names, right? Like they give that up when they join. And Baccaros, even though okay, he has a name, you're not sure if it's an individual or Baccaros is a title that gets passed around to whoever's lecturing.
Yeah.
But apparently these bronze masks help against spirit possession, and you have seen Emmeline as a whisper has one of these too, but it's dented and battered, like something that did not originally belong to her.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Emmeline.
Yeah. So Nebra will come back and be like, I couldn't find him. Some of the buildings might have basements, so maybe he's in a basement. Also, the Spirit Wardens are here.
Okay.
Can I try a flashback? I actually just want to try it, even to get more information. Because I have
flashback.
Boom.
What are we doing?
It's a couple days ago. I'm at my estate, and my caretaker, Alistair, is going over plans as part of the Trust's charity events. Part of my parents' will is to donate fair amounts of money over time to charity events. One of the things that they're going to do is donate to build a new wing for the sanitarium. And he's going over the plans. Since obviously we had patients escape through the lightning barrier, so they want to build like a new wing so they can move patients. Or like these patients will be here, the security will be here, but currently they're located here. So I want to talk with him, and just I remember like asking him about this and what the plans were and why we're building this building. And he explained, this is where patients currently are kept, but they'll be over here when we're done with the new wing, and this is how the security will be here, and that way we'll have less escapes maybe going towards the lightning barrier, right?
Cool, yeah. This will be a one stress flashback, and how about you give me a roll to find the quality of the information?
Okay.
Just a normal standard. Because I think he'd have some information, but it might not be the best. So.
But like it would give you information about like this is how the facility is laid out, right? And this is what
perhaps we'll find out.
Currently used as, or
I don't know yet, Cameron.
Would it be a sway?
You gotta roll.
What do we sway? Just a regular roll.
You tell me.
So it's a regular roll.
I was thinking
you just
using
pick
sway.
which thing you do.
To persuade him to explain it to me. Sure. Oh no good. 2 and a 1.
2 and a 1 is a failure. So, he doesn't know. Well, let's say this. So there's no rhyme or reason, and you guys kind of this is not news to you, right? Like there's no like it's not like one building is dedicated to X, one building is dedicated to Y. So when it's like, what prisoners what patients are we moving to the new wing? It is like, well, if it's more secure, probably those who are more prone to breakouts and those who are more of a flight risk will be moved. But it seems like he's saying they're going to be pulled from many of the 6 buildings. Like all of them have different levels of population, right?
Okay.
Some are probably, and you kind of can corroborate this, right? Some are seen free with no attendant playing shuffleboard and stuff, and then some you haven't seen, but you can assume are probably chained to their bed or other horrible.
Okay, so just to clarify, so she saw that the Spirit Wardens are present, but she didn't see them physically, right?
You did see them physically.
I did see them.
They're not of note to. They're not in any of the buildings yet.
Okay.
It's like they're patrolling the island.
Okay, so it's not like it looks like they're trying to go to a particular building at all. Okay.
Alright, so to review, we don't know where this guy is. We don't feel like we can just walk up and ask someone, hey, I need to find prisoner thus and such, because we're here to speak with them. And we don't know what to do next if we don't ask that.
I think we probably need
we are in disguise.
That's not an answer. But
So the best information we have is the best I got was he's relatively new here, might be in the closest building.
okay, we did have that.
Does the closest building have a basement?
All of them seem to.
All of them seem to. Okay.
Okay, I think, unless anyone else has, I have a goddamn flashback as well. We can try that again. But I think we're nearly at the point where we're just going to have to face roll it. Just walk up to someone and see if we can find out what's going on.
I am happy to face roll it. I have an idea if you'd like. in which very clearly I'm a former military officer. I also happen to have.
I feel like this is Cole's plan always. As a former military officer, I will play the role as a former military officer.
Well, I'll point out that you expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background as a former military officer. Anyway, I happen to have some subterfuge supplies here. I think it also includes this forged badge of office. Perhaps I'm an investigator, not necessarily working for the inspectors, but I'm an investigator of sorts, and I could go command the front desk person to tell me where this person is.
Now take a load and a roll, but that doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Cool.
I go into the closest building at random, whichever one happens.
And
to be
that
there.
sticks with our original plan,
Yeah.
which was to
Go to the closest building.
say that we're here investigating.
Are
the
we all
silver
going with
nails.
Cole?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I will help him because I feel like this one, if we're brute force, is important. So I'm gonna use my foresight
To not take stress.
to not take stress.
Sounds good.
And I think in this case, rather than being a flashback, it's like he's saying that I'm like, okay, they're gonna ask questions. I need to be there to like also like back him up as what he is.
Yeah. So you'll take the load for the
Yep.
forged documents.
Did that?
You're getting an extra dice. This is going. The effect of this roll is going to be standard.
Okay.
This is going to be from a desperate position
Okay.
because if you mess this up,
Yep.
bad things are going to befall.
We're going loud.
Oh yeah. So additionally to the +1 from him for the help, I would like to take a devil's bargain if you're okay with this, in which the forged documents use my name.
Oh, okay.
So it's a forged document about me.
Mm-hmm.
So it will identify me as a person to these people.
Okay. Yeah,
So
yeah,
give up
yep.
my identity for 4.
And anyone they might choose to share that information with.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
For 4, and I'm going to take 2 stress for a 5th, to push myself.
All right.
The things we have to do to get simple information.
Listen, it's important.
We had a lot of fail.
I know what's gonna happen. You're gonna go. I need to find it, and then they're just like, yeah, over there.
I was like, failed roll. Failed
And
roll.
you
Failed roll.
rolled 5
Failed roll.
ones.
Like, one success.
Yeah.
It's Blaze in the Dark, baby.
I'm exceedingly
Yeah.
happy that I rolled that way because I rolled a 5
A5.
out of
6.
5 dice. I rolled
Wow,
3
dude.
3s, a 1 and a 5.
Out of all of
A
the
success
information
with,
gathered,
complication.
that's the highest
Yeah.
roll ever.
All right, so you go into the nearest building because that's the information you got from Harville. What do you say to this one? Has an older man, probably in his 70s or so, hunched over a desk, spectacles, a little lamplight, filing out the paperwork, and kind of looks up at you like, "Oh, how might I help you, sir?"
I put my hand heavily on the desk. Sir, please see my my note here. I'm on a job currently. We're seeking what was his name? Sorry,
Aaron
Matson.
Matson.
Aaron Matson. A patient here, Aaron Matson, recently brought in. He's wanted. He's a wanted criminal in an investigation that we're. I have a doctor with me here to kind of keep him in check.
Oh, yes, you do look the sort. Okay. He takes your documents, and he's like, yes, of course. Just give me 1 second. You understand protocol and everything.
Of course.
And he takes your paperwork into another room.
When he leaves, I'm gonna try to look. Or actually, I look at you and I'm like,
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
I follow him if possible.
Yeah, that's not bad. You follow him, we'll take a look at the paperwork.
Oh, okay. So yeah, okay. So he walks into a room where he meets one of these figures you saw before.
I don't follow him. I stay outside.
And hands the paperwork over to him as if to be like, am I allowed to? So it seems like he works here. The institution here is obviously being run by another organization.
The figure by me Spirit Wardens.
Yeah.
Yup.
And you guys do, you search his
absolutely.
logs that he was written, and you have to flip through some pages of the ledger. But it does look like, Harville was onto something, that like he was brought here to get signed in, and then shipped over to building D, which is just across the way.
You
So
gotta
you do know
get the D.
that's the building he's in.
Do we know what room he's in D?
It doesn't have that. It just says building D, like this. And you get a lot of prisoners, so like intake stuff. And then shortly thereafter, the old man comes out. It shuts the door, and the Spirit Warden just kind of stays in the room, but he hands you the paperwork. He's like, "Here you go, Mr. Colburn. Everything seems to be in order."
Of course it is. I tell you, I'll plug it back in mine.
It's fine.
It was worth it.
Does he tell us what room the guy's in?
Oh yeah, because you did say he'll say he was brought over to building D. That is, and he kind of goes to a wall where there's a map of the layout of Mirkwood. He's like, "This is over here. Are you familiar with the Mirkwood campus?"
It's not the first time I've been here, but it's been a little bit.
Okay, so you take this road. Be careful in the fog we've had recently. It's very easy to wander off path, and you don't want to be. And he goes on for maybe like a good 5 minutes talking about the dangers of the Deathlands.
He's stalling.
You don't want to go into.
He might also just be old.
He's just an old.
The lightning barrier.
Yeah.
But he does say
he might be.
the Mr. Masson was taken to building D and was brought into a second level room and kind of explains the layout. Those who are allowed on the lower levels are generally well mannered, who are unfortunately ill, perhaps suffering from a malady of the mind. But here their doctors can look after them. It is only on the topper levels where the more convalescent patients need to go. He makes no mention of basements in any of this.
And I will actually keep him distracted, and I'll point is there like just like letterhead or anything like that there?
Sure.
I'll point at whoever will pay attention. I'm like, take that. Like, I would like you to take a piece of that letterhead. But I'll go, okay, so we take this left, we go here, we do these things.
That's probably a finesse thing. Sorry, go on.
That's, yeah. Additionally, do you happen to know who is the attending physician? From this
No,
convent?
in building D, one moment, sir, and he kind of goes to his log, and it's like, I didn't think I was on this page. Sorry, it's on M, and I remember being on C. Give me one moment. And flips through attending physician.
Sorry, I interrupted you while you were working.
No. Yes, it is Dr. Wilbur Pandy.
Pandy?
Pandy. Dr. Wilbur Pandy. A forthright individual, if not a bit pretentious.
Well, you know doctors.
Yes.
I pretend to look annoyed.
Thank you very much. I think we'll be on our way then.
Did you grab the letterhead?
I'm supposed to grab the letterhead.
You have finesse, right?
He was signaling to someone to grab the letterhead.
Oh, okay, I missed that part.
No
Sorry.
worries.
Apologies.
While I was distracting.
I mean, you
I
don't
can-
have to have grabbed it.
I can roll finesse. So.
I don't think you need to roll it. I'll allow
Okay,
you to,
okay,
to,
cool.
to pick it up. He I think was more distracted by the fact, like, despite his, the age of his mind, he was very concerned that his stuff was not where he left it. I'm not sure he's put two and two together, but he has made a mental note of it.
I certainly get concerned when things aren't where I left them too.
Yeah.
It's called
Is your
being
dog with us?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
And there were saddlebags of
I
stuff.
feel like, it's called a sanitarium.
Sanatorium.
Isn't it a mechanical dog?
No.
Oh, it's a real flesh and blood
Slick
dog.
dog.
It's Slick Dog. Looks like built like a wolf with otter coat.
An otter coat?
Yes.
The coat
Okay.
of an otter, built like a wolf with the head of a leopard seal. It is a aquatic hunting animal.
Sounds adorable.
Cool. So let's get back into it. So we got some names. Wilbur Pandy, building D, second floor.
No mention of the basements.
No mentions of the basements.
We don't talk about basements.
Nor any indication of Spirit Wardens seem to be invested. Anyway,
I wonder if a 6 would have given us that information.
I moved this type slightly. Is that bad?
no, I don't think so.
What?
Oh, we are recording.
Microphone? Yeah, you can scoot it forward a little bit if you want, but it's going to cause a...
So where to? Nighthawks?
Let's go to Building D.
Yeah.
Let's go be official for a minute.
You don't want to fuck shit up in Building B for a minute?
No.
Yeah, so you head to building B. This is the one you were looking in earlier. This has
Delta.
the little old lady, filing papers and stuff like that. Kind of hears you come in, and
Before we go in, if we're sorry,
no.
the reason I had you grab the letterhead is we could write on a little official, like, we're taking this prisoner out thing. I don't know if someone wants to try to forge that. I have some forgery materials here if someone would like to try it.
Would that be a finesse roll to like try to forge up like a document of that sort?
I can see that.
It could be fun,
Okay.
yeah.
I could roll finesse. I already have 3 docs for that.
You're just transferring him to another building.
Anyone else wants to help that?
I'll help. I'll take stress to help.
Only if you want to.
I'll take
No,
I already,
I'm
I
taking-
already
No,
have
because
3
what I
docs.
can do, I have an ability that helps. Like next time that we have another super crucial one,
Yeah, we
like I
should
can do
save
foresight.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not going to use
No,
I'm trying to
foresight,
get out of
but
here.
I'm good on stress.
I haven't taken any.
And I think
specifics.
the way I'll be helping you is that as she's writing it, all like I'm, older, well to do. I know some of the verbiage she might not know. I'm saying no, not that word. Use this word.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Like you're undermining you're like ye old Grammarly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do
Like,
you spell this?
like you're
Is
in,
that a thing?
and then there might be a point where like you're in college.
Mm-hmm.
I just spelled it. Jeez. Alright, so I'll just go and roll.
working
That's
crabs
fine.
I
already.
give them my
Oh, so 4 dice, that's right. Oh,
Okay.
grab 1 more. And
All them dice.
all them dice.
All them dice.
Cool.
On 6.
Listen, I'm royal historically good on my indulgence.
I have 3 6s and a 1.
That's a crit.
That is a crit.
That's where my 6s went.
Yes.
Okay, noted. So this was in the forging of documents.
Yes.
So this was a standard. This is a regular position. I'll say this was going to have been limited effect for reasons you will find out when you try to hand these papers in. But with that crit, that'll bump that up to a standard effect. So well done. We'll see.
The third 6 doesn't give us past
It's
standard.
only, it's only 2 6s.
Yeah.
Super
No,
safe.
super
It only
crit,
it
yeah.
just adds cool to the end.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Your like your handwriting is just perfect.
Yes,
That's what the
pristine.
other.
You rolled an 18
well done.
on
I'll
your
say a
end.
success wouldn't have done it. That crit has put the nail in a coffin for something we will to be determined.
To be revealed.
We were careening headlong for a goddamn wall.
So very well done. Very well done, Nebra. This is why we need you here.
I mean, apparently-
Never leave us
Was
again.
that a desperate roll?
It was not. It was a standard. Or
You're looking for XP all day, bro. I love it.
I want my team to get better at what we do.
We were definitely in a bad way though. Like, if you weren't here, we were gonna do this anyway, and it was gonna not go super well because that's what happened last time.
Yeah, so you guys walk in, and there's the little old lady who's filing away papers in the cabinet. She doesn't really notice you right away, but at a certain point, she notices the of the door closing, and kind of turns around and is like, "Oh, forgive me, I was not expecting any arrivals. How may I help you?"
Yes, I believe you'll find this paperwork. We're here to take
Aaron Madsen.
patient Aaron Matson into remanded into what name are you using right now?
Oh. I have a name prepared.
Okay.
Lucas Downing.
Into Dr. Lucas Downing's care. I hand over the forged document.
Of course. If you'll give me just one moment, you understand protocols and everything. And takes the forged documents into a back room where, much like the last area, there's a Spirit Warden. Unlike last time, the Spirit Warden does not stay in this room, but instead takes the paperwork asking for Aaron Matson to be remanded to a new doctor, and physically comes out to the desks along with it. Examines it, finds it to be of flawless quality, but then turns to you.
So, you are the doctor who will take the recent arrival from the Deathlands.
Again, just bronze mask muffling the sound of a deep, powerful voice.
Yup, that's me, Lucas Downing.
Lucas Downing.
You got it. Dr. Lucas Downing, that is.
Might I see your credentials, Dr. Downing?
You might. I'm going to pull my credentials out that say Lucas Downing on them and present my documents.
Okay.
And you are well informed as to the capabilities of this particular patient and are prepared for what might need be done.
I've been briefed, and I hold up my bag.
Oh, totally.
We have
exactly what it is.
gesture at the rest of us. We have
Well, I feel like we
specialist
also, like, I'll gesture at
contingencies.
him dressed
Sir.
the way he is, too.
You're an assistant doctor.
I mean, that's what the dog's for, obviously.
Yeah,
Oh,
Emmeline,
yeah.
and Emmeline throughout all of this is like hiding behind the tallest one of you. Like she does not like being in the presence of the Spirit Wardens, and is like, I'm endangering the mission. I shouldn't.
Well, I think Cole in this moment is relaxed, or not relaxed, but definitely fallen into a. He's essentially standing at parade rest with his hands down by his sides because he's just like staring at straight. He's like, I don't want to look at that guy. If I don't have to, I don't have to look at that guy.
Is Emmeline?
Emmeline. Yeah.
Emily, is Emmeline an apostate spirit warden?
Well, we don't know.
Me.
Yeah.
We just don't know, dude. We just don't know.
We just don't know.
Well chosen word, by the way. Apostate, all right.
Yeah, so he asks, "Are you prepared?" You hold up your bag, look to your crew, and he goes, "Oh, Dr. Downing, good luck," and hands you back your credentials. Good crit.
Are you prepared to deal with the special capabilities of this individual? Do we not look like a group of freaks? Like, why else would you get together this particular group of people unless it was to deal with an individual with special capabilities?
Well, here we go.
What's the capabilities?
Say thank you very.
We don't know.
I've already told him I've been briefed. I can't tell him that.
This comes in the category of well, this comes in the
Shut your
category
damn
of
mouth,
like,
man.
when someone asks you if you are a god, you say yes! And he said yes!
I know I've been briefed, but what if you just went through it again real quick?
No, this is definitely a time to flash back to what's his name and find out from him.
Hold on.
So many fun.
Now,
Yeah, no, that's good for the game.
I know.
would it be possible to see if there's anything on the record that the doctor left before that I may not have been briefed on?
Yes, it'll be on his chart outside his door.
Thank you very much. Shall we then?
Yes.
We head up to the second floor.
Cool. So you head upstairs, and as you put your first foot on the step, the Spirit Warden goes,
Dr. Downing, where are you going?
Well, I was told
and he
he was.
points down.
Oh.
Damn
So we got what was the room number we got in? Sorry.
We didn't get.
He said he was on the second floor.
Oh,
we were
okay.
just told second level.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
so we go down.
Oh.
The second level in the basement.
Yeah,
Very well.
it's fine. Everything's fine.
Oh, you know how these buildings are. You always get turned around. Thank you.
So,
downstairs.
the first basement, the second basement.
One could only assume.
shit.
So we're down in a sub
Well,
basement.
yeah, as we're going down, I'm like, this was a bad idea. We shouldn't be here.
We should ask more questions about why is he in a sanatorium.
Yeah,
I
so
realize this now.
you walk through just like a normal.
You got to be better about taking jobs.
Yeah,
You could flash back into that.
just a normal door that leads down a set of stairs into a basement, and this area is in stark contrast to the rest of the room, or rest of these buildings, which has a modicum of like, this is a place of healing. We care about the people here, and this is like where those unfortunates are left to die. This is much more dungeon-like. Like the floor here is stone or concrete or some other just unfinished surface, and the rooms here are still like they're sturdy doors, but there's really no windows to these rooms, and there's a much more like prison. You know, there is a window with bars and a slot where folks can put food in. But yeah, very dreary. There's a stench down here. It doesn't get cleaned very often. It's molding food, bugs. Yeah, there's a reason probably that this is kept from sight of any inspecting body.
Well,
All right. So do we find another stairway down, or do we find?
Yeah, is it late?
Do we find a chart that has Aaron Mattinson on it?
So yeah, there are charts outside the door. No, nothing that says Aaron mapped this, but you kind of expect this as this you would assume would be level 1, and you do. This is kind of it makes almost like a U. Like these are very square buildings, so it kind of goes one way. You take a turn, and then it goes back the other, and at the end of that hall is another door, but where the one above you was like a normal hospital door, very nondescript, this is like a metal, almost like a vault door. Something like, you kind of get the impression like, whatever's down there is not meant to get out, but you're not sure, like, is this door to protect those outside from whatever's in there, or is it to, or vice versa, right?
all right.
After you, Doctor.
I want to do flashback
Daniel, right after you, Doctor.
before we walk in
Flashback.
to
I think quite literally Cole is now reached under his, he's like holding his spirit bane charm and
Oh,
back remember he's like, oh god, I hate it here.
Oh no.
So things with italics, we don't actually have to pay load for.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Oh, that's neat.
So
I have a
back-
spirit bane charm too.
Yep.
Yep. I think everyone
Is
does.
that
I
something you're producing?
Oh no.
I'm just holding mine.
I have
There are secrets here. I'm fascinated.
by default, as a leech, I have a blowgun, darts, and syringes full of liquid.
So back to the conversation with Brogan. I ask, so if this guy was pinched, why was he taken to a sanatorium and not a regular prison?
Well, this is one stress.
Yeah.
Some of the items that the circle finds of significance, including the one that Mr. Matson was to retrieve from the Deathlands for us. What's the word the commoners use? Perhaps are cursed. We don't like to use that word in a more educated society. We think that they are of spiritual significance, and that spiritual residue can sometimes rub off on an individual transporting the item. So it is possible that the superstitious nature of the Spirit Wardens thought that anyone who came into contact with one of these items be tainted by its mystical essence. Likewise, they could just think that anyone coming from the Deathland has any sort of plague or malfeasance about them. But if I had to guess, the item we did ask him to retrieve is known to be more than definitely of a cursed nature.
Like how he's like, it's not curses. Here's how curses work. They're definitely real, and yeah, it's on there. Like how he gave us no reassurances on that.
I do like that formula as well. This is a stupid word. This is the real, and it's the stupid word.
But also it's cursed.
So
Yeah.
before we walk in, I do recall
The chart.
Mr. Brogan. Want to look at the chart, but also Mr. Brogan mentioned that the item
Sorry, go ahead.
he is carrying is more than likely cursed,
Hold
and
on.
that it
I
is
was
likely.
drinking at the time trying to figure out what soda came in.
The reason he's here rather than in a regular prison is because that curse, or the Spirit Wardens might have thought that that curse would have rubbed off on him in some way.
Curse of the Forgotten
What's
Gods,
the
likely.
resist mechanic again?
So the resist is you take 6 stress.
Ooh.
Then you roll a die and remove the number you rolled from that 6 stress, and you take that amount of stress.
And then the thing doesn't happen.
Thing doesn't happen, or whatever happened is reduced. So
I didn't think it was you roll a die. Isn't there a thing where you roll?
Oh yeah, you roll one of the amount
You roll
of
your
dice. Yeah, but you take the highest die of that, and whatever that.
That's like the chance die type thing, right?
Well,
you can roll more than 1 dice. Yeah,
but you take
it'll
the
be like
highest
if
die,
I'm
you
fucking
take-
with your mind, you'd roll insight, or if I'm fucking with you in a spiritual way, you'd roll resolve.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Don't. Yeah. All right. It's cursed. We've already transported 1 cursed item. We can do another.
Sorry, Mom.
We have no mitigating.
We are mitigating.
No one has a way to mitigate the curse.
We mitigated a curse before. You weren't there. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Moving on. Who's gonna stay at the door? This is a very big door. I don't want someone to close it
I'll
behind
stay
us.
at the door.
Thank you.
Well, I think maybe you should go get the item. You're the person that mitigates the item. I'll stay at the door.
That's pretty clearly her being like, I'm not gonna fucking touch it.
She does have the most attuned, doesn't she?
Yeah.
She doesn't want to get cursed.
I know.
She knows this shit is real.
Curse smurfs.
I could pick it up. I got.
Just remember,
No,
we're
no.
doing it for the coin.
If we don't have her do it, the messenger's got it. Because I have a dot and a tune. And I did the last one.
I have a dot and tune as well.
Fair enough. wanna eat
I'll
6 stress?
I'll go in.
I haven't
5
spent any
actually.
of my stress.
The
yet,
most
so.
stress you would take is 5. But
Okay, we'll say this door is definitely locked.
Does it have a chart sitting on the outside?
No.
So there's more than one thing
Fucking
down
liar.
there.
so he just sent us down here to a locked door.
Well, you're still on level 1. There's a door you can only assume leads to more or level 2, but that door is locked when you try it.
So we were sent down here to a locked door.
Is there another door with a chart?
All the doors have charts. None of them are the dude you're looking for.
Is there a stairwell?
This is the door to the
This is the
stairwell.
only way down there.
Why is it locked?
Can someone unlock it?
What kind of roll would that be?
Well,
That'd be a finesse roll, yeah.
Right. Okay.
Or
so
wreck.
Or prowl?
Or
perhaps
tinker, yeah.
tinker?
Is prowl correct?
No.
No.
right. I mean, we could do that,
You
or
could prowl under the door.
could one of us just go back up and be like, "Hey, the door is locked. Could you unlock it for us?" Like,
I'll go back up.
There is something to say that if he... I mean, I think the messenger makes a good point. If he didn't say anything about a locked door, it might...
Be assumed that we have the key. Yeah, and if we ask for not having the key, that's
Yeah.
Emily will
suspect.
say this.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
That's
no,
actually
that's
suspect.
we were sent here on the assumption we could get past this. Either
Alright.
he's on this floor, or they
Hey,
think we can get
fine,
past this
look
door.
at
Do you have 2 tinker?
So I will produce from my bag a series of syringes, and I'll put a couple of concoctions together to create hydrochloric acid to try to melt the lock.
Emmeline's looking at this like, you just carry that on your person at all times.
So you're
What
roll-
do you carry on you at all times?
I spirit bottles clank around.
So that you're doing a tinker roll. Is
I'm
that
gonna do a
what-
tinker roll to try
Okay.
to essentially dismantle the lock internally. So hopefully so it's not doesn't look like
You're leaving a mark when you do that. Well, hold up. Actually, yeah, do this in character. That
Yeah.
if you do that, they will know that there has been tampering. There is a possibility we get out of here without anyone knowing we've taken the
Why don't you
cursed
just use
item.
a lockpick?
It did real nice because I gave him my name upstairs.
Well, I don't have one of them.
Okay. Alternatively,
Do you have a lockpick?
Well, sure.
Nebra,
I have a lockpicking kit.
Hold up.
Nebra can pull out some fine lock picks, which
Oh.
she has, and it doesn't count towards her load.
Oh,
that's
perfect.
amazing.
And then
Even
she
better.
can use finesse to try and pick the
Then
I
you
like
step
this.
back and put his.
This is why we recruit the employment of a lurk.
I agree.
Perfect.
This is why we could have used you.
This guy's about to
Did
melt
you
the
find
lock
Joe
with
before?
acid. Just like, why don't we just...
Oh,
This is
we
what I
did a
can
job.
do.
No, I mean, Emily did great, but like the rest of us,
She produces like a
was
universal
close.
key, like...
we killed a
No.
lot of horses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just very durable lock picks.
I don't think
Damage.
we actually killed the horses. We failed to kill them. We definitely cut them up.
Oh gosh.
They died.
Yeah.
Horse murder. That's my storytelling MO.
Yeah,
Anywho.
it's the new Kyle.
So 5, 4, 3.
5, 4, 3. We take the 5 as success with the complications. So we'll say you're able to lock the door. Like, this is your wheelhouse. It is a good lock. You know, this is
Yes,
well constructed. And the complication here is, unfortunately, it takes time in order to do it correctly. You don't leave a mark, you don't break the lock, nor your tools. But that time is going to start a clock. It's going to be a 6 segment.
Oh, my 6s are.
That is found out, let's say. And I'm going to fill in 2 of those 6 segments.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Good.
good.
That's very fair.
It's fucked up.
But the door is now open.
On our way.
There's no way to wind clocks backwards, is there? That would be a really
After
powerful
you,
tool.
That's a violation of
After you
physics.
Point of doctor, take a step downstairs. Folks. Here we go. Down into the pits ahead. Once born to the breach, my friend.
Yeah, so you go and descend into the
Did we
next
want someone to stay here at this door?
room.
Yes. Don't let anyone close that door on us.
Okay, done. I'll stay here and hold this door.
I love this.
Does it unlock from the inside?
Don't fucking know.
No.
Don't
No.
Obviously not. It's a sanatorium. Yelling
So once you take an item out of your load, is that like a one-time use or can it be used?
No, it'll be established unless it's kind of dependent, right? Like if you're like, I produce documents and I have to hand them over and someone
Right,
takes it.
makes sense.
But like, yeah, if you have your lockpicking skills
I
now,
have
you
my
can
lockpicking
reuse.
skills.
I have a like iridescence vial. If I take it,
It's
it's
gone.
used. Yeah.
Right.
But like likewise, you know, a complication for the roll you just made could make your tools break. And
Right,
it would-
right.
But
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
cool. So as you guys walk, or those who go down. Yeah, this is more unfinished, and this is a smaller sub-level of the basement. This seems to be the bottom. They didn't dig too deep down here, and this
No
is a
balconies.
circular room. And if you've seen Sandman, it's kind of like what the warlocks imprison Sandman in. There's just like a circular room that's almost like a sensory deprivation chamber. Like it's made of metal and there is a door but no windows or anything on it. Just in the center of the room that people can walk around and observe from all angles. And on the door that would lead into it is like the hatch you might find on like an ironclad or something like that. This is like an industrial.
Is there a chart on that door?
There is that says
Son of a bitch.
Aaron Matson,
Oh, okay.
Other windows?
smuggler.
Right, well,
Other
guess I'll take a finger to his
Other windows?
No,
We're in a basement.
We're
no,
in
it's
a
stuck to the chamber.
We're
We're in a
in a
sub-basement.
basement of a basement.
No,
Sub-basement.
chamber.
Oh,
I meant to the chamber.
I get that.
No, he said there was
Well, the
sensory.
idiot.
He sends sensory deprivation. There's no light coming out. Okay,
Um,
so the chart.
We'd like to investigate the chart. So I gotta roll for that, or can I read it?
No, what information are you trying to glean from the chart?
Well,
Other
what-
than, like, you know it's his name's on it.
Well, what observations have been made? What notes have the doctors made?
Yeah, so it seems like when he was brought in to like general pop, like you know, the doctors he didn't present with any visible symptoms other than what is initially referred to as a skin discoloration, and then it gets progressively worse. Is like, oh no, maybe it's necrotic tissue. Oh no, there's maybe he is suffering from some sort
What
of
was
leprosy
the
or
title
other
of
ailments.
this? What was the title of this again?
The Hand of Kotar.
Yeah. Okay, so it's Hand of Vecna.
uh,
Is that the cursed item he's got?
Chop off his hand.
Where's the skin discoloration?
It is around his hand, at the wrist.
Excellent choice, sir.
And it seems like he got progressively more erratic in his behavior to the point that the doctors are like, maybe we need to move him out of general pop and focus in on him. And that's when it seems like Spirit Wardens were like, we will take it from here, and the chart is no longer recorded.
Okay.
Okay, so. Alright, so our plan originally was just to come in here and take an artifact. Now, because of the nature of that forgery, our plan has to be remove this guy
We don't know what the artifact is anyway.
He yells from
Yeah, I'm upstairs.
Our plan is to take this guy out. If we don't leave with this guy, that Spirit Warden out there is going to know something's up. Which means we have a problem with Spooky, and everybody's
We're
Spooky
taking
before
him, or we're taking charge of him.
It's
What?
like taking charge. I don't think we
I don't
necessarily
think we're
have to
supposed to
bring
take
him
him
out.
anywhere. I think I'm just supposed to be his new doctor.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be working on him in the cell.
Okay,
I
cool.
think
He needs to stay in the cell.
out of character. I think it can be interpreted either way, and I think we're cool. Like,
Yeah, I'm the doctor here to take care of him.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't take her taking
Some of
him
us
anywhere.
might be carrying implements for that
You know, I'd
purpose.
just be taking some piece of him out. Or some part. You never know.
All right.
The spleen.
So, we got a couple different things here.
Yeah.
We can open the door, we can have a conversation, he can surrender the item. I don't think that one's very likely. Another option.
Yeah, be like, here, take it. It's cursed.
We open the door, out comes the long gun, and I shoot him.
You're
Until,
gonna make a lot of noise.
yeah, lots of things make noise. It's all right.
That,
Maybe have the doctor do
Cole can cause a distraction.
Do I see his apparent reaction at getting a chance to kill somebody, or is it hidden pretty good?
No. Like I'm talking about solving problems. With bullets.
I'm all for it.
So you open the door.
So I never actually took the Hippocratic Oath, but sometimes it pains me a little bit to think that way. Anyway.
Right. Do you think we can talk him out of it?
I haven't talked to him yet. I have no idea.
Do you think the Spirit Wardens wouldn't have taken it off of him if they could take it off him without killing him?
I think they're a suspicious lot, and they'll do whatever they can with it in him. It's weird.
They are weird. That's true.
He could be a normal
Or
fella
they
who
may
just acting a
understand
bit
that
strange.
it's not really worth
He
it
could
to
be,
never know.
he could be
No,
storing the
he's
item
not just a
somewhere
bit
very
strange.
secret.
He's got the skin discoloration.
It's called a rash.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I'm fine with shooting.
I'm putting on gloves just in case. You get to
Smart.
Yeah.
Mark a kid alone.
Okay.
What would you
Right.
mark that for gloves?
In Roll20, I believe there's like other items. But
Yeah, I use.
Oh, you
Right.
could just like do custom.
So,
got
can
it.
I-
Awesome.
Sorry.
Oh no.
I mean, we're either gonna stand here all night, or we're gonna step inside.
No, we don't have to go in. We'll shoot the door. Redress will pull him out.
Shoot him through the door.
No. Open the door, shoot him, and then we pull him out.
You want to shoot him?
Hold up gun.
What happens if he dies?
So there's no window on the door, right?
Then
so
he
we can't
dies.
tell. Okay.
There'll be a lot of
Then he
noise.
can't talk about us.
I mean, isn't there like a legit a reaction when anyone dies in town?
Yeah, it's a little more.
Yeah.
So like
We have zero heat now.
No. I don't think this is a good idea. I don't think we
We'll
should
cause
just
a
murder
bunch of
him.
heat. All right. So we do have a clock room. So
Yeah,
We,
so
we have
okay.
people who can help with the curse here.
So, do we know in?
So
Hold up.
you mentioned a door. Are there any other things on the walls or anything? It's just a door. There's no machinery or
How's
anything
everything
around it.
is?
I need to do a flashback because we should know about this goddamn thing. Who the hell is Kotar?
Okay. There'll just be a one stressor. Roll me how you think you've obtained that information to find out the quality of what you have learned.
Can I pull someone's help inside of a flashback? Because I think there's an academician who should help me out on this.
Emily?
Yeah.
Or never. I have a dot study.
Yeah, whoever wants to take the stress, if you want to do it, or Emily.
So it's only
can.
one stress?
Yeah, one stress to help
Okay,
them out.
I can take that one stress, that's fine.
Is it the first stress you're taking?
No, I have like 3.
Oh, I haven't taken any yet.
I'm all the way. I am.
People keep
At,
taking my flashbacks and stuff.
I'm at 9 now.
Oh.
That's another trauma.
See, this is his
No,
thing.
I'm 1 point away. You have to fill it up and then take 1.
Because the
Do you
curse,
have trauma?
the curse would give you
Not yet.
trauma.
He's working on it though. He
So
wants it real
that
bad.
gives me 3 dice. 1 for help, 1 for pushing myself, 1 for having a dot and study. Is this roll? What is this roll? This is no effect, isn't it?
No, this would be limited effect.
So crit, you get
but it's
standard
not.
effect.
It's a normal roll limited effect.
Normal
So
roll.
crit and get a
limited
standard effect. Go. Oh shit, you didn't crit.
What? Not
Oh,
yet.
not yet.
I lost a
Just
die.
It is on a 5 if we care enough.
No, you reroll it.
Oh,
Okay.
he's
Nate says no. We go for the crit.
Off the table, count as
hiding
chopped
from
to any.
You can't hold all the dice. You can't make the roll.
Exactly.
Fair,
Yeah.
fair.
Love me,
House
you little
rule.
shit.
I was just,
That's not love.
Dang
so
it.
I
Oh,
did
that's
get a success.
Okay. A flat
KOTOR.
success?
Yeah.
Just a 6.
Okay. Cool. So you find, I think this is something you pull from, what was it? The Archive of Shadows, or your?
Oh, god damn it! Why is it in red?
Or the stacks, the arcane
occult
stacks.
stacks.
The occult stacks, yes.
Yes.
This would be where you have seen
fuck is that?
this name.
It's a library with very good stuff in it. You know,
Is that
stacks.
library
Yeah,
located
library.
in the school, or is this
It's
a
a
separate
library.
library?
Pay for access.
Where is the library? Where are the occult stacks? What district?
Oh, I don't know enough about the districts. We never ended up placing that.
What's it? Where? the fuck is that?
Where would be a good district for weird? So I imagine the occult stack started as someone's personal library, and then maybe either picked up some stank and had to go underground, or they passed away and someone else kept it and it gets handed down.
Or it could have been donated to like a school for like educational purposes.
Since I'm using it for advice, I don't think it's part of a school.
Okay,
Um,
just throwing that out there.
but yeah, so where would be a part in town where someone could have?
I mean, weird stuff happens all over. I mean, I could see this being like something that's passed around in strange locations in the docks, or off the canals in Silk Shore.
What's the driest part of town?
The driest.
In terms of alcohol, in
Maybe
terms of
Charter
like.
Hall?
Yeah,
Always
Charter
moisture.
Hall could be. When I think dry, I think somewhere like Dunslow or Barrowclef, which is farmland and like mud.
If it's a public library, it's probably
No,
be
it's not. It's someone's private.
It could be just a night market.
Yeah, I could see Charter Hall too. You know that because Charter Hall's the government quarter, so I
Okay.
could see someone like of influence starting this up, and there's also a school there, so I could see
Sure.
Scholars of the Arcane perhaps using it. And
It's kind of like a speakeasy in a place where information is
I
regulated.
could also see it. I could also see it in Silk Shore, but as because that's the Red Canal district. But it's like you go in, it's a library. You're like, this isn't what I'm here for. Okay, so
Yeah, actually, let's put it with the cat houses. That's
yeah,
it.
so sort of like what? Oh, this is not what I came here
Yeah.
for. Yeah, cool. All right,
Is this
so,
entire room devoted to a librarian kink?
so you've got a success. I will say, like, it is limited effect. So, like, and where this comes in, you find information about KOTOR, but you find many informations, and some of which is like conflicting, and that's pointed to like it is probably unknown in this day and age what exactly KOTOR was. But here is what the best guesses have offered.
It's Knights of the Old Republic.
Yeah, the entity known as KOTAR was either a legendary sorcerer, a demon, or a hero who was mummified before the cataclysm. The eye, the hand, and the heart of KOTOR are said to possess great power for those bold enough to risk their use.
Okay. Now, I don't know the title of the story, so I don't know it's the hand. But I know it's an artifact of KOTOR. The only artifacts of KOTOR that we've been talking that are folks, I've got a bad feeling about this. You know, so this is let's do this in flashback. What I've been able to glean about KOTOR is he's a notable figure. You know how history gets people weird. They're either a sorcerer or a hero or a demon. It doesn't really matter. Made a big difference. And upset the establishment.
I think demon makes a big difference.
Real quick, who
not
did
in
we get
history.
the name KOTOR from originally? Like, do we know this is?
We
this
know
item is-
that that's what the.
I know that's the name of the
Circle-
game, but
We know that that's what the Circle of Flame is looking for.
Yeah,
The
they
art-
found this
Collecting
out last game
artifacts of
through
KOTOR.
down
oh,
We found that
I
out.
see. Okay. My bad.
So we know that.
There's a reason that I don't know.
So if they're looking for stuff, that's what KOTOR left behind. Well, a mummy. Like his own desiccated body was preserved, and we don't know what happened to most of it. Maybe the power was concentrated in 3 artifacts, but the eye, the hand, and the heart are what exist. to use those, you do something with them. I bet this guy ate an eyeball, is what we're looking at.
So we gotta cut him open and look in his stomach.
Yeah, but like, it's a powerful artifact. Who knows what it's doing to the guy?
What? Okay, would that,
And
would
you've
that
got
cause
this
a
skin
rash?
delves-
Maybe eating that
But
eyeball.
this isn't
cause
a
a rash?
flashback.
Oh,
Yeah, this is a
okay,
flashback.
sorry.
So we don't know what it did to the guy.
Oh, okay.
But now we can flash forward, and you've got this information that caused a discoloration. And where was that discoloration?
It's on his hand. Is that what it said? His
Yeah.
hand? Yeah.
And the thing, there's a thing on his wrist, right?
Well,
Or
it's
is it
starting
the
at the wrist. They're like, oh, he has a discoloration. It's like,
Oh.
oh no, maybe it's a necrotic flesh. Oh no, maybe it's a leprosy or some like.
So he's got a fucked up hand.
I don't think it's the eye anymore, and I don't think he ate it.
Yeah, it's time to cut a hand.
Yeah, we might be cutting
And
some
just
of
a
his
quick
hand
aside before the flashback's over, and then I feel like there should be no answer, and that's when the flashback ends. Why did you assume that he would have just straight up eaten the eye?
Yeah.
There's a whole
I
series
like
of scenes that happen.
I like that happening, and there's a cut, and the audience doesn't see the rest of the conversation. Right. Okay. Are we back to the part where I shoot him then?
No.
Because, like, how are we getting the hand off of him? If
choppy
he's...
choppy.
So, A, he has used this thing. B, it sounds like it's using him. C, it's some kind of powerful, or they wouldn't have done this. B, I mean, we know possession is a thing.
Well, let me ask you this. What if I just knock him out?
And then we.
You can knock him out.
Yeah.
I pull out a cartridge of ectoplasmic bullets, can knock them both out.
No, that's something I haven't seen before. Can I do?
I have.
Can I do a bit of a tinker's roll on that to get a little bit of information on it?
Probably.
Just
yeah.
by just a glance, like a bit of investigation just from a look.
Yeah, I'm totally going to hand you a box of cartridges on the assumption that you're not going to fuck them up.
You don't even know.
We're both part of the crew.
Do you
I
I'm not
trust
gonna.
you.
I'm not gonna fuck with them. I'm not gonna take them apart. I just want to read them.
Yeah.
Have a look.
I don't even know if we need to read it.
Acme ectoplasmic cartridges.
I got a 4.
Yeah, I mean, these are ectoplasmic bullets. They're not uncommon in Duskfall. They are still a bullet casing, so they do physical harm to whoever gets hit with them at bullet speed. But the ectoplasmic inside disrupts electroplasmic beings, most notably ghosts. So this is a way to shoot ghosts.
Very well.
Cole's like, no, can I get some of those?
All right. So what am I
I
gonna
shoot
do?
ghosts. Then what?
I
Yeah.
don't
Alright,
shoot
yeah.
ghosts. I'm upstairs.
Well, I'm gonna change it a little bit.
Otherwise,
I'm gonna apply some tinkering, and I'd like to fashion I'm gonna pull a. I'm just gonna mark this off as one of my items. I'm gonna pull a funnel and a little and some other alchemical equipment out of my bag and fashion a one-time use silencer for your rifle to reduce the overall sound of it when you make the shot.
Oh man, there's so many times when I could have used one of these.
Yeah, so we'll take the 4. That you rolled for the initial tinker for that, I think. Success with a complication.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, for investigating the bullets.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll say you can use that to, because I mean, the investigating kind of bullets, I don't think necessarily require a roll.
Oh, okay.
But you actually build a silencer for them.
Yeah. So you build the silencer. The complication here is this isn't an expedient process. So I am going to fill up another segment of our 6-segment clock of found out.
Okay.
But you do now have a silencer.
So we won't immediately fill that whole thing up with one shot. with the whatever that clock
I
is.
mean, I kind of think we should go in there and see.
It's too fucking late now. Open the door, take the shot.
All right.
Go in there and what?
Who's opening my door?
I will open the door for you. You take the shot.
Is this door also locked? Is it going to require another lock picking?
Let's see. I have to say it most assuredly would have been, but was the last orderly smart? No, that's a failure. So it seems like whoever was in here last delivering food or whatever did not lock the door behind
The door
them.
is unlocked.
No,
That's
the door
us.
can't be opened from the inside. There's no way you'd build something like this to be opened from the inside. The door up the stairs probably can't be opened from the inside.
it's just not barred on the outside.
Yeah.
It's just not right.
Well, the door's unlocked.
Let's do this!
Wonderful sign. Crack. And then back against the wall, the door open.
Yeah, you see, do you just immediately take the shot, or are you going to look at who you're shooting at?
Well, I want to shoot a person. If there's more than one person in there...
You want to shoot a person matching the description of the individual we know as
not really. Sorcery.
Sure.
All right, so here's the order of things. I have a hunting dog, right? So here's the thing we're going to do. One, if there's a person who's visible, yeah, I am shooting them. In fact, shooting them dead.
Okay.
This is definitely the plan because the assumption is this person is possessed by Kotar, and they are a powerful sorcerer, and I need to deal with the possession in the person. We take the hand, we fucking leave
Kotar might be interesting to talk to, though.
We fucking leave like the end of 4 rooms, right? Just chop, sweep, out.
Just dismissal in that statement. No!
You know, I'm quite fond of you.
Also,
Most of the
fucking great way to line into your background. Yeah, I'm into it.
We shoot the guy, take the thing, get out. This is main plan. If I see more than one person, I'm gonna have the dog tell me which one is real, and hope that as an expert hunter, the dog can figure it out as fast as I can. Also, we can work that into the hunt roll, whatever. I don't know how it's going to be.
So I'll say, as soon as you open the door, you see a person in there, and it is like a white wall padded cell. Again, no light, no. It seems to be soundproof, you know. But yeah, you do see just the one person, so you can go ahead and take your shot, which sounds like a hunt roll.
It is a hunt roll, and
I would take a stress to help you.
And I would use my foresight to not take a stress to help you.
Well,
cool.
So you can only get the benefit of the one.
So I don't think stress is right. No, everything.
And for my foresight, it was this whole time, just in my mind, we are going to have to.
What does he look like?
It looks like, as described, he's an acrobacy man, athletic build.
It's Indiana Jones. They're shooting Indiana Jones.
He absolutely is, yeah. Straight. He's not restrained other than that, but yeah, how is it like this? Straight jacket thing.
I love myself.
Yep.
I can't see his hand then.
Yep.
Okay.
And so I knew, like, in my, like, this guy's not going to make it out alive. We're artifact or no, we're probably going to have to kill him. And so
it is time to unleash that inevitability.
Yeah, and so I kind of come up to him and in the most encouraging way possible. I'm just like, make it count.
Right.
As he's like aiming, and I'm right next to him.
So the only question is, am I biting trauma now? And I think I probably am. To push myself, because I do want this shot to count really good.
Yeah.
I will say, when you take trauma, you remove yourself from the rest of the game.
So don't do it.
You're left for dead. And then
I didn't know that part.
Yeah, don't do that.
How would that even work here?
You'd be left in the hospital.
We'd probably carry you out and get you out.
They show up.
Yeah, you're so shocked you go catatonic, or I mean, you can describe how that
I would have
looks,
plane
but
things differently.
I mean, there could be a psychic reverberation from
the
ghosts.
No, they'll know that you had problems dealing with a thing.
I guess that's true. Yeah.
Like it wouldn't be. I don't think it would be suspicious to carry me out.
I think you should.
Your dog can carry you.
I don't think you should do the stress.
It almost might be better if someone did come out past him.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Let's see. One or two, and I push, and I drop it.
And it lands exactly on his side.
Alternatively, you
Where'd
could
it go?
take a devil's bargain till I don't
And
know.
why I'm gone.
Here, Powell.
Yeah.
It's a 1. I'm taking it.
Powell, roll in this. This is a dice tray, so you don't drop them on the floor all the time.
1-6.
1-6. All right. So numerous things happen. So you open the door, you see the guy, you take the kill shot, which is successful. Aaron sees the door open, his eyes light up, and he's like, "Finally, they've come for me, and I'm saved." Boom! And his corpse hits the ground.
I'm legit take control of what's eating.
Oh man.
I mean, you can describe how you take that trauma, what you choose, and how you.
Well, you didn't. Did you go over? I don't think. You did.
I did.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
Damn it.
I went over. In fact, I think I'm wrapped around to a stress of 1. Or no,
It goes to 0.
just goes to 0 even if no matter how much you go over?
You could have taken 9 more and it would have been fine.
Neat.
Yeah.
Alright, so it's
a big penalty for
How did you do that?
Like his strings were cut.
This is awesome.
Why is he even here? They could put anyone in here. There's. Did you know that there's no limit? There's no limit to what they can bury. You never know. You never know what's buried. Do you know what's buried?
Cole, I think we have a messenger problem.
Yeah, I come running down the stairs.
And lock us all in.
No, I mean the door is unlocked currently. Like it's,
So we gotta
But
get a
yeah, the
hand.
messenger can go catatonic.
Yeah.
The dog is probably has more mass than the messenger does. So you can unpack the saddlebags and just
Well, and for your benefit, so you're not just
Drape
like
your back
sitting here doing nothing. You can feel free to continue taking the actions of redress and how he might go about.
I don't know what an expert hunter means as a cohort, but
Rolling again.
we can learn cohort mechanics after you deal with dismembering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so sorry for my edification. What trauma did you choose?
Paranoia, probably. I
Yeah,
think
that sounds
fits.
terrible.
That sounds great.
Well, I've been thinking paranoia fits with the vices that the messenger already has.
Yeah.
Mine too.
Do I need to talk about a specific delusion? Because I absolutely have one planned.
Oh no. I mean, you can if you want, or that can come out in RP.
We'll
or-
find out.
Yeah.
What you just did was great.
Yeah.
That
Yeah, I love that.
Oh,
Interactive.
so is your character currently yelling, or are you just
No. The final yelling is, "Do you know what's buried?" And then just like, kind
And then
of.
we have a
Dis-
messenger
full
problem.
disassociation. Like
We have set. Training takes over. Gun is cleared. Gun is set down. Backing into the corner, like I could end up in here at any time.
This
Muttering
could
to
be me.
himself.
Just
So
regress at
is
your
there now
side.
a dead body in the middle of the room? Or?
Yes, absolutely. The
Yeah,
dog.
yeah.
The sweet
With
dog
a
is
headshot.
there.
Service dog. He's
All right.
service
So
dog.
now,
Right.
well, time for Sawbones to saw bones.
Well, he's in a straitjacket.
Yeah.
all. So
But it's also
I
dead.
can. Well, I don't know what the
I
role
have
would be.
gloves on, so I could potentially get him out of the straitjacket.
He's got that gloves.
That's true. You can deal with him without touching him.
Yeah. So if you want to strip him of the
Yeah.
straitjacket, yeah, that's fine. So you do so, and indeed it is as you feared, but knew. You can see where he did it, but it looks like Aaron self-amputated his hand at the wrist.
Ash Williams.
And now attached in almost like that Venom symbiote style is the necrotic mummified hand.
So we just take the whole arm.
And when it sees you, when you free it of the straitjacket and it sees you, I'm talking about the hand here because Aaron is clearly dead. It rushes out, and without Aaron there to fight against that impulse, immediately goes for your throat and is going to choke you to death unless you resist.
I will resist.
All right, so that is a physical resistance. You're going to take 6 stress.
Okay. What do I roll?
You'll roll as many dice as you have something in physical.
Yeah.
So which one's physical?
Probably.
You have 2 in each.
I have
Doesn't
2
really
each.
matter. So you're going to roll 2 dice because you have 2
Okay.
things.
I will roll.
The dice ended up in this thing because I keep dropping them on the fucking floor.
All right. I'll take 2 dice. And I got a 6 and a 4.
Okay, so you don't take any stress.
So I fucking like
And thank God you have gloves. So part 2 of this doesn't come into play yet.
That's yeah.
But you are holding the hand of...
Can I,
you see that like this thing has speed that it ought not, and it's like almost moving this flaccid corpse around with it as it's trying to get at you.
I need a little help here.
Could I just use my cloak and just like wrap it around the hand and try to like?
You have a glass.
push
You
it
have
down,
glass
like-
jars.
Now, is it
Okay.
still attached to his arm when it did when it went after him?
yes.
Is it detaching?
It like jerked the body.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, as long as first off, as long as it's attached to the body, it ain't getting very far. So.
Oh no, it seems
It's-
like it has strength and speed that it ought not have. Like it is moving the body when it lunges.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So at the very least, it's just.
It's
going-
dragging this dead body around with
So
it, but
it's kind
got
of
that
like
strength.
it's got flight, like Kryptonian flight, except it's it's held back by this weight of the body.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was like, do we want to remove the body?
At this point, I think
Can we
it's beneficial.
contain this?
Yeah.
How do spirit bottles work?
Yeah.
So spirit bottles hold spirits. I don't think, in my mind, they're not big enough to hold a hand.
I was
It is
picturing like a milk bottle.
Yeah.
Can you build something like you did last time, where you contained the fucking demon sapphire ghost? Ghost?
That unfortunately was all. And I point to the guy in the corner.
I'm just
who's
saying,
catatonic.
between all of you, like
I have a tune. I could potentially build something. I can use Tinker to build something.
and rather quickly here, because we'd love to get out of it. But
Yeah, I'll try to throw together using like a glass jar and some other stuff to try to contain the hand.
Nighthawk, don't take this the wrong way, but we might close this door in just a little bit. I'm not just joking. I'm just kidding.
That glass jar
Don't
will
worry.
be another tick of load.
Yeah.
And then you're tuning something up.
Well, no, I'm just saying I have a tune, which would be which is what the supernatural thing, right?
So
We'll tell you what. Emmeline can roll an attunement here if you would like to help her, maybe, or I don't know your stress. She could help you with this, but
I haven't taken any stress.
okay.
So I'm
yeah.
happy to help Emmeline if it was a tinkering roll to help construct something while she uses her
attunement
yeah.
Yeah, but I do like your idea of maybe wrapping it in a cloak, and so maybe Emmeline is and you're like producing stuff to do sigils and stuff on your cloak.
Maybe just
is this just a mechanical thing? Like, it's still doing its Kryptonian flight thing in a glass jar? So, like, you've got this cloak wrapped jar, and there's this tunk sound coming from the inside.
It's like a bird
100%.
Alright, do I need to roll for that, or you would do it?
So you take a stress. I get a bonus dice. She has 2 attunes. So that would be 3. I'll pursue myself, taking 2 stress. That is a 6. So
So
we
we were able to contain the hand.
Yeah.
And
Without
successfully
without advancing the clock.
and we haven't but have we removed him from his arm or no?
Not yet, but when we have a containment vessel for when we do.
Okay, so we built the vessel, we haven't yet contained the hand.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so next is to contain the hand.
Emily holds it.
I pull out a hatchet.
Are you down here?
Cutter?
Yeah, I came down when Emmeline called me down because we had a messenger problem.
So I will
I'm like aiming it towards the container.
well, as the sawbones, I'll saw the bones.
Oh, okay, fine.
Go
I
for
put
it.
my hatchet away.
Oh.
Yeah.
I am definitely trying to not get any of this on me.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Well, you're kind of totally covered now between your...
Yes, I
Well,
am.
let's see your roll that you're removing the hand with to see how covered the Nighthawk gets. And Emily.
Well, I do have, I
God
technically
damn
do
it.
have bone saw tools. I would love to use my tinker's tools and do a tinker roll for that.
Yeah, a body tinker as
Yeah.
a physicker I think is appropriate.
Sounds
So
about
I'm
right.
sure I've had you do this.
And I'm also
bone
going to
saw
take,
it.
I'm
It's
also going to take
controlled
2 stress
environment
and
before.
put on
worm?
Okay.
No? Oh, well. How could we have this many nerds together and and only one of us has read Worm?
Huh?
Yeah. Statistical enough. Sure.
And so I want this to go well. I'm also going to do a devil's bargain. Now, how
Well,
does
push
this work
yourself before you do that.
He did.
again? I already did.
Ah.
So it gives me 3 dice. I want to go up to 4.
What's your devil's bargain?
So can you explain how this working?
Yeah, so you will get an extra dice, but well, you can ask me to come up with one, or if anyone has like okay, but this bad thing happens, and it doesn't matter whether you succeed or fail, the thing happens.
May I suggest maybe the tool that you use to cut the arm ends up getting mangled and.
I have a much better suggestion.
Okay.
So you remember earlier he mentioned I mentioned he was reaching into his pocket a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna break his vial of quicksilver in his breast pocket
Let's
against his chest,
do it.
which is
Or the hand grabs one of your syringes as it goes in.
What does the vial of Quicksilver do?
his only supply to the drug he's addicted to.
Cool. So you won't be able to reduce stress as a downtime action. I'll
That
take
Sounds
that.
terrible. How do you get that back?
I have to go.
I have to
my
go to another
apothecary
vice
friend.
purveyor. Yeah. So I'll say you won't be able to indulge your stress until you do a downtime activity to acquire an asset.
Sounds good.
So that's 4 dice?
Yeah, 4 dice.
Or you got help from someone, so it should be 5.
I have 2 already. +1 for help, +1 for
Stress.
push for Devil's Bargain.
And
then
for pushing
Plus,
yourself.
okay, so
Then you
fine.
push yourself, yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Pushing yourself is 2 additional stress, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, I already marked it down.
It's so low stress though.
Oh, yeah. That's
This is the
Yeah,
part
I've-
that's
I've
for
used
him though.
3
Like he
so
was kind of chill the whole time. Now I'm getting.
I
I
can
have
do the
dice
doctor.
too. Okay. I got a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wow.
A success
Straight.
with a complication.
It's good enough,
So
right?
Yeah.
you free the hand from
Everything goes
Aaron
6.
Matson. It goes into the jar. Fine. I think for my complication, I love Pal's idea that we do, like, you can take this hand up and it's not getting out of the jar, but as you walk past the Spirit Warden, you're going to hear the boom, boom, boom of that hand punching around in the glass.
Alrighty.
If I wrap the glass, if I wrap the jar in the cloak, does it act like a bird to where if it can't see anymore, it just stops?
No, you know
This is
what?
what's the National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation where the
That's
old
fine.
lady
Yeah.
wraps
Yes, it
the
does.
cat?
Yes.
But the cloak's gotta stay on it though.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
can't
That's
believe I
fine.
rolled 5 dice and get a 6. That's about
I
1,
mean,
2, 3, 4,
listen,
5. I
I'm
got them
gonna
all
do-
leveled to 6.
Don't worry, I rolled all 3s and a 5.
Yeah, there you go. We're having awful.
All right, now it's time to get the fuck out.
You got CTFO.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is there any other artifacts on him, or is like
No.
this the only one? Do we see any other signs of corruption?
No.
Because there was an eye and a heart, right?
Yeah, no, no other signs of corruption. The only abnormality was the hand, which clearly
And the whole head.
something was up with because it tried to attack you after his death. Yeah.
No chest burster.
Yeah, no other artifacts though. You're pretty confident this is it. This is probably the thing that Harville Brogan was like, oh yeah, it's nothing. No,
Did
definitely.
you watch Idle Hands over the weekend? Or?
Yeah.
Wow, there's a flashback.
Alright, so we've stripped the hand. It's now in the jar. And it's wrapped in your cloak.
It's calmed down because
It's
apparently
calmed
it's a
down.
bird.
Okay.
Question. Helping or hurting here, of course.
Alright.
He's dead, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Has
Kill
the-
shot. You
has the-
succeeded on that.
Has the bell chimed?
You are so deep in the ground and the
Oh,
sensorism
no.
that you have not heard it, but
Okay.
you can only imagine that someone is dead in Duskfall, and so the Spirit Wardens up top have heard a bell.
Do they know the bell is here? Nah.
Well, there are Deathseeker crows who immediately fly out to the location of the body.
Where
You've
do
not
they
seen
fly from?
crows yet, but you also haven't been upstairs to see if they're flocking to the rafters of this building.
So you
I,
close up the chamber and just get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
We need to come up with a way of dealing with killing people. Because we're gonna keep. Well, I'm gonna keep killing people.
That's why I was like, don't kill him.
Eventually,
you have a
it's
chance.
probably take a veteran ability from
One of
the
the
assassins group
yeah.
that does something like that.
Mhm.
Okay.
Your ectoplasmic bullets didn't stop his ghost, or
Well, actually, that's a good point.
It does stop his ghost. He won't come up to a ghost, but the bell chimes upon someone's death.
Yeah, so anytime anybody dies.
So it's going to come in back as, oh, well, this has been dealt with, which will also, there'll be some paperwork filed out about how this man died if someone knew what they were doing, but...
Which was part of our cover story.
Ooh, okay. Okay, one last question. Can I, like, spray paint the silver nails symbol?
Was spray paint around in, like, the 1800s?
Yeah,
Is that
like,
technology
it would
that-
be like, you know...
So
You
there's always been paint aeration,
Mhm.
like with a straw that goes back to original cave paintings and stuff, but no rattle cans. That's
Yeah,
for sure.
it was
What
like
about
spray paint was a
What
general
about
term.
chalk or like something
Chalk
like
or
that,
something,
like,
yeah. Like, is there any way we could?
You want to leave a calling card.
Of the silver nails.
oh yeah.
I mean, I'll say, you got a lot of paint on the ground.
Blood.
Point.
So
Oh, not
I'm
just
gonna-
blood.
I'm gonna
Wait,
post-
there's
wait,
brain
You
too.
can touch the blood.
Hold on, let me
firsthand.
pose a general question to the room. Should we try to point this at the silver nails?
You can do
Or
whatever
should we
you
try to
want at
get
this
one
point.
out?
At this point, I'm done.
Yeah,
Let's get the fuck out.
Yeah, let's just get out.
You're gonna touch the blood.
Like, I'm sorry,
firsthand.
I signed up for some happy thievery, not ghost murder.
We didn't murder
Well,
him,
that's
so-
where we ended up.
Yeah, we did.
Who wanna get paid
That
for
part.
this shit? Let's get out of here.
I thought he was a demon.
Okay. So you go up to the next level, the basement. And at this point, the shot was silenced. You didn't hear a bell. we can't know for sure what has routed them up, but the prisoners on the first level of the basement are riled up, and you hear the boom, 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 banging against the walls. No, not the hand. You walk past there. I mean, they're locked in. They're not getting out.
And so we're like guiding him out, like he can still walk.
You can just,
yeah.
Well, you can just tie him to the dog.
Yeah, I think
okay.
we time to the dog. When we get up to
Redress
the
can haul him out.
gate door, can we actually close it and like relock it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll I think do that.
Good thing I didn't melt it, I guess.
Yeah.
Like we are professionals, right?
Mhm.
Locking it, and then I'll take the lead, I guess, and try to head out.
Okay. So you make it back up top. The little old lady is there, no longer at the desk. She's staring out the window and kind of looking up. The Spirit Warden who was attending you is gone. And that's where we're at.
Let's get back to the boat.
So we're in building D,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And so let's roll back to the boat.
Yes, yeah.
So let's peek outside and see what's going on.
Yeah, so when you
Free
peek
print.
outside, there are just a murder of crows
Great.
perched on Building D. Caw-caw! Caw-caw! And you do see the Spirit Wardens kind of congregating around the building, looking up at the crows, looking around and at themselves like, did we? Let's see. Yeah.
Can we just disappear into the
Have a good
fog?
day, Mom.
Well, that's the thing. Look,
It's
outside
real
the
foggy.
door, how many Spirit
So-
Wardens are there outside?
Let's say
Oh, God.
8.
So we're assuming that we can't like open the door and just leave. We can't
Try.
escape without them seeing us.
You can certainly try.
Yeah, it's difficult to say. Like,
Yeah.
if you just walk out the front door, you probably will be spotted.
You said I could act as redress?
Mhm.
I would like to propose that the messenger is very firmly attached to redress.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The messenger is also limp and catatonic. Perhaps even corpse-like.
Sure.
They're expecting a death, and we went down to deal with something rough. I say redress just takes off out the door and runs for the water.
With the body.
With the body. And just goes. Gives them something to follow.
Can I do a flashback?
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course, anytime.
Well,
Okay. Flashback to earlier when you were prowling around the top of the buildings. I give you some more equipment. I give you some like flash grenades.
Yeah.
What?
Timed explosives that can go off at
Oh, and I went around and set them like
on the roofs of the buildings.
Well, she wasn't on the roof. She was just skulking around.
I was on the ground.
Yeah, she's
They're on the ground, but
Peek
okay,
at the
sure,
windows.
but like they can scatter the crows.
Okay.
Start some fires.
don't see how that's going to
But
help with the
They,
specific...
okay, so they could either
Deception.
scatter the crows or create a distraction.
Create a distraction,
by
yeah.
So
blowing
do the
something up
flash
on
grenades
the
have a
road.
timer? Like, could she have put it down
Yeah.
and then after a time?
Yeah, this is Victorian technology with, granted some steampunk stuff, so this is probably kind of like the kitchen timer.
Yeah.
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 it's
And
a-
egg
it's a
timer,
clock
yeah.
timer,
Yeah.
So,
So
if
flash.
you do
so,
that, well, never mind.
No?
Okay, yeah, I mean, that'll be 1 stress.
Okay.
And let's do a roll to see how well these do.
Okay.
Well, it could be if he succeeds, it could be it happens right now. If he doesn't succeed, it happens.
Well, after we need
But what
it.
kind of roll
Yeah.
would it be?
So,
Or
do you have Tinker?
I have Tinker.
Cool.
Okay.
It sounds like a tinker roll, but
Gotcha.
you're the one to ultimately decide.
Do you want to help me out?
I have 2 Tinker if you'd like.
I was going to say, I don't have any tinker, so
You
he
wanna
would be
help me
more likely to help.
Well, do you want to help me out? Because I have 2 Tinker. How many Tinker? do
Well,
you
it's
have?
his flashback. He took the
Oh,
stress
okay,
for
so
it.
yeah,
It's
you
got to
have
be
to-
him.
I will help you.
Okay.
So I will take the stress and help.
Okay. Dice.
So I will consult with the design of this bomb. That's what essentially I'm doing. No, put that over there.
Are we still also going to have
No, if you mix that chemical with that
Yeah,
chemical, it ain't gonna blow up. It's just
I
gonna smell
agree.
weird.
Yeah, because I want to do something when I see that start happening. You're a redress, like running the hell off.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you want to do something. You want to say, follow that dog.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to be the one to yell, it's like, he took the body, he took the body!
Cool. What's the roll?
I was thinking of a devil's bargain.
Or actually,
I think that would just make it worse at this
Well,
point.
so I
Yeah,
have
I don't
command, so
okay.
that can be a
So-
command roll.
You sure?
Push yourself.
How many do you have?
2 more stress.
For another die.
Or no die.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So
It gives
you
you a health
presented
die and
yourself.
a stress
So I'll
die.
help you.
Okay. All right. I got a 5.
A success with a complication.
You can get 6 to save our lives today, bro.
What about that time?
Hey, I got a headshot.
About that timer. Yeah, so you set the bombs, and they go off. And, perhaps it was because maybe you were a little annoyed with the help you were receiving from the good doctor, but a little bit too much powder was placed in those flashbangs.
Started a fire.
So on building B, rather than a poof to scare off the crows, the second story of the building ignites. Redress runs off. We get the follow. He took the body. Follow the dog. And the Spirit Wardens do because they need to make sure you don't become a ghost. I'm fine saying like Redress is easily able to escape him.
Okay.
Four legs, and aquatic.
Yeah. Though your face will say has been seen by the Spirit Wardens. They will think you're a corpse. But soon they're also preoccupied because you start hearing the dong.
Oh, because
Dong.
more people are dying because they're in the fire?
Dong.
No!
Oh, God!
Oh my
You
god.
killed so many people!
That's so bad.
What?
Cameron lit the hospital on fire and killed a bunch of people!
With the flash grenades?
I mean, technically it was you. You're an accessory to murder.
Well, okay. So there's the rule from Heat, right? Everyone's seen Heat?
I told you not to use that chemical!
So much fucking heat now.
No, I mean the movie.
Yeah.
The 2 VHS movie.
Yeah.
If you kill one, well...
God damn.
I mean, technically scatters the crows because they all go to
But it's
different buildings.
definitely, we definitely made a distraction.
What a debacle!
I mean, they're gonna be having a busy night.
Run!
No.
Get to the boat!
Yeah, I command them to go.
Okay,
Get
follow
the
us.
fuck outta here.
So were we seen? Like,
No,
I missed.
we were not.
Silas was because he was like follow the body, as was the messenger. So these two, but I'm not sure. I mean, we'll have to find out if they can put 2 and 2 together. But yeah, you guys weren't seen. You were guys able to use that
Gotcha.
distraction to get to the boat, or I should say, get to the harbor because the boat is absent. Because on that 4, your crew did follow the directions, and when the Spirit Wardens heard the bell chime and started seeing who is non-accounted for, and your crew saw they were coming to check the boat, they bounced.
I'd rather them do that. Because we can just steal another boat.
Are there other boats?
The Spirit Wardens have boats.
Alright.
Are we stealing a
Hell yeah, we are. I mean, they're not using it right now.
How
They
many
got
times to steal in a boat, waiting for the dog to ideally.
The dog is heading... The dog is going
You're going in the water? Cool.
The dog is going home.
Hell yeah.
Okay,
Good dog. Good dog.
here's the deal. These waters are infested with flesh-eating eels. Redress is a good boy. And a hunter animal, but I am going to roll a fortune dice here. On a 1 to 3, you're going to take level 2 harm, as you will have some eel troubles. On a 4 to 5, you'll take level 1 harm, just, some scrapes from the eels. And on a 6, no, Redress is a badass. Alright, that's a 3. So level 2 harm, bitten by eels.
Neat. I get to find out how harm works as well.
You have a -1D, it looks like.
Bitten by eels.
Wow. Well, you gotta go through that healing card.
Alright.
But you get 2 if you decide to heal during your downtime, but then you get what, 2 downtime actions?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And you can spend coin to get more.
A, I was hoping to use a downtime to do a thing. B, I don't know if I have to spend a downtime getting out of trauma.
No.
But at least I don't have to spend downtime indulging vice.
Alright, so you're safely away swimming away with the dog. You're good.
We're stealing
Safe.
a boat.
Safe.
We're trying to steal a boat. Alright.
Would that be a finesse?
Yeah, I'll say I'm with everything that's going on. The Spirit Wardens are otherwise preoccupied. So if you're looking to take their boat, I'm not going to make you roll for it. You can
Jesus
take
Christ.
it.
You're gonna ditch
But
it
they are
with
going to obviously know they're down 1 boat. Like things have not been going right for them here tonight.
Can I take a stress with and do a flashback?
Always. Oh, well, it might be 2 stress, but we'll see.
Alright, so let's go back to right before we leave. Okay, right before we're leaving the boat.
I wanna make a reconvene location if in case they do have to leave, so that we can meet there and hop in the boat and leave the ditched boat behind.
That sounds like a solid idea and a good use of a flashback. Where did you tell them to meet up?
That's a good question. Looking at the map, we probably don't want to do the docks, especially since shit's going down right now. What if we set up a spot like in the
river above the tower? He's saying.
Yeah, like what if we set up like maybe we pick a specific buoy, or say we're gonna be at this buoy, in the North River, above the tower, because it's essentially on the way back anyways. And
Above which tower, sorry?
The district called the tower.
6 towers.
Six
towers.
towers.
Six
Oh,
towers.
okay.
Okay.
6 towers. Yeah, 6 towers.
Yep. Cool.
Couldn't read the 6 from here.
Yeah, I love it. So yeah, you guys are
That's
pulling up.
a single stress or 2 stress?
Just a single stress, I think. And yeah, so the Spirit Wardens boats, these were like gondolier style boats. And so you're kind of paddling it.
You mean they're gondolas?
Yes, thank you. That's the word.
They're boats that gondoliers.
But yeah, you pull up to your steamship in the middle of the River Silk, and you see your Skullblender's refuge there. It's like, oh, we're sorry, they came and.
And I'm just like,
That's why we made the plan, fellas.
you did good.
Did as you're asked. Good lads.
All right, so yeah, what's next from here?
Well, so we have a stolen boat. Should we leave it where it's at,
Or do we
should
have 2
sink it?
boats?
No, I think we should leave it here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't
like
wanna- we
Because
don't
I
want-
didn't think
don't wanna
of what
take
you
the
were
boat.
like. That
Why
was a
don't
good
we wanna take
idea.
the
I
boat?
didn't think of that because
Because it's not our
like
boat.
one, I was like, oh, I could use
It's
downtime
obviously
to
a Spirit
but,
Warden boat.
like
So?
fix the boat up to like look, but like you know what? No, ditch the boat and then go.
Let's fucking sink it.
Nighthawk,
Like all
I
you
like a lot
gotta
of
do
things
is
you
punch a
do,
hole in it.
but the fact that you don't fear the Spirit Wardens fucking pisses me off.
Me
So,
Yeah, so I think why don't we just poke a hole in the bottom of this boat, let it sink, and run off on our steam show.
or we could just leave it here and no one tied it up on the fucking dock at the thing. It's fine.
Oh, you're just gonna shove it off back into the
Yeah.
water and let it drip.
Yeah.
That way, maybe
Yeah.
it just drifted off.
Maybe
the
just
dock.
drift it off by itself.
Right.
That's
That
what
works.
I was
These
here.
things happen.
That
Well,
works.
I heard adverts.
They were really
it's
panicked,
sunk and they
they
can't
just ran
find it
off on the
anyway.
boat.
But we keep going.
We need to.
I do need to know this. Do you sink it or do you set it
We
adrift?
set it
I think we said
Okay.
that.
I like it. Yeah,
I don't have
actually
an
like
ability
that.
to sing it. It'd have to be someone else who could poke a hole in the bottom of it.
Yeah,
But if no one wants
setting
to
it
do
drift
that,
is easy. Yeah.
Okay.
setting it adrift is easy,
Cool.
and leaving all that evidence.
So
we
you're
have
able
go
to
and
make
find
it, and all the hubbubs that's happening at the Three Queens tonight, you're able to make it back to the lair undetected with the prize in hand.
Yeah, literally.
So yeah, I think from here, that's kind of the end of the score. We're moving into our downtime session, starting with our payoff. So we have the prize. What do with it?
Honestly,
I mean,
unload
like
it to
we
them.
could do other things.
Yeah, I was
with
gonna
it,
say,
right?
Just
we
on, just
take it.
we
get
can
rid
unload
of it.
this somehow. Yeah.
Unload it to the people who wanted it, and then it's
Or
out of our hands.
Is there someone who might offer?
You,
more?
you know they're bringing him back,
You could
right?
keep the cloak.
Like,
They're gonna bring him back.
right?
What do you mean?
KOTOR.
Oh yeah, because they're not bringing the dude you shot because you killed his ghost.
Yeah.
But-
I don't care.
Somebody else's problem.
They're gonna give me coin.
Okay.
But they maybe give us more coin because we know they really fucking want it.
Right.
I
We
don't
now
know
know
more.
what they want. Yeah.
I mean-
Oh yeah, out of character. Like going back to what the messenger was arguing earlier. If you're gonna turn on the don't be Laodicean about this. If you're gonna turn on the hive, turn fully on the hive. And if you're gonna stick with the hive, fuck them.
Well, because here's the thing: is completion of the job means then we move to discussions about whether or not we go with them.
No, I'm not
That's what
saying
we're
don't
doing
give it to him. I'm saying just get
So I think
more.
there's two
More money.
questions. And this can be the conversation we're having on the way back to the lair.
Yeah,
It's like there's two things we could do here. All right, there's two discussions that we have. One, who do we turn it into? I don't think we turn it into the hive. The hive doesn't give a shit. The Circle of Flame clearly wants this. That's fine. We give it the Circle of Flame. I guess there's a third thing. The second thing is, do we give it to them for the 6 coin that they wanted to give us, or because we worked so fucking hard figuring out that
And
this
we
is
know
what they
how
wanted,
valuable it might be. to
and
them.
we know that this is a fucking demon or some shit. Like maybe we asked them for 8 coin. Maybe there were complications. We asked them to up
Yeah,
the
I
pay
have
a
to say,
little.
like, the level of shit we had to deal with on this one was well outside the bounds of what we were what we were set up to expect.
Or we could say someone got hurt.
Right.
Yeah.
We went to go get an artifact. We got the artifact, but the artifact was a fucking hand. In
Not only that,
Attached
the
to
hand of
somebody.
the hand of fucking Kotar.
Well, he did tell us it was definitely cursed. He was upfront about that
Yeah.
one fact.
And then I just mentioned it inopportunely.
Honestly,
I just
Oh, I had forgotten about that part.
quick question: can we use a flashback to renegotiate the terms of the deal?
You could, but not
I'm not
outside of the
joking, I'm
sword.
joking.
Yeah.
I think technically though we could say that we had to kill a person, so it's going to pull a little more heat. So we're going to need a little more coin.
I think so. I'm open to doing that, to negotiating the price.
The worst thing that's going to happen is they're going to say no and maybe do this with us.
But there's part of me that doesn't ever want to do a job for them.
Right. The third thing I was going to say is I never want to work for these fuckers again if we can avoid it, because they're fucking scary.
Bunch
and
of fucking scary fuckers.
I don't
trust
like
the twats.
Now I'm not going to say we're not going to turn down coin because good coin is good, but they didn't exactly go out of their way to make sure that we knew everything. That Brogan fella, he did not really come forth with information. He was, him and Han his way through this shit. So I'm not well inclined to turn on the hive, who's been nothing but good to
What
us.
the fuck are we talking about? I have a feeling he's more of a messenger than anything.
That's possibly true.
He's a bit of a twat, really.
All right, so who's getting the hand? Or we're giving it to the sorry, no, that's of the tongue. We're giving it to Harville.
Yeah.
Give it to Hard.
Where are you meeting up with him to make the handoff?
I think just back at their
The
place.
handoff.
The center.
Yeah,
The center daily.
Oh, of course you go to where we made the deal.
All right,
So the
so
only place we know secure.
Because they didn't give us a better location, and they have secure rooms there, likely.
yeah, so you arrive. This is later that night. He's no longer in his regalia. He's dressed normal clothing. And you have a jar that's covered in cloak. You hand it to him, and he's like, "Is this what I think it is?" And he peeks, and you hear the boom, 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 and he's like, "Excellent."
Now, about the price.
Yes, of course. Here is your 6 coin.
There were quite a few complications, and I would request possibly upping the ante.
Mr.
I don't know if you heard
you
the bells.
disappoint. This sounds like a failure of your crew, not mine. Renegotiating a job after the fact is so gauche.
What? Gauche? It's a left hand, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tongue. Sorry, I love that joke. Best part of Brother of the Wolf.
Well, I mean,
Perhaps you can just
Look, he's insulted my honor. I'm out.
perhaps you can just call it an expediency fee.
Well, I mean, there might be others who want it.
I'll do a command to try and force the issue
Okay.
and push myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
So I
is a
got
very
this
desperate roll.
Yeah.
Extremely
Oh,
desperate.
okay. So that'll give me.
Jesus Christ, did I end up... I never took one desperate roll the entire game, did I?
But you got trauma, so you're gonna start ranking up to that experience for.
I'll go ahead and assist you.
And be like.
Well, I will thug it up here. I'll crack my knuckles next to him.
And basically, I'm going to be like, we were not given all the information that's necessary, and we now understand why this would be as valuable to your group as it is. I think it is well within our right to ask for renegotiation. Or to renegotiate.
We're now where there's a set.
Yeah.
There's got to be more. This isn't just one thing. No,
No,
love?
that's not part of it. 1-6.
Oh.
1-6, a success. And you asked for 2 more coin, total of 8.
Yeah.
Okay. Harvale seems not to like this. This is normally not how business is handled at Duskfall, but he agrees to the other 2 coin. And pays you 8.
You could keep the cloak. It's a very fun cloak. You'll love it.
From the shadows, when you say that, Nebra, you see Elstera has been in the room the whole time. And looks and she's not masked. You see her for who she is now, and you see she looks disappointed that you would be associated with someone who would do business this way. This was not what she had expected of, or perhaps hoped
Right.
of you.
Sure.
but you get 2 coin.
I definitely.
What the hell?
I,
She's mixed up in it too.
I
Democracy's
definitely
a
don't
real
say
thing, my friend.
No. The job gets 2 more coin, not I get 2 more.
So
No, I didn't mean that. I meant the person being disappointed.
No, so she's just
disappointed
she's
with
pissed
this
off that like you didn't like we agreed to 6. 6 is fine. Like any failures that may have happened are on you, not us.
Yeah, but
am I there as the Nighthawk?
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you want to be.
I'm definitely not saying anything.
Oh, and it's 2 stress to push yourself?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, so you have 8 coin. Do you want to kick a coin up to Jeremiah,
Jeremiah is who?
So I
the
think
leader of the hive,
So I think
Oh,
we return to our
ward
lair.
boss of Night Market?
We return to our lair, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I assume the messenger is up.
Yeah. You're cognizant enough to do stuff.
Because I just don't want Malcolm out of the negotiation.
I like to think that this guy injects you with something and then you start coming around.
Yeah, probably.
Oh no, it's gonna
I
be
stab her
smelling
3
salt.
times? No, just
It'll be like smelling salt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Personally,
Now, this is great. You get back to the lair and like he's in the they're in the grotto where
tied
where
the
they have
dog.
untied themselves from the dog, and they're just sort of laying there with the dog laying across them. Like you said, I like the service dog angle.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll come in and I'll kneel down next to you. You alright, fella?
I think I got bit.
Come here, look. I'll RP wise.
This isn't Elon.
RP wise, I'll dress the wounds. I won't heal you anything. But
We get to that.
Begin
Yeah, like-
dressing the wounds. Hey, really got you real good here.
We got ourselves some 8 coin.
And with that, he comes out of it.
Hey,
I just say the magic words, he's like, oh, 8 coin.
Gotta start this free negotiation deal. Got an extra 2.
yeah. We still have that wound bounty on shares like last time.
Last time I got an extra share because I was really fucked up.
Oh, yeah.
But
Mhm.
you know,
Yes.
depends on how fucked up you are. I think.
I'm looking at him and I'm
Like I'm still fucked up, but
It's true.
like,
you are.
and the fact that he went catatonic is kind of what helped us escape entirely.
Oh,
So,
right, yeah.
Yes.
Alright, so it sounds like we're about to move into. So I think the big thing I need to know right now is: are you telling Maha? Are you paying the coin? Or
Oh, if that's I think we should.
I think we have
one
to.
coin to
Yeah.
Maha,
Just to
divide up the rest.
That was my initial thought, but that would only leave us. One of us would have to give up a share to make sure you got your wound share, but that's okay.
What?
too.
No, there are 8 coin.
Yeah, 1 to Maha. There's 7 of us.
7. You know I'm
Prime
forgetting
number.
to count the GM piece.
Mhm.
I know.
That's the one I'm forgetting
No.
to count. Well, if
Yeah,
we split
one
them
went
up,
up to
if there's
Maha.
not enough for a bounty, then there's
I mean,
not.
we could always take one out of the treasury and give it. Out of the
Yeah, we do have the 2 coin.
I could take 1 less coin. It's fine. Don't
As
worry.
can
No worries.
Evelyn.
Right.
She doesn't have much stress.
I have a lot.
That's
Yeah, me
good.
too.
That's good. We made it.
Fine now.
I think my vote is going to be that we tell Maha about this deal. That we
Yeah, I
pay
don't
the
think we
coin.
should sever our ties to them just yet. The work we get from the hive is real good.
No,
And the
yeah,
shit we're getting from these people over here, it ain't any good.
Well, I mean, I'm happy to do jobs for the Circle of Flame, but
I feel like just for now, because we don't have to decide severing or growing any relationships immediately.
Severing what?
Nothing.
Was the
I'm
hand-
saying suffering?
Was the hand?
connect.
Yeah, we cut it right off.
Well,
Yeah.
They
What
Put it in
was
a
he?
jar.
Was he? Did he get back up?
Oh,
Oh, no.
well, kinda. The hand tried to get him up.
They tried to get me.
The hand
tried to
go
get
right
you.
after Batman here.
What I meant is
I shot a hole in his head and he tried
I
to get
had
him.
zero intention of severing any
The
ties
hand.
with the hive
The hand tried to get up.
because
Hand was cursed.
any negotiations about relationships with other gangs were going to happen after the job was
I feel
completed.
like we're having 2
I am
conversations.
perfectly fine kicking up to the hive
I
and
don't know.
not.
He keeps saying severing. It's very distracting.
Everyone just picturing the hand.
Maybe you
That's
should
almost
maybe,
real.
maybe you
Alright,
should
so-
choose a different word.
I think we agreed that we're not gonna sever.
Alright,
our
so
ties
you're
with the
giving a
hive.
coin to Maha,
I think we're giving a coin to Maha.
and you're telling her about the job you
That
did.
is my vote, but I think it's up to y'all. If
I
You
don't
can tell her
think
the
we
job.
need to
She gets
tell
a
her.
coin and she
No.
can keep her mouth shut.
Don't tell her about the job. Just say we did a job. Here's a coin. Hopefully
Okay,
that's
no.
enough.
And what if she
Cool.
asks what the job was?
Well, then we deal with disappointing her much less than we would deal with disappointing her for
Let's
cutting
see.
her out.
Let's see if she cares, because it's money, and
Right.
she's a businesswoman. A 6. She doesn't care.
Cool.
Perfect.
Yeah. Good job. Here's
Thank
one.
you for the tribute.
Ting. Yes.
Excellent. Okay, so we move
We'll go
into
to
downtime. The first thing we'll do here is heat.
Don't want to talk about it.
1 heat for a high-profile or well-connected target. I'm going to say no, because this was a smuggler, lone actor, not that big of a deal. 1 heat if the situation happened on hostile turf. This was in the Lost District. Nobody cares about that, so I'll say no. 1 heat if you're at war with another faction. Currently, you are not. Plus 2 heat if killing was involved. Yes.
Fuck!
Hey! Team, ring those bells.
And then I'm giving you guys another 2 heat, and here is to why. You were seen and are now presumed dead, so you're going to need to be careful until that heat is dealt with, right? You were seen at the hospital and could be linked to our organization, and your name was given.
Yeah.
So between all of that,
Yeah.
I'm given an extra 2 heat, bringing us to a total of 4
Totally
heat
fair. Totally
for this score. Now we move into entanglements. Depending on your heat, I roll from a chart. Based on your wanted level, which is 0, so I'm rolling 2 dice, taking the lowest. A 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Wait. Wanted level determines the table, or heat determines?
Heat determines the
What the table
table.
is.
I roll dice equal to your wanted level.
It determines which table we roll.
So
And
we have
wanted is the thing you can't get away, you can't get out of without crew doing time.
Yeah.
All right.
Not necessarily crew. You can send someone up the river who's
Oh yeah.
in your...
If we had a co-pilot,
vicinity.
we could totally
So
Right, but we're not sending Slick Dog up the river.
yeah.
No. We're not.
He's going to the pound. For,
yeah.
uh, you
only
guys
cohort.
encounter gang trouble.
Oh.
Your group of Scotlander refugees causes trouble. And what I'm going to say here is, as they were fleeing, they ended up crossing paths or otherwise getting into a confrontation with one of the Blue Coat Canal patrols. They had... and so here is what happens. Because of their affiliation with you guys, you can lose face, so you will forfeit rep equal to tier +1, so that is going to be a total of 2, a total of 1, because you're currently tier 0. You make an example of one of your Scotlander refugees, or you face reprisals from the Blue Coats.
So the Blue Coats are the cops, right?
Yes.
Face reprisals.
Well, and that's the other.
What
So
does
I
face
think
reprisal do? What does
um,
that mean?
on this,
We'll have
I
to
think it would be cool if on this boat for whatever he was on, because he's an archivist, is Jaren, who's my negative contact with the Blue Coats. So
Okay.
I'm getting whatever was not heat from the already.
Oh no, I
Harassed by
really
Blue
think we
Coats.
should throw one of your Swedish chef motherfuckers.
I would absolutely do that. I kind of have to not do
I also
that
don't
yet.
think I would do that.
Yeah, I don't think they would let me do that.
So, I'll let you kind of dictate this,
Scotlander.
since you're kind of sacrificing your or offering up your rival here.
Yeah.
What reprisal do you think our crew faces as this rival?
A dog feed.
Fine, or something regarding my business, like some.
Do you want that, or do
Your
you want to
investigation?
do you want to take a -1 with the Blue Coats? We're already at -1.
Oh.
They could go to actively.
Yeah. So let me
Oh,
say
yeah,
this: you
okay.
can pay the fine, which we'll say is a coin, a pittance to look the other direction, or you can take a -1 rep with the Blue Coats.
I'll pay a
We
coin
have
for
extra
my
coin.
I'll pay it for my personal,
Okay.
because it was my guy. So I'll pay a coin to get him to look the other way.
Awesome. Okay, so from before we move into you guys doing your downtime activities, we do have that 8 coin you can split amongst yourselves. Or it sounds like everyone got
7.
one, and then we kicked one up to Maha. That's been decided. You also, for those who are updating your crew sheets, we have gained
How much rep?
6 rep.
Oh, that ranks us
tier
up.
0
Oh no.
going against tier 4 Spirit Wardens.
So 6 level, I guess, is the 6, and then also puts the 5.
No, so once you max up your rep, you can't gain any more until you level up your tier, which there is a coin cost to do so.
What is the coin cost?
Well, we're not full up, aren't we? Aren't we one away with
Well,
6
we were
bars?
one away originally. We just got 6.
Oh, so those other boxes aren't rep.
No, that's
No, that's
turf.
for turf.
We lost or gained. We lost rep with the Spirit Wardens.
No.
We don't know yet.
No, that's
I haven't
not
gotten
rep,
to
that's-
that.
So I know we made the decision a minute ago, and I know that there was that thing. Could we instead lose reputation? Since we
No,
did?
I actually don't have the coin to spend. I realized the 2 coin I was thinking of was our personal coin, so I think
You'll get a coin from your share.
Well, you have a coin from the share, so you could pay
Oh, well,
your
then I'll-
coin.
We also have a spare coin from the lot, right? Because we had 8 coins. We pitched one up, and then we have 7 left, but 6 people.
We have
No,
7
there are
people.
7 people.
Oh,
GM
7
keeps.
people. Oh, okay.
I did the same thing.
Yeah,
Did the same thing.
but
Okay.
I don't know.
All right, how much does it cost to upgrade our tier?
Looking at that now. You need 12 rep to fill the rep tracker. Yeah.
So it does go all the
Oh,
way.
it does go all the way.
Yeah. Yeah. So what turf does is when you fill up turf, you reduce the amount you need by.
So we're at 11 then.
So where did we gain turf at?
We are not upgrading our tier.
Um,
We have to fight for turf.
Oh, okay.
What's upgrading?
okay. So if your hold is weak,
can't.
it becomes
It's okay.
strong, and you reset your rep to 0. And I
We
think
have
we're
11
already
out
at
of 12.
strong.
We need to upgrade
Yeah.
our tier.
So if our
Is
hold is
that
strong,
there?
you can pay to increase your crew tier by 1. This
It's on
costs
the crew
coins equal to the new tier times 8. So that would be 8 because we'd be going to tier 1.
So how much does it cost?
We have 2 in bank,
Yeah.
and we have 7 among us. We could choose We could choose to upgrade our
But
tier.
we can't because we have 11 out of the 12
Well,
rep
how
we
much?
need.
How much does it cost to get turf?
Turf is a score. You'd have to be like this score. We want to go get turf.
Because if we get turf,
Sure, that's a ways off. But we're still only at 11 out
well,
of 12.
we need to get turf to be able to upgrade anyway. Because
What?
you can only raise your tier level to the level of turf you have,
I guess we go for turf next.
right, Kyle?
Mhm.
And
No,
so,
that's not in the rules. That's my house rule of how I want turf to work in this game. But yes,
which
yeah.
ironically for us would actually getting 1 turf will allow us to level because
Yeah.
it'll reduce it down to 11, which was what we have.
So it sounds like next game we're going for turf.
Sounds like it.
Poor
So-
Rourke.
So what do we update on the crew page?
Oh, we might get him with after.
Yeah.
So add 6 more ticks to the rep scale, which should leave you 1 away from
One
the
from
end.
turf. Okay.
1 away from one. Well, turf counts the other way. It's like paradox
Oh, I
and
see. I
mage,
see.
how it
Makes
backfills and
And then we have
prevents you
4
from.
heat total.
Makes
correct?
sense.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right, we're still tier 0.
Yeah, we have a strong hold. We're tier 0. We
We're
have
at heat
11
4,
rep.
right?
We're at heat 4. Yeah.
Okay, and we have how much coin?
2.
2 in the bank, and then everyone, barring Nate, because he spent his, has 1.
Okay. No, well, anyone from the last game should now have 2, right?
No, because we
No.
spent it.
Oh, you all
all
spent
spent
it. Okay.
Yeah.
We were fucked up. I
All
would
right.
say having 6 people or 7 people to take stress way easier than 4 people to take stress.
Mhm.
Yeah, I feel like this game was more fucked than the Sapphire.
It was.
game,
It was.
ironically, but
Well, Spirit Wardens.
sweet. Yep, higher tier game. So now we can move in. Everyone gets 2 downtime activities. These are not. There's no order to this, but for my edification, I'd like to go in some semblance of structure. But if someone wants to start,
I have a question.
Mhm.
So, was there cost to heal?
there is no cost. It's a downtime activity.
Oh, then I didn't need an extra coin. Don't
Well,
worry
the
about it.
coin you can spend to improve the quality of a die roll, which could help healing quicker.
And also, remember, I had 2 coin because I got the extra one. What I did is I spent a coin to get an extra downtime action, to do an extra healing action, basically.
Right. So, if I want to heal this level 2 wound,
Yeah.
what would be required of me?
So you would start you'd heal as a downtime action, which starts a 4-segment clock on your character sheet. Based on your roll, you fill up a number of segments. Once you fill up that 4-segment clock, your level 2 harm reduces to level 1.
Now I get some sort of benefit for knowing 2 doctors.
Yeah, so rather than rolling a dice to heal, you would roll 3 dice.
3 dice. If I would have to roll a 6 on one of those 3 dice to heal it all in one action.
Who are the 2 doctors, you know?
So him and then I have an NPC.
Okay.
So I can roll 3 dice. If I roll a 6, I'm good. If I don't, I'm going to roll on my next. And if I still don't get there, I spend my coin to try and heal up again. Okay? And that's my downtime. Otherwise, I'll probably train prowess again. Boo. Still haven't gotten that 3rd dot in hunt. And there's a 6.
Okay, so a 6 heals. That's only 3 segments. It's a crit that gets you all 5.
Okay, well.
So another heal. Yep.
Well,
which will be automatic.
Sorry, how many dice did you roll? It doesn't matter.
I rolled 3.
Because you could technically spend a coin right then.
If you had a 5 on one of those, you could bump a 5 to a 6 with a coin.
I did not.
Okay.
I did not. Thank you
Yeah.
for pointing that out. That's good to know. I hope I'll remember that next time when it might matter.
Okay, so you moved your. So how many did you get on that? What did you roll on that second heal?
I rolled a 6.
A 6, so another 3. So that fills up your clock. Your harm moves to level 1.
Yeah, right.
You start a new clock, and it's 2 segments.
Oh, then I'll spend the coin for another roll.
Which club?
The one we were just at.
Well, I got 5s that time. That doesn't.
That's 2.
5 is 2, which Phil,
Yes.
yeah, you.
So this is
All right, so I spent
It's
my
costly.
coin.
So talk to me about how that coin expenditure went into it, like how you healed up, which doctor.
Right, so we pull in Team Nighthawk, the Nighthawk medical team here, and they are helping me out. It's what do we used this, so I have some ideas. You know how we're not really the same? Like, you're the same. You look a little different. You make a big deal out of it, but you're the same. But we're different.
like how?
Well, have you noticed how short I am? Have you noticed how every Taikarosi is, different?
Sure, I just thought you were short.
Well, the Taikarosi aren't. That's just
Okay.
me. But I've got these ideas for how things work a little differently. I think we can incorporate some of this thing that you're doing to the world out here in a way that would restore me differently than it would restore you. So we're going to spend some money on some what is it called? Electroplasmic?
Electroplasmic, yeah.
Some
I'd love to study what you got going on under there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's figure it out. Open up your chest and see what's going on in there.
No. Just the leg.
Just hold still. I just pull out my blade.
Just the leg.
You sure?
Yeah.
Alright, I say get a look under that hood.
So yeah, Taikarosi healing.
Yep.
Which, like, I know it's different. I come from Taikaros. We do things differently in ways that aren't going to work for you.
Things different.
But of course, I'm not a doctor, so we have to stumble through it, and that's where the coin is spent on the
really
equipment.
just by trade.
Okay, who wants to talk about their downtime activities next?
Well, I guess I'll go.
What are the things you can do?
Well, once you get to your round, he'll tell you.
Oh, you're going next, Pete?
Yeah, I'll go next. So first, the most important thing for him is to reacquire some more Quicksilver.
Okay.
So I think he's going to go to the Vale in the night market, try to acquire some from that stupor purveyor.
Cool. Yeah. I'll say that there's not really a role for it. You can go ahead and get this. This essentially is just you're having to forfeit a downtime action to reacquire your vice. But yeah, you get a new Quicksilver deep.
All right, instead of you get how many downtime actions?
You get 2,
Just one?
and you
Just one?
use the one. So you
Second one I'm going to use to help with, because do we still want to try to go find a ghost or no?
I mean, I definitely do, but what's your stress at?
5.
So you have a 1 in 6 chance of overindulging,
Well,
and you can clear that stress.
No, he just did. He
Oh, he
reacquired
can
an
indulge now.
action.
Probably the best thing to do is clear that up. Yeah, absolutely. I want people to fucking start working on finding the ghost and answering that question, but like shit happens, and we have to change the plan.
All right, I'll indulge my. Just roll a 6. Roll a 1d6.
So you roll your lowest attribute. So those are the vertical.
Okay, so 2.
Okay, and you take the highest dice.
Okay.
Something 1d6.
3.
3. So you remove 3 stress.
Sweet.
So how does that look like? You reacquire.
All right, so going to the Vale, Silas goes in a very shady way, goes about purchasing a small vial of looks like mercury. He takes it home. He pulls that vial out and shaken because he still has the broken glass inside his jacket from the vial that had broken before. He wasn't able to save any of the liquid from it. He pulls that out, puts one drop in his eye, shakes, passes out for a good 5 minutes, pops back up, shaking and shivering, sweating like you never seen before. That's what happens to him.
So that's Pete's too. Who, unless you want to spend your coin to take an additional
To take an additional
downtime action.
downtime action?
Don't spend your coin to go after the ghost.
No.
Maybe spend your coin on something else.
This is my first game. I'm not gonna go nuts. He's gonna be always.
Some restraint that we didn't show in our first game. Who wants to go next?
I will. So first I will indulge my vice, because I feel it would be a bit awkward right now to indulge it at the Centralia Club. This time I'm going to go to Dunwich and Sons, and kind of it'll be like this,
Awkward
like,
or baller.
Right.
it could be baller of me just walking in and being like, fuck you, I just did all that and I'm still here. But I think with the level of stress I'm at, that's what I need to like really be like zen, and for that means I'm going to Dunwich and Son, which is a tailor, and just essentially doing a day or something of what amounts to a
Just
clothing
a spa day.
montage of me going and changing next suit, trying next suit, just like, look how good I look, like I
So you're
Vice
just
is
having to treat
luxury.
yourself.
Mhm.
Just treat yourself.
yeah, I do a treat yourself day.
Yeah.
Essentially.
All right. So pick your lowest attribute. Roll dice equal to it,
Alright. 4.
and that's not an overindulgence.
What count? Oh, going past?
Mhm.
Yep.
No.
Okay. So remove that amount of stress.
What happens if you overindulge?
I
You're stress or you figure something out?
consult the table of overindulgence and find out what
It's
bad
like
thing happened to you.
entanglement. Bad things happen.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, who's next?
We'll have one more action.
Oh, that's cool.
So I'm at 4 stress. Which I
Oh,
think
after.
that, because I, as opposite of last game where I had like no stress by the end of it.
I feel like Silas was probably more stressed because you were pointed out of like, I want you specifically to do this. Like, I
Yeah.
need this to go
Yeah.
flawlessly. I have a
and,
reputation.
and start from the very beginning. Like, he goes in, they're screwing up the social environment. Everything starts to get fucked and fucked and fucked and fucked, and so he was just like, ugh. But I think
On the one hand,
it's low enough that I think he could spend downtime to go.
do you want to be able to eat? Because you can only eat 5 stress in the next game without being traumatized. I do think 1 point of trauma is good for mechanically and narrative wise.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't realize it also puts you out in the game. So a lot of my trauma evangelism has been missing.
I have a new feeling about it.
Right. It's great at the very end.
Well, that's the thing is, I think it was actually timed very well.
Yeah, it was very fortuitous.
Yeah.
That was downright
Um,
serendipitous.
So there's part of me that wants to, and I don't know what kind of downtime action.
I will
to
say
do.
this, free knowledge, Emmeline is going to spend at least one of her downtime action. She will spend both of her downtime actions going after the ghost. Because she had
So,
said early enough
How many slices are on that pie?
we're going to make it a six segment clock
And I will do one other action for.
that as well. So how are you going about tracking down this ghost?
So we. It's a good question. I think I sort of try and use some of my. I don't know. I think I might be doing it with her specifically, and like taking cues from her, or using some social connections to kind of bring up this concept. So if you were to look for a specific ghost, how would you find it? What
Cool.
would you...
So it sounds probably like a consort.
Yeah.
You are doing this with Emmeline, so that gives a +1d as well.
Okay. Alright. That's a 4.
A 4. So that's going to be 2 of 6.
Noise.
Emmeline will go next so we can find out where this clock is situated. She's attuning in order to find ghosts. One dice
What does
for
that look like? She walking around doing spooky shit?
Yeah, she, I think,
Ghost compass.
cause she is possessed of a ghost
Ghostbusters.
mind, so any ghost that's around her, she automatically senses. So I think then it's like, oh, I found a ghost, I'm going to attune to you, and much like you're consorting with people, she's like, hi, ghost, long time no see. Have you seen another of your type wandering around? And is trying to get information.
Can she pick out vampires and holes
And-
that way?
Yeah. Not holes, they don't have a spirit, but vampires and demons and devils, yes.
I thought holes were a ghost possessing a machine.
Oh, you are correct. You are correct. I was thinking of hollows, which are soulless entities. You can't play one of those. That is a 6. So that is 3.
You didn't get a 5, right?
I did not. And she has another downtime action. She only has 3 stress, so I'll bring that to next game. That's another 6, so that does fill up the clock. So Emmeline and Silas find Rorik's ghost, and I'll say we'll handle that and how we deal with the ghost next game. But ghost has been found before Jeremiah
Nice.
has found.
I can do downtime next.
Cool.
So what can I do?
You can acquire an asset which gets an item, cohort, vehicle, or service for our next game. You can start a long-term project, which could be anything, crafting, anything your imagination can come up with. Likewise, you could look into, like you did with Silver Nails, I want to find out what this faction is doing. You can heal, recover if you need to. You can reduce heat on the crew. We are at 4. You could train, and you do have access to our prowess training upgrade now. So you, what training is, you choose a thing, you mark a flag, and if it's prowess, you mark 2 flags. Or you can indulge your vice to reduce stress.
I think I'd like to reduce stress because I'm at 7.
Okay.
That's a very safe number to reduce stress at.
Yeah.
So
So you pick your lowest attribute and roll dice equal to it.
Each of yours are 2, I think.
Each of mine are 2. Yeah.
Alright, so 2 dice.
Okay. My vice is faith,
Mm-hmm.
so it would have to be something dealing with the forgotten gods.
Yeah, tell us about it.
Okay.
Well, let's see how well you indulge
Okay, yeah,
first.
yeah, yeah.
Because
Okay. And the lowest number?
the highest.
Highest number. Oh, 3.
3. So you reduce 3 stress.
Okay.
All right, bud.
So here's the list of purveyors if you didn't know them.
Oh yeah.
Well, and he has a forgotten god. I think he chose.
Yeah, but like,
Okay.
okay.
But here are the names of the folks in the temples, if you can do that.
Ah, okay.
Or you can make something up like that.
I have something I was going to make up.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, that's fine.
So, like I mentioned earlier in the game, that like my father had a collection of like pre-cataclysm items. Like I think in the catacombs beneath my family's estate, I go down and there's like some twisted passages, like kind of like the Bat Cave kind of thing, but instead of bats, there is a temple to the
And inside that room is a
to the throne of judgment.
That's pretty rad.
It's abandoned. It's been lost to time, but it's been buried deep within here for a long time. And I stumbled upon this one like a while ago and swore an oath to avenge, judge those.
And so, what does this faith vice look like? Are you praying at an altar? Are you just sitting in contemplation? Are you like reciting the names of those who must be killed?
Yeah. It's kind of like a ritual of like attuning myself to being the justice, being judgment and vengeance.
I am the
Very Judge Dredd.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. And you have one more downtime activity. Which can be to indulge further.
Yeah, that's not a terrible idea because I still have 4 left for stress. Although, I don't know.
Do it. It's a good idea, man. You want some stress for next turn.
So
Yeah.
where is your I mean, it means you can only take 5 stress next time without getting knocked out.
Right.
But like, if you're only 2 away on something on prowess, like that's kind of worthwhile.
I don't think I earned any XP in prowess.
You made no desperate rolls in that category.
I only made 3. I only think I got 3 XP this time. I mean, unless I don't think there's.
Well, we will go. We'll before rounds, we'll go through and find out based on our playbooks and stuff how much XP we get.
Yeah. So no, I don't think I'm close on anything there, especially not prowess. So I have 0 to, I think, and since you already found the ghost, I don't need to do that.
So as far as projects go, they really can be anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like it'll be a longer clock for something fantastic, like.
And it might need to be a multi. Like if you're like, I want to build a car for our group, that might be a multi-segment clock. Like, okay, here's the chassis, here are the engine, right?
Right. I was gonna suggest something even wilder, like a teleporter. Like you can do that. It's just gonna take a long time.
Is there something that can stop the bells from ringing?
No. Not that would be a crew upgrade.
Yeah.
So
incredibly
I do think
upgrade.
like it'd be very thematic for you. You could look at trying to identify your parents' killer, identifying a new lead.
Speaking of the bells ringing, though, if that's something you're worried about, an acquire asset to hire a cohort to be within Bellwether to be like, hey, we're doing something next session. I need you to stop those bells from ringing. Like they're gonna go off around these times, or that could be an acquire asset.
But next time we're probably going after turf.
Ideally, yeah.
Which
might
might
There might be some killing, yeah.
And we know how much you love it.
It solves problems, man.
It does.
I could reduce heat as well.
So I was gonna pitch an idea for reduce heat, but well, my idea was that so we have 11 rep right now.
Yeah.
It seems likely that we'll get some sort of rep out of a turf scuffle. You can technically spend rep to get an extra downtime action, but I was going to suggest that we spend one of our 11 rep to get an action to reduce that heat.
Okay, so then I don't need to use that.
Because you're telling me your rep doesn't wrap around after you tear up.
No, if you hit 12 rep, you gain no more rep.
So we can't like up our tier before the rep lands.
No.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so you mean if we hit 12, we can just start like we are maxed on it until we gain a tier?
Correct.
Oh.
We are the baddest level, a tier 0 gang at that point.
All right.
No
We are
other
the
tier 0 gang will come at us.
We are the fastest swimmer in the slow lane.
Yeah, exactly true. So
So that's a good idea.
That's not bad.
So
idea,
wait, you spend a point of rep and everyone gets an extra downtime?
we get to choose as a group which
Someone
person
gets
an extra downtime action. It's essentially the gold, right? Or essentially the coin. So
Yeah, let's down our heat by 2. Why not?
Well, let Cameron do his.
yes.
Yeah, let me do
I
my
wanted to
second.
interject because he was suggesting he might do that. I
still
don't
think-
think he needs to do that.
I still think the best might be to reduce stress again.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea.
It's risky.
It's
Is
either
it?
reduce
If you
stress,
overindulge, it'd be issues.
start a long-term project to find your parents' killer.
That one's
Like,
another. Yeah, but I think at this point, I feel like that's one because this is his first game. I feel like he would do that maybe next game. Like that's what.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
I mean, there are other. The projects don't just have to be geared. Like,
Right.
speaking of Batman, you could start a long-term project to develop your Matches Malone, another identity that you can use around the place.
True.
Or like, how do you get cohorts?
That is a crew upgrade.
Or wait, could I use?
So having your own personal cohort is just a special class thing.
So
Yeah.
what about the
sorry.
circle of flame? Like, are they going to initiate me? Like, or should I take an action? Do I need to take a downtime action to pursue that?
You could start a project to ingratiate yourself with a circle of flame. They're not going to be coming to initiate you right away, Virgil, because at this juncture, Virgil has done nothing of note.
Right. And that's fine.
you need to get some papers published.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Publish or perish in the circle of flame.
Right.
There you go.
I think I'll reduce stress for now.
Okay.
Just get rid of that stress. Yeah. And I got a 6.
Oh,
Okay.
you overindulged.
You overindulge.
Ooh, all right.
You're the first person to overindulge.
So you clear all your stress.
Cool. All right. I got a little too vengeance.
I told you, vengeance is expensive.
All the best things are.
But that's not a best thing.
Oh, it is. Balancing the ledger of life. What could
Okay,
be better?
roll a
Other than secrets.
D6 for me.
Okay. I got a 3.
3. Okay. You're lost in your vengeance. Your character vanishes for a few weeks, which means you will not be available for this upcoming turf war.
What? You overindulge, it knocks you out of sessions? Holy shit! That's the worst thing you can do to a gamer!
Yeah.
When you're, it does say you can play a new character for the turn. You could take on a cohort, but Virgil will be out.
Damn.
Though when your
This
character
game plays hardcore.
returns, you are healed from any harm you had.
I have no idea.
I mean, I could
You
use
don't get
that.
downtime actions?
No.
I shouldn't have done
Lost
this.
in vengeance.
No,
Well,
no.
Now you get to tell us later what that
What
looks
you
like,
did,
right?
yeah.
That's
That's awesome.
I mean, the Nighthawk going on like a murder spree.
I mean, like,
Oh my
that's
God.
gonna be the story.
We don't need any more murders.
Oh no, I'm for it.
I
am the knight.
I love this freaking Dark Paladin type of Batman who just like really got into it some point and just vanishes to
Yep,
do the
yep.
the fucked up Hufflepuff vampire boy Batman thing for a while.
He does worship a dark god about vengeance, so it makes sense.
Yeah. All right, Charles, what you doing?
Well, I was first going to say, we misspoke earlier, Kyle, that when you spend a coin to increase a result, it's actually, if it's a 6, it becomes a critical. It's not if it's a 5. A 5 becomes a 6,
okay.
but if you have a 6, it becomes a critical. So we could have crit with a coin. It doesn't matter.
You can
It
pay
would have
to
been the same
crit? That's
result.
amazing.
Well, in the downtime activity, specifically.
Oh, I only in
That
downtime.
would have been right. That would have been the same.
It's the
as
same
paying
result
for another
yeah.
action.
Yep, exactly. Which most times it will be the same result because the way
Wait,
the
a
math
6 is a 3.
No,
and a
it's-
crit is a 5.
for a long-term project, 6 is a 3, but for
For
recovery,
healing.
recovery, a 6 is a 3 and a crit is a 5. Yes,
I don't
but you got 2 6s, which was
I've dreamt all day.
6. So
I still haven't found your other die, man.
anyway,
Thunder
I am going to heal because I took no harm this game, which is good. So I'm gonna contact my 2 doctor friends and get some healing done. A 4, 2, and 2. So I take the 4, and so that's how many?
2, I believe.
Where was your clock at?
I only needed 1 more segment, so
That's it.
I am
Healed
fully
up.
healed.
Bruised ribs are gone.
Bruised ribs are gone. That's real nice. How do we want to reduce our heat? I guess. So like you spread some rumors before. Like I guess Silas could hobnob a bit. I was thinking of just going and breaking some legs.
So is this like a collective crew downtown action?
It's a
or-
one-person.
It's a one person. I'm suggesting that we spend the 1 rep to send a person out to go do a thing, and we basically trade on our rep a little bit to lower the overall heat.
How many additional actions can
Do you want to
buy
send your
in
mom out
downtime?
again?
I know, I was gonna say.
Infinite.
Your mom did a great job.
Yeah.
Do you want to
I
roll for
think
your
we
mom
should
again?
probably stick to 1 or 2.
Because I think it wouldn't
at
be
most.
great to have like someone who was seen there go out and do it.
And because also, in order to increase tier, we need a total of 8 coin.
Yes. Right. And so I don't want to spend a coin.
Yeah.
I'd rather spend a rep.
Hold on. When do you turn rep into coin, or do you just turn rep into things you can buy with coin?
You turn them. You don't actually even turn rep into things you can buy with coin. You turn a rep is equivalent to a coin. You can use either to do this thing.
Can you use rep instead of a coin to pay for your tier up?
No.
So really, we should have been spending rep instead of coin for our extra actions.
Yeah.
It's 6 because you still need that rep in order
Yeah.
to be able to afford the tier up.
We eventually we need 11 or 10 or 11 or 12 rep and 8 coin, regardless.
Cool. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Carry on.
You're good.
So,
My thought would be that because my name's out there for this, I could go break some legs and get people to not do to not talk about it, maybe, or if there's someone else that wants to do a thing.
I think that's fine, like a skirmish or a rec of like,
Yeah.
oh, you heard the Nighthawks. What was that?
Yeah, Nighthawks didn't do shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Keep
Go
our
bust
game
some
name
skulls.
out of your
Yeah,
mouth. Yeah.
Go bust some skulls, Charles.
Your mouth. So I lower our rep a little bit by doing this.
What's her name? Like the highlight camera. So
but I
what
got a
was it?
5.
You were like beating the shit out of people. That
5 on heat is 2 segments of heat.
Ooh,
So we're back down to 2.
Okay.
Alright.
So- If I could I have made progress on avenging my parents' like death?
If you had done a long-term project, probably.
But no, this is just body count story.
Well, yeah, because this is a consequence. This isn't a good thing that happened.
yeah.
Like you fucked up, and as a consequence, yeah, this is.
So it's a non-mechanical but interesting story that I went on.
Yeah,
It is mechanical, and that you won't gain experience.
Spiritual
So.
You hit a manic state, and you went
But
bonkers. bazonkers
I
for
wouldn't
a
get
couple
experience for
weeks.
that though.
No, you won't get experience for next game at all. You won't be
Yeah.
able to. Yeah.
Yeah,
but you can get experience. You can get experience next game with a different character.
Sure.
Batman won't.
Alright.
Batman's having a rough
I
time.
have
Batman's
like
having a rough
that would be
yeah.
someone like, oh yeah, I know.
And you have one more downtime act.
No, I healed my.
Nighthawks,
I do
Robin.
because I used rep. In that
Yeah, I
case,
didn't realize the consequences of de-stressing or something.
oh, I'm gonna.
Neither did we. This is the first time it's happened.
Try to see if you can reduce heat again.
No, I'm gonna go.
Can you
indulge
overindulge
my
on
vice.
reducing heat?
Oh yeah, good call.
Oh,
Let's get rid of some stress, man.
Yeah. So indulge my vice.
Where do you want me to heal you? I'm already healing this guy.
I'm
You
here.
already did. You already did.
I'm
Oh, I
here.
already did. Okay.
You did.
Oh yeah, I had 5 and I reduced by 5.
Nice.
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 So talk to us about your pleasure.
So I go visit. Ooh. So I actually return because it's the same night. So I actually go return to the Saturnalia Club.
Centenalia, yeah.
Saturnalia, yeah.
Saturday
Saturnalia.
is a pagan holiday. So
I mean, they were all wearing masks.
Yeah.
And I try to I end up hanging out with the lounge singer and make her acquaintance and blah.
You said you had a name for this
Rocket.
one.
Yeah.
Rockets.
That's a nice name.
And so I bring the bottle of the back to the club. And I definitely just share the rest of the bottle with her and enjoyed that evening. So.
Excellent.
So
I love
romantic.
it. First date, romance in the air.
Yes.
And in the background, you just hear dong, 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 dong. And Nighthawk brings the body count. So, Nebra, 2 downtime actions for you.
Okay, so I do have a question. So the activities I want to do is reduce stress and then do a long-term project.
Mhm.
They both involve talking to the same person potentially. Is that allowed?
Yes.
Okay, I'll
Do
do
the
that.
long-term project first, since you don't have 6 stress.
Yeah, just so you don't accidentally get lost.
Yeah, you should definitely do the long-term project first.
Okay, I'll do the long-term project first.
Well,
Mechanical.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Right, because you could also just roll a 1 on your stress, and maybe you'd want to.
And I have to only roll 1 die for the stress. 'Cause I-
Oh yeah.
Listen,
And you are
a non-zero chance is still a chance.
strong on prowess.
yes, I sure am.
Yeah, there's a reason you bring me along.
Well, what's your-
Rock picks,
what's your
motherfucker.
stress at?
I'm sorry, what?
What's your stress at?
4.
4. Oh, okay.
No, that's what the
I mean,
Nighthawk
should I
was at when he went AWOL.
Should I still do the long-term?
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
No,
De-stress.
you're-
De-stress.
call.
No,
You're
de-stress.
right. It's a complicated question.
I would de-stress.
I mean,
actually.
I would say
You're
technically
like,
you should
you
probably
did
both
not
actions.
I don't do it.
You get both actions.
Keep your stress.
Yeah. Even
So you get both actions.
Even
It
if
doesn't
you-
matter the order?
yeah.
Okay, alright.
Oh, doesn't matter the order? Yeah.
I don't think it does. It doesn't say it does. So
I roll
Getting
my
knocked out of a game is not.
I roll my 1 die.
What you get?
I don't know yet.
What you get?
1.
That's on a reduced stress or long-term project?
Reduce stress.
Okay. So what does that look like for Nebra?
So her, can I reduce stress?
You click the little...
The X?
Yeah,
Take
it won't
double.
clear you. Or, no, sorry, you click the level of stress, I think.
Oh, you click back down.
Yeah, you just click
Oh.
the level of stress rat and it'll fill all the dots.
So click the third one.
Oh. Got it, thank you. Sorry. So her vice is obligation, basically to her family. So what she would do is she would go to the Arabian consulate and basically just have a conversation with her dad because he works long hours. They don't really see each other that
Guess
much.
we have
So-
lunch.
yeah, so that's just their way of catching up,
Excellent.
basically. So that's what that was.
But he's on the phone the whole time. And
The
Just
telegraph.
papers everywhere, yeah.
That's why you only got the one.
So the long-term project I also want to do with my father is to find out what exactly happened that caused the family to have to move out of Arabia completely.
Okay.
Because he has been very mum about that.
Yeah, yes, he has. I think there's a lot of walls that need to break down for this.
Yes.
So I'm going to say that this is a 12-segment plot. This is going to
Of course
take
it
a
is.
while.
God damn it. Okay.
But this is something you can start.
Okay. So what? How?
So you choose how you're going to go about this, and you roll those dice. So you could prowl around like the family archives. You could talk to your father and consort. It's your call how you roll, and then the roll will dictate.
Break into the filing cabinet.
I know. How do I want to do this? Okay.
I'm just gonna wreck somebody for information.
I mean, in all honesty, I think the original plan I had in my head is just to like talk. So a consort roll.
Consort?
Yeah. So that's 2 die, and then is it just the higher of the 2 or?
Yep.
Okay.
You got it.
5 is the highest.
5. So of those 12, we will fill in 2.
Great.
So I'm going to
6
say
more. Or 5 more.
2 of 12, Nebra, and I'll update this on the webpage. Nebra,
Is 12 like the highest that a clock is? Of course.
It's
Nebra
going to be a really good scene.
looks
Going major hard.
into her family's past.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Okay, sweet. Awesome. So now I think before we move into rounds, the final thing we need to do is look at our crew, look at our characters, and delegate XP. Oh, you know what I will say? I'll talk about status changes here. So under factions,
Oh yeah.
it probably comes to no surprise that there probably is some investigation into who was that body that was dragged off, and who, and you know, in some Spirit Warden haven, you know, the strings are crossing. We are taking a -1 status with the Spirit Wardens. We would have taken a +1 status with the Circle of Flame, but they do not like how that end scene went down. We will not, however, lose Replica. So we are still +1 with the Silver Flame.
+1 from where we were before.
No, we're with no change with Silver
No
Flame.
change. Okay.
And -1 with Spirit Wardens.
Okay.
That's it.
That's not too bad.
That is it.
Was it Silver Flame or the...
Or sorry, the Circle of Flame.
Yeah.
Circle of Flame.
The silver flame.
Okay, so now looking at, well, let's do crew XP, I guess, real quick first. So at the end of the session, for each item below, mark 1 or 2 if it happened more than once. So execute a successful smuggling or acquire new clients or contraband sources. You executed a smuggling. I don't think you acquired the new clients.
No. We shot our source.
Now, that being said,
I shot our
is
source.
the Lost District now our new source of contraband?
You want to try and do that again?
No.
You need to take out the silver nails.
Fair enough.
So we'll give you 1 XP for that. Contend with challenges above your current station. You did. The Spirit Wardens are rank 4, so that's an XP.
Did we contend with more than one challenge above our
Is this crew?
current station?
Mm-hmm.
XP.
That's correct.
Was the Hand of Kotar itself above our current station?
So I think the Spirit Wardens was the challenge, but I personally would argue that the potential war, or not war, but the potential backlash of the Hive versus the Circle of Flame. Also, we like threaded a needle there a little bit.
Yeah, I think here's my counter argument. That's what we always call a counter offer. I think if you had thrown in fully with one, perhaps, but because you're still threading that needle, it's. But you're also in a good spot.
See, that's why the little bad ideas guy is right.
I was on your side. He's the one. Everyone
See?
else was the one that said.
Bolster your crew's
Layouts.
reputation or develop a new one.
I
We're
mean,
fucking
ambitious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're willing to go into. We're willing to break into the sanatorium and defy the Spirit
And
Wardens to
set it
take
on fire
Yeah.
and shoot a guy.
So +1 XP.
We'll be fine.
Express goals, drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew.
I think there is some inner conflict here. We've had this kind of inner conflict from the beginning of were we a professional crew or were we ambitious, and like we are ambitious, but at the same time we're getting thrown into these situations where people expect us to be professional, and we are not necessarily professional, which is interesting.
Oh yeah, I think there are different people in the crew have different standards that
100%.
conflict.
Yeah.
It's not just that some people aren't meeting each other's standards; it's that some of us have standards that make sense and some don't.
So that's one more XP, and this is a good spot to be at, guys, because I'll say almost no matter what, next game our crew will level up, and which will be a nice tie-in with getting new
Because
turf.
we have one
hopefully,
left to go, right?
one
And
left to go.
hopefully increasing
Got
our
it.
tier and like
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
we did go down in one rep though. So we
Yeah, I
already-
did mark that.
I
Yeah.
just want to mark that one.
All right, so I will start off with character XP. So every time you roll a desperate action, you mark XP. That's been taken care of during the game. At the end of each session, for each item below, mark 1 XP, or instead mark 2 XP if the item occurred multiple times. I addressed a challenge with knowledge or arcane power. I'll give myself an experience for that because of the hand, making the wards for the hand, if people are agreeing.
Yeah, I agree with
It
that.
seems.
Is it only during the score?
It's during the game.
For each
'Cause
session, yeah.
I would also say you did that with the ghost, Rorik's ghost.
Okay.
For your downtime thing, because you guys were the ones that did it.
Fair enough.
Personal.
I won't say no to extra XP. You express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. This is another one. I think she's very guarded of her background and nobility. We don't see her bringing that up much. Though, I guess the argument is there. We do have to wait a second. Are you an apostate spirit warden?
I like that, personally. Also, your kind of advocacy for ghosts, maybe it's called? I don't know.
Fair enough.
Ghost advocate.
1. You struggled with issues from your vice or trauma. I have no trauma, and I didn't indulge in vice. But we did see the someone who was obviously indulged with Emmeline, but I don't think that's enough to say that there was a struggle there.
Yeah.
So cool. So Emmeline's 3 XP away from playbook event.
And now, for the people who didn't play before, the ones you get from your playbook, you can spend them on your playbook experience, and that's the only way you can raise playbook. Or you can spend them on any one of your attribute ones, and thereby bump one of those as
Oh,
well.
I see. Okay. So if I were to do the playbook advancement, do I just get another special ability?
Yeah. So once you fill up those flags, like if you look,
Yes.
yeah, you'd have to fill up all those,
Got
and then
it.
they reset to 0, but you choose a new special ability.
Cool. Okay.
Okay.
I'll do Cole. For Cole, you addressed a challenge with violence or coercion. Remarkably, I don't think I really addressed a challenge with violence.
If we're talking about downtime, like we did with Emily, you did do
Leg
the punching.
breaks.
People
Oh, I guess I did.
to
Okay.
reduce heat.
I was gonna say I did. I think I did a little coercion in which I tried to intimidate with trying to intimidate the Circle of Flame, or using my command to try to like bully my way through.
Sounds like 2.
Yeah. You express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I feel I didn't intend to do this, but I think that he's very clearly a Scovelander, very clearly from the military.
Well, and from an RP too, I do like the interaction with the Scovelander whiskey and the this is the fun stuff, and like with the doctor, do you remember this, and the talk of let's talk about the old times in the motherland. That was cool. So I think so.
And I also think like not willing to sell out the Scovelander cohort that we had. I don't think I struggled with my vice or my trauma because I don't have any trauma. So, I am 2 away. Or no, sorry, that's calculate. Push that. I'm actually going to drop in all of those into resolve to increase my command. So I just need 3 more to increase my command and raise my command to 3. So
Nice.
yeah,
Cool. Nate, you want to
that's all I did this game.
Okay, so you get one or more if you get you address the challenge with calculation or conspiracy. And I don't know if I did that this round at all. Unless like going around asking about ghosts counts.
I mean, I think
Man, calculation. What would that look like? And did we do that?
I think
There
calculation.
was-
From a conspiracy or calculated standpoint, like 2 things kind of come to mind. Like one of like the coming back to the Silver Flame and being like, no, we got this. Now we have leverage, and you're going to pay me more if you
Yeah.
want
Yeah,
it. Like
I
that
get it.
seems like a
So
spider thing.
well, there's
Yeah.
also another one that could that could also
Oh,
affect my
maybe
beliefs.
maybe multiple times.
Yeah. Oh,
The
okay.
other one that was like calculated, which I think could come out, was like to the messenger of the. We always knew this guy wasn't leaving with us, you know.
Yeah. Okay. So that works.
yeah.
Yeah, I like
So would that be 1 or 2?
I think that's 2.
Is
Okay.
this the die that was missing?
And
That
then
is
you
not
expressed your
pretty
beliefs,
nice.
drives, or heritage
That is
or
a,
background. I think in particular,
That's a vampire die.
I don't think nobility came out, but definitely background and working with the Skullflander, all the Skullflander, but not selling out my. Yeah. Even though I'm.
We've done it in the past.
Yeah. So I think that's
So
1.
Well, I also think your drives, like your you,
Greed.
Well, greed, but also like your kind of desire to have nice things.
Mhm.
You
Do
know?
you need some?
No, I have it. I
Oh.
just need to eat.
So would that be then 1 or 2? We think.
Personally, I think it's 2, but
I should probably do
Nice. Level up.
Playbook level up or what? Did
Playbook.
oh shit.
Nice, man.
Because there's a playbook ability I really want.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, same. That's what I've been dumping.
I'm just so far away from it. So.
Then the last one is you struggled with issues from your vice or traumas during the session, and I indulged my vice, but I didn't really struggle with it.
Yeah.
Because last game I like rolled on point, and then this game I did good. You know, I still got a little bit of stress, but yeah. So does that spill over +1 then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
If you want to put that extra 1 in your playbook, or you could throw that somewhere else.
so I think I might put that extra 1 in. In resolve, because I had 2 there, so that puts me at 3 in resolve. And then the ability I want to do is functioning vice, and this will help not just me; it will help the crew.
Cool.
When you indulge in your vice, when you indulge in your vice, you may adjust the dice outcome by 1 or 2 up or down. An ally who joins you in your vice may do this, or
Oh, they have to have the same vices.
yeah. So
Or be in the same place that offers
Yeah.
both.
Yeah.
Well, if you can wrap luxury and faith up, you can save Batman next time.
yeah, because that's what I'm thinking. Because also it would have worked for her as well.
What's your vice?
Or me.
Luxury.
Technically me as well in this time.
Yeah, the Centralia Club caters to luxury and pleasure. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But not stupor.
Kind.
I mean, it could.
Yeah, because Emmeline's indulged there, so like I didn't list it, but I think we're kind of
I
established.
mean, I think
in
we're
our own-
also because his vice was indulged with himself. I think we can kind of because I could see ways to help him indulge his face through luxury, but I'd also have to learn more about him in order to do that. But while still keeping his identity, you know.
And I feel like his vice is easier to learn from him as the Nighthawk, more so than as Virgil, actually.
Yeah.
That's one where he's probably more willing to explain that vice to you.
Ooh, I know exactly what I would do.
Because the Nighthawk is a
that's
representation
everything.
in his mind of that. I almost feel like I should swap my alias and name to Virgil is really right.
Yeah.
I play Virgil when I'm not the Nighthawk.
Alright, so I guess I'll go. You addressed a challenge with technical skill or mayhem.
I think you did that.
I'd say a little bit of
every
both.
Yeah.
So that's 1. Okay. You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I think Charles and I did that a little bit, but I don't think I went out of my way to do it really too much. What do you guys think?
But are you also a Skullflander?
He is.
We got a half Skullflander crew. Freaking work a Swedish chef.
What do you guys think? Do you think there's a little...
What's your background?
Scotland? Oh, my background? Military.
Okay.
I think so because of I think what helps with that is because he played the military card hard when we went there, and because you were the good doctor that he was working with, I think that plays into that.
I agree.
Oh, for the playing in the background and heritage.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, and then you struggle with your issues from vice or traumas during the
I
session.
think you absolutely did.
Yeah, I think actually you might be the first person to ever have struggled with your vice in that you crushed your only thing.
You had
to
to
be able
literally
to do
use
it.
an downtime action to get it back. Yeah.
Like that's.
Good way to get some XP.
I definitely count that as an XP. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, well that's 3 then.
Like all of our vices are like, this is nice. Like,
I'm just I could see also getting lost in my vice of just going on a binge of spending spree.
I mean, I'm gonna be doing some Alex Jones shit from here on out. Get fucking
Make great 40K memes.
Yeah. So let's see. You addressed a challenge with deception or influence. I literally played half the session with as another character almost.
Yeah,
That is
you
like
definitely went through influence and tried to work your way into
I
it.
used influence, deception, all
I
of
think
that,
that's 2.
and disguise. And I also
Everyone
did it
agree?
again.
Yeah, I would say that's
I also did it again later as the doctor.
Yeah.
no, I think you did. You were Dick Riggins' Man of 1,000 Faces.
Yeah.
You were just all over the place.
Okay, so that's 2 then. Okay.
Yeah.
You want to mark them up there? Yeah.
Rick Diggins.
All right, and then you expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background.
Well,
I think
definitely with the
Playbooks in extra place.
ended up going on a fucking scofflaw for 2 weeks. Kind of works.
that would be more like the next one. I
Yeah,
think in this one, I think heritage would be more like when I was basically explaining to
using your family as a way
Yeah.
to get your way.
My
So
family
I
to
think
get
Oh, that's more background.
Yeah, that's background.
That's
You
right.
know.
Yeah, but they
but that's what it says in here, or
It's
background.
Yeah.
I
think they could both work, but
Yeah, I would-
that's definitely.
I would also say that, especially when you tried to use whatever family.
My
you're
father's
in.
pretty.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to try to buy your way into a club, that you
Yeah.
you're like, I'm supposed to be here. Like, this is the thing that I have.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
My
I think
daddy's
that's
important.
An XP. And then for the next one is I struggle with issues from my vice or traumas during the session.
Yes.
You're gonna
definitely.
I definitely indulged in my vice twice, which is vengeance.
Or you don't get XP for indulging, but
The fact
the
that you-
struggle.
So I will say where he got an XP for it, I would actually say you might get 2, just because one, you're clearly very vengeance motivated throughout.
Yeah.
Even more so than the person that worships vengeance to a certain degree.
Mhm.
But you let it distract you, which is what it's about.
And
then
it
also,
could be argued hurt the crew.
Oh,
right?
definitely hurt the crew.
You missed
He's
out.
endangering the mission.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
All right.
And then losing yourself to vengeance.
Yeah. I
Which
think that's
also
good.
hurts the crew. Yeah.
It definitely does.
Yeah.
So that's 5 XP.
Yeah. I mean, I will have no XP next session, so
Yeah, that's true.
I'll accept that.
Information profit.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Before I forget. Poor choices. Let's see. You addressed a challenge with tracking or violence. God, yes. I think that's
Blew a man
2.
away.
Yep.
I
I'll
killed
almost
his.
give you
A
2
poor
You-
adventurer.
I'd almost give you 2 for
Oh
that
yeah,
one. For
they
one.
saved me.
So the
Finally.
You
so I'd
killed
say
a
you
man
addressed
and
2
his
issues.
soul.
You killed a man, and you essentially put your body to the shredder to get us out of trouble. I'd say violence. Whether you were doing the violence or violence was done to you, I think you solved 2 problems with violence.
Well, it's violence or tracking, and he was also doing the ghost tracking in
Yeah.
the beginning.
Yeah.
So I think and the most you can get is 2, but I think I got 2.
Yeah.
One of which will finish up my insight track to finally get that third hunt, and the other one's going to go toward playbook.
Nice.
And then you expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background.
We had a nice
So when you went
conversation about
catatonic-
heritage.
We did. We've had some conversations about a number of different things. The drive to solve problems by killing people, because really, it's the most final thing you can do. It's the most effective
No, it's really
tool
not.
in the world. But
Sorry,
I-
Emmeline Leakins.
it's not really.
Sorry.
It's not real. Well, also, it's not really Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that should count. I didn't really bring up the academic background.
Okay.
Didn't really bring up the academic background. Did not have that. I think I really only get 1 out of that. That sound right to anyone?
Yeah, I think so.
Then you struggled with issues from your vice or traumas during the
Most definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, you earned a trauma.
You are now the person that has trauma.
Alright, right, so we get 1 for that. Vice didn't come up, oddly enough. And then the special one, you gain an additional XP trigger. You get payback against someone who harmed you or someone you care about. Did not happen,
Oh, is that a
unfortunately.
special ability?
But there are a bunch of eels in that river who rue the day.
If your crew helped you get payback, also mark crew XP. Really need to make that one happen more often and help the crew out.
Hey, we just gotta go find. I got a list of people.
Yeah, we're good to go.
That is true. Like y'all give me your lists. Make a list of people who've harmed you, and let the
That's what I'll come back with.
Arguably,
let the messenger know about it.
vengeful might. So like, Emmeline has issues with the Spirit Wardens, and we did engage with them today. I don't know we did anything to get payback on them, but I think Spirit Wardens could be a.
Yeah, we just gave them work.
Yeah.
I don't know,
we
man.
didn't actually give them work because we also murdered the dude, like his soul. So
No. There were all the people in.
all the other guys.
They had to
Well,
go find their boat.
listen.
Yeah,
Be proud.
we lost. We made them lose their boat, and we gave them work. I don't know if that's actually getting payback.
I don't know if it's payback so much.
Give in to your crime.
Good stretch though. I like that. But,
Yeah.
I mean, do you think we should get crew XP for that?
No, I was just making a motion that like I think Spirit Wardens are a faction that if we did stuff against could trigger that because of Emmeline's background. And I think everyone has certain ties like that in their backstories. So
Like the
I don't
wolf guy?
think we did anything specifically to, say F
Stick it
Spirit
to 'em.
Wardens.
Now, if you want though, we can totally target next game. We can target the Silver Nails turf.
Well, who
and
ha-
take some turf.
Who has turf? Or do the Silver Nails have turf
Well,
in?
Anyway,
Let's come back to let's
Okay,
finish
sorry.
up Tiff's downtime or
Okay.
XP. So.
Yeah, so I didn't mark anything during the game because I don't think I rolled for any desperate actions. That sounds-
Not everybody did.
Yeah. Okay, so you addressed a challenge with stealth or evasion. Heck yeah, I did.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say that's 2.
Lockpicks and
Yeah,
Yeah, I give you 2 for that
Yeah.
one. You picked the door and you got us in.
Yeah.
And all the
And the
yeah.
sneaking,
And all
yeah.
the-
And
So much.
lit a hospital on fire. Yeah, we know it was you.
I'm coming to
We all remember.
I'm coming to that later.
Yeah.
Okay, so
ringer.
That's what we should call our next boat.
yeah, so
The
that,
bell ringer.
That's your new nickname if you don't have a.
I love that it's my flashback, but it's absolutely your fault.
I know it's horrible. Okay,
That's the slide at work.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
you expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I mean, the only example I can think of is that she asked for a ruby and alcohol at the club.
Yeah.
I don't know if that counts.
Yeah.
I think also
Yeah,
your
I would say
background
so.
as like a student scholar came up quite a bit.
Yeah, you were pretty. Yeah, you talked about your background quite a bit. I would say.
Okay.
Well, I think you should take an XP because there's complications that are going to arise based on what your crew did, your association with the crew,
Oh,
and
great.
your association
Also-
with Estera.
Plus, I give you a point just for appreciating the accent.
Well, no, quite literally,
Bad
you were also
accent, yeah.
you were also horrified that you murdered a bunch of people. Because you're like, or that even when they just murdered the one dude, because you're like, I signed up for some cool, wacky adventures. I didn't realize we were just murdering people.
Okay. So I
And they're
was.
ghosts.
And they're ghosts.
Okay, so I'll guess 2 more XP for that.
Yeah.
So I was going to bring that up for the next one, which is you struggle with issues from your vice or traumas during the session. So, I mean, my vice is my family, and obviously she grew up in a very sheltered environment to where she normally doesn't kill people. So the fact she killed several people at once is kind of traumatic, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I'm going back to like someone we did a job for and then blackmailed into getting more money works
There's
with
that
your
t-
father.
There's that too. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, would that be 2 XP? I don't
You
know.
3D printed this?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's 6 XP.
Just a little
total.
koozie. You can fit a can in.
What's your character's vice again?
Secrets. I mean,
So
weird
as
stuff,
soon as
think
I
is what
fill
it
one
is
of the
technically,
attributes, I can just take another dot to it.
So
Yeah,
much
weird.
like the playbook, you have to fill up that flag track up top,
Okay.
and once you fill up the flag, you can assign a new dot.
Okay, so I think I got 6 XP total, which would fill that up automatically.
Okay,
So can
yep,
I just
then
do that?
you-
But you can't take a
new dot.
4th dot
Nope.
until.
Not-
Correct. Until we purchase a crew upgrade.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to put a dot into my study because I'm a student and need to study.
All right. So I'll kick us off real quick with rounds. Get that out of the way. So first and foremost, thank you guys for coming today. Thank you for playing. I'd love to hear too. Things that can improve and stuff like that. I'll say I really enjoyed this game more so than even the first one. I think much like Powell was saying in the last round's discussion, I think this was a good. To me, it seemed a more clear example of you guys doing more crazy and baller things, and like the story being like okay, then the story kind of the tracks being laid out as you guys are doing stuff, which I thought was pretty cool. As far as the world and Emmeline, I guess I'll say like with Emmeline, she doesn't do much, and that's kind of by design. Because I want you guys to be the ballers. When you're saying I kind of have her around, so I don't need to. Like if someone else wants to run a game, I have a character ready, and I will say that could be a good opportunity if Cameron wants to, or if another character gets lost indulging their vice, be like, well, my character's not this game, I'll run one today, because as a GM, it doesn't take much. You just kind of listen to the things that happen and like, cool, let's roll with this. Here's a consequence. Yeah, cool. Like I literally make one roll, and
ever since then, she's been a welcome addition to our crew.
Yeah. So as far as the world, I think getting re-entangled with the Spirit Wardens isn't something Emmeline is comfortable with. I also think like she wasn't in the room much with Alstera, but I think when they were in close proximity, Emmeline had...
Oh, you mean Nebra?
No. Emmeline was awkward around Alstera.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And I think Alstera was awkward around Emmeline. I think that's something that people could notice. To what end, we don't know yet. But I think Nebra could probably pick up on that because you have a vested interest in this person.
Right.
And it's kind of rare that I think Emmeline shares emotion. I think she is kind of a guarded individual, like, no, business, let's, but yeah, there was some strangeness between the two of them. As far as other characters, by design, I didn't have so much interaction with all of you, but I both out of character and in character, I love the fact that Cole is superstitious, and he's like, oh, we're dealing with cursed things again? No, thank you, I got the door. And then I love our little interaction of, no, I got the door. Like, no, they need you, you're the creepy one, you go. And like, no, I don't want to deal with the cursed stuff, curse isn't real. I do ghosts, it's a totally different thing. And that was super cool and characterful. As far as Silas, I think you played the role of leader. You got the job. You were the one to be like to plan it out, and respected you as like a leader of the crew. As for the doctor, this is the first score we've seen them together in, but I think like respects your capabilities as a physiker, and not only that, like I think for the first time dawned on her is like, oh yeah, it's actually kind of nice to have people who have legitimate jobs in the city and who can pull the, no, I'm a doctor, damn it, like let me open doors and stuff like that. As far as Vengeance the Nighthawk, yeah, much like Emmeline's feeling towards Nebra that I mentioned in the session 0, there's a level that I think with the Nighthawk, Emmeline's like, I need you to shit or get off the pot with the commitment to the crew. Like, you're here some days, you're not here, and you're like, I'm going off my own, I need no one.
Next time I'm not going to be here.
Yeah, exactly. We're forming a cool narrative, right? But like we've also established like you're a founding member of the crew, so it's also weird of like you're like the guild leader who's only seldom on. Like, no, but I want it directed this way. Okay, I'm gone. You know, and like
I'm off to commit.
Well, I also like the idea that like it's the Nighthawks. It's just like you're the real leader, but like if shit goes down, it's gonna fall on me. Like
yeah,
because everyone thinks it might. Yeah.
And then with the messenger, I mean, I think based on our interactions last game, Emmeline is probably the closest with Silas, but she feels a closeness with you because we both appreciate and understand the weird, and we can talk about it. Where I feel like a lot of people, I'd be like, talk about ghosts, like, oh no, she's doing it again, you know. But I think she was a little concerned because this is the first time she saw consequences to actions and to see the messenger break down in the way he did in that moment of like, no, this could happen to all of us, you don't understand. And I think that in particular, like, oh, I could be caught up with the Spirit Wardens and brought in and who knows what they would do. Like, I think not only seeing what happened to you's character, but the future of like, oh no, the messenger's not wrong is starting to weasel its way through her mind as well. Then as far as Nebra, I think Emmeline actually has a fondness for Nebra that she doesn't let show. Because, like, I think especially after having to be the budget lurk in the last thing, was like, has a newfound respect for what you do. And then the fact that, like, you've been gone, and then you come in, you're like, I'm critting forging documents, I'm critting opening doors. It's like,
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to see more of a commitment from you and, like, become a full-time criminal, but damn, you are a good criminal. Like, you should go pro. Like, you're not giving yourself enough credit, right? Like, and so, yeah, that's me.
I can go next. For the world, like, I agree that this was a very good explanation of, or a good demonstration of the track being laid as the train is trying to run off the rails, which I think was really fun. This game also had a lot of commitment to flashbacks, which I think was really cool, and from a lot of different quarters and doing a lot of different things. I mean, I didn't think that I would, spend a bunch of stress and drop 5 dice just to convince a person to tell us where the score was, but I did, and I got it by 1, so it worked. And yeah, I think this was also a really good demonstration of us being an ambitious crew, going after, breaking into a Spirit Warden facility, and murdering a dude, and then just leaving, and taking away his hand was really good, and getting entangled in a lot of political machinations, right? I also thought it was really cool that I don't know if we got this job offer because we found out about them or what happened there, but it definitely has that feel. At least Cole has the feeling of, oh god, we found out about them, and then they called us and said, you need to be here and also do the thing we've asked that we're trying to do. And I'm like, oh god, we just helped their clock move up a bunch, I'm sure. And so that's scary. As far as Cole's reactions, yeah, I like that he's I forgot what the term is.
Superstitious?
Superstitious, yeah. That he's superstitious, kind of doesn't like anything that's too weird. And yeah, a little bit of a coward when it comes to that. He's like, I will fight people. I'll go fight a war. We can do whatever we want. We want to take out the vultures. Let's do it. You want to fuck with ghosts? That's on you. I'm not here for it. Which is hilarious because we're a arcane artifact smuggling crew. But I think it goes back to he is definitely just the muscle, or he's supposed to be the muscle. But I also think that the crew interactions were really fun and really cool. With Silas, I thought our interactions really it wasn't necessarily our interactions, but it was our interactions with other people. Again, have been last game was really good, and this game also was like, no, we're like, let's make this happen. Like, what's going on here? And I think we have a very compatible build. I feel like in a lot of ways, both in background and also in how we do things. So there's some natural synergy we got going there. As far as my old friend the doctor, that was great. I thought that it felt very buddy cop like.
Because we sounded like cops.
Well, we sounded like buddy cops, and we were like sneaking into a facility, not sneaking. We were deceiving our way into a facility by like you saying you're a doctor, and I was just like, well, I'm an investigator. Clearly, this is what we're doing, and I'm escorting him through this whole thing, and that was great. That was a lot of fun, and seeing just the repercussions there. At the beginning of this, I know that Cole was a little wary of you because your initial reactions were, oh yeah, we should totally go with the Circle Flame and fuck the Hive. And I was like, why would you say this? Don't do these things.
I
but
was
then,
saying the opposite, actually.
no, in the beginning you weren't. In the beginning you were on the side of the Circle of the Flame. You were like, let's go with them. And then afterwards, when it got weird, you changed sides. I was like, that's good job. You figured it out. Shit gets weird sometimes. The Nighthawk, man, Cole kind of hates you, but I, Charles, love it.
Yeah.
I am here for it. I love everything that he does, and like he's just the coolest character. Also, I love the idea and the concept of a narrative of he is a founding member. There's a reason he's a founding member. He goes away and then comes back with like just ridiculous amounts of information or access or whatever that he shouldn't be able to do. Especially shouldn't be able to do because when we see him in a job, he's just chaos incarnate. So
fucking Batman.
Right. It's just like that. Okay, dude. Whatever. Like, let's go. It's great. But I really enjoyed that.
So just being the slide, right? Like
totally. No, I'm. Yep.
Yeah.
It's good. It's all good. It's just I know that Cole's personality is like, oh my god, why blow up the building? Like. He doesn't know that it was an accident.
I mean, it wasn't.
I know, yeah, but he saw you hand her the things.
Yeah.
So like,
I helped
okay.
build them, so there you go.
And also with the rest of you are not on Team Bell right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, and also
That's
the
just
fact,
us.
the fact that you didn't go with the group, like we all went to a thing and you weren't there, and then now you're gonna go missing again for another couple of weeks, which you probably just did. Like this is like the third or fourth thing, like. You come back every so often to do a job.
It's weird, but like every time I go to it, there's this Virgil guy, and then we're never with the Nighthawk. I just never see him in the same room.
It's almost like he's bipolar or something.
Right, exactly. So, but no, I love it. As far as the messenger, you did a really great job with him. He's great. Or they are great. And I feel like Cole and the messenger also have a very good understanding of they are. I mean, Nebra did an accident, but they are the people that understand that violence is really just the easiest path in a lot of ways, and
it can be very efficient.
It can be extremely efficient, and seeing that, like Cole, if it hadn't been because we were dealing with a demon or whatever, Cole probably wouldn't have like stayed at the door. But also, when we decided someone needed to stay at the door, he was more than happy to. As opposed to like when they were like, oh, we'll cut off the arm. I'm like, oh, I have a hatchet. Like we can just cut off the whole arm. Like it's fine. Oh, you don't want that? Okay, put that away. But yeah, like seeing that the messenger is just willing to go. Like, well, I mean, let's murder this dude. Like, what else are we gonna do? Because he might be a threat, which is perfect. So yeah, just consistently really good. A very interesting character, I think, and does a lot for the crew. Mm-hmm. Nebra, I'm very similar to Emmeline in that I really like. I think Cole really has a fond affection for Nebra in a way that's like kind of like a little sister type thing, but also like, man, you're such a good criminal, but you're also such a good person, and maybe those things are not going to work out well for you.
Choose one.
Yeah, like either go be a student and like go hang out with your friends, or let's do crimes, because crimes. And like I didn't get to choose to be a criminal. This is what happened. So you have lots of options, and so I think also Cole's probably the person like, did you do your homework? Like, like. Gotta make sure you do. Gotta be better than us, right? But also get ready for the job tonight. We're
Right.
going to do a
Time.
thing. Like, we need you to unlock the door. Like,
I need you to finish the homework so
Yeah,
I can do the
I
crimes.
need you to finish the homework so we can do the crimes.
Why is there no sitcom in which that happens?
Right? I feel like that's the thing. It's like
I feel
almost
like that's how we
adopted.
made our first million.
Right.
Started
Well, because
developing
Cole doesn't really have a family anymore, and so he's definitely adopted the crew as his family. He's like, Nebra's a little sister, but like, so he has to go to school, he has to do the things. But also, we're gonna lower her down into the thing. We're gonna hold her by a rope. She's going to steal the jewels. We'll get out. I'm pretty sure the bank is a good score. We should go for the bank. Anyway, Emmeline, we didn't have a whole lot of interaction by design, but at the same time, I agree. The interactions we had were really fun. I think that Cole and Emmeline have a fun kind of dynamic of like Cole is terrified of everything supernatural and weird, whereas Emmeline's like, no, I like ghosts, and he's like, fuck that, I don't know. You're the weird one. Do weird things. So I'm gonna stand at the door. Like, but also at the same time is very much like, no, you have to come. You're you're mainly part of the reason that we do these things. I'm not letting you not come on this job. Like, he's making us do it. You're coming with. So that's cool.
Yeah, so for Silas, on the world, like I also love this game particularly a lot more than the first one, just because now we're like more comfortable, we're into it, like doing the flashbacks, getting the stress, like having the bad shit happen because we're going into it. What I also think too, world-wise, is like, and I think Silas is starting to realize this a little bit, but not in the correct way. But like, there is a certain aspect of like crime doesn't pay because it seems like no matter what, like we get that big score, but we had to piss off so many other people to do it. We had to, or kill a whole bunch of people, which Silas doesn't necessarily have a problem with. But there is this like, particularly for him, back in the war days when he was doing his extortion racket, there was no need to like please anyone else. Like, they knew they were everyone's enemy. They were a rich noble house, so they could deal. And especially since every noble house in Skullland was the enemy to the Imperium, like that's, we were able to. And so Silas, when we do these jobs, is very much like, I want to have my cake and eat it too. Like, why can't we do that thing for them and then also do that thing for them? We don't necessarily need to tell anybody. We do our kickbacks. We could just do all of it and make everyone happy, make us a lot of money. Like, why do we have to pick sides here? Which inevitably would bite him in the ass, no matter what.
You know who wanted their cake and eat it too? One Mr. Walter White.
Exactly.
I was gonna say Marie Antoinette, but
No, like that's exactly what is happening. Like where I think it's like someone like Gus Fring understands. Like, no, I'm gonna piss someone off, and I have to really ruthlessly choose who. And I think that's more like that's what Silas would do, and I just need to like get myself in the mentality like, okay, I need to be willing to be that ruthless and not just play it safe. Something else. So with characters, with Emmeline, we're always tight. It's it is like a father-daughter, I think, but like a good like I don't like treat you like a child father-daughter. It's like you're an adult daughter, and we're now running the business together. And so that no matter what is always good interaction. I do like, and this kind of with the I do like the Skovlin trio. That we've got going. I also like, particularly for you and for him, that you guys are both doing the accent and I am not. One, because I don't feel comfortable, but I think Silas would be trying to speak like an Akarosi, not unlike Brogan. And yeah, like I do, name dropping the military stuff. Like he's someone who initially he was worried about. Like, again, if the Cutter ever finds out, like I'm dead. But like other than that, he's like, no, I can trust this guy like a lot. Like there's one thing of like our bond I think is different than like who I trust the most. It would be him, because our bond is like beyond that. Where his is like, no, I trust this guy like I think more than anyone else, because I know what he'll do to me in the end. But I also like he's willing to like put the balls to the wall and like get it done. And then this guy too, he does good shit. Like, we brought him in, he did good stuff for us, and like he's good at his job. He's fellow Skulllander, so there's that bond going. So I think like seeing him also on the job for the first time, like doing his thing was like, yeah, no, he does good work. He's got good force. Silas just, oh my god.
We're like
at
old
the
buddies.
Buddies is a strong word.
I mean, you're both founding members, right?
So why do you work with me? Like,
well, that's the thing.
I ask myself every day when I wake
yeah.
up.
I think what
He
happens
comes back
is
with information like, there's 7 motherfuckers in charge of these bitches. Like, how'd you find that
Well,
out?
I think
They
you
were all
bring
there.
that valuable information that we need for jobs to come. Because I think when we were founding it, you overheard us wherever we were talking about it. It was like, hey, I can get you in places. I can get some credentials set up.
right.
And, you know, we didn't ask questions. And so that made you a founding member of the crew. But then there's also someone, like, where he looks at some of your, like, theatrics and, like, this persona. And it's just like, let's just make money. Let's just make money. Like, that's all we need here to do.
But what about vengeance?
That's expensive.
Best
And
things
not good
always are.
expensive. No, there's bad expensive. There's good expensive. There's bad. My nice suits are good expensive. Vengeance is bad expensive.
You have terrible taste.
But like, yeah, he does.
First
Like as the
conversation,
slide though,
yes.
he is good. I think that's the other big reason. Like he is skilled at what he does, even though sometimes we don't see him for weeks at a time.
I would argue
Like,
that Silas's viewpoint is that vengeance is not a luxury we can afford. So,
yeah.
Doesn't
Then
make
why
that
are
the best
you
kind.
living?
I
Yeah.
know,
No,
I
no.
know, I know.
Well,
So,
Why do you think he's working with you, though? Like,
Well,
he's
that's
gonna want something.
Well,
at
that's
some
your turn.
point.
yeah. But then with the messenger, I like what you said earlier. Is like we have definitely different viewpoints of how things should be going that really aren't compatible.
Yeah, there are different standards. Some of them make sense, and some of them don't.
Yeah, right. Like mine makes total sense.
Right.
And there is
I'm
that
glad you
like
agree.
yeah, that belief difference. But like again, like he is absolutely skilled at what he does. He brings very valuable things to the crew, and so as much as there are those incompatible standards, it's worked out so far. And yeah, I do like kind of like that little like, no, you know that you gotta kill this guy. I knew we were gonna have to. You know, like just do it. But yeah, so you know you do good shit, but like yeah, well, there's a standards thing that we, if we could reconcile, it would be good. I don't know that that's possible.
Long-term project. Make friends with them.
But they both have to contribute, otherwise it doesn't work.
yeah.
Because I feel like I can make friends with you because I have things you can help me get revenge with.
Oh, very much. There's
Yeah.
paradigm compatibility.
Now with Nebra, when I did my session 0, I looked at Nebra and I had the same view. I think as her of like she's just a like part-timer doing this as a vacation. Like it's like yeah, she's here. Like what? But then like on this job, it was like no, you are good at this.
Did so good.
And,
mechanically.
like what are you doing in school? And like you never played with my vampire character or had experience with Wilhelm,
Sure. Yeah.
who like for several other characters who were like newer vampires, like became a dark mentor to, and was like trying to like get them to like really give in to all of their awful indulgences, for better or for worse for himself as well, because that did bite him in the ass a couple times, and really by the end of it all, his ultimate fate. But I think I'm viewing Silas as having that like you're not like you are. I don't think it's like father-daughter. I think it's just more like, oh, you can be a protege that is moldable. Like you need to understand that this is your calling, and he will soon help you find that is the calling, and you don't need to go back to your family. You don't need to go to school. You can do very well doing this.
Yeah, I do think that Nebra might be legitimately the best criminal out of everyone. Just because of the roles that you had in this game. Like,
But yeah, that's Silas.
Alright, so I guess I'll go. So for Reese, this was my first game, so it's a little, everything's still pretty fuzzy, and ill-defined in terms of, his how he thinks of things and really what's out there. But my first impressions for things are pretty interesting. So in terms of the just kind of the world we're in, I'll kind of start there. Like it's so chaotic. There's so much shit going on. It's great. I love all the inter-gang politics and stuff like that. Like, I don't trust a damn one of them. So it was very fun kind of getting to kind of step into that arena a little bit and play against it, especially with somebody like Harville, whatever. Rogan, yeah, Harville. So that was really fun. Especially like, going to the big, Eyes Wide Shut party. That was really neat. And getting to see the Spirit Wardens and that whole action and seeing a death for the first time was pretty wild. In terms of the character, I felt that I felt like I had to add something in there in terms of his addiction, and it was there, and so it was kind of fun to play against that sort of trope of the addict where they think they've lost their stash, so he's constantly checking his pocket to make sure it's there. I think that was really fun to sort of incorporate that into the character and play that out in real time. The accent was a challenge at first, but it was good. I enjoyed it. I spent a good amount of time practicing it. I took a course on YouTube, so
better than mine.
Well, I spent a lot of time on it. So
well, you've also lived in Dustfall your whole life.
Yeah, so your accent.
You got that Akarosi accent.
It makes sense that your accent's different.
That's fair.
Yeah, but it was. I think it was really fun. Getting to play the character for the first time and kind of step in those shoes of the Sawbone. It was great. In terms of the other characters, Batman was awesome. The vengeance incarnate to my left. I really like as a player watching. I thought it was really fun to see the difference between Virgil and the Nighthawk. Just playing those two separate roles in one game was really cool, especially as you're trying to infiltrate and come down and be part of the meeting. I'm sorry it didn't happen, but it was really cool. You got to have a separate little experience with Harville and gather some information while you're at it. That was really cool. I think you and I had a lot of interaction during between the messenger and I. Had a lot of interaction during the heist itself. It was very fun working across from you, I suppose. I like that we had a good argument about whether we should kill the guy or not, and he's like, all right, well, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it right. So he built you a silencer and all that. It was really fun. And seeing you go catatonic, and that was really I think it plays well to the character. Good choice. I really like your character. I think she's fantastic. I love that duality of it, the difference between like the innocent individual and also just the expert criminal. Like, it's great. It was fun to watch your character kind of do those things, especially all that murder you committed. That's pretty neat.
Mass murderer.
I got. Oh man, I've killed so few people. Never.
Yeah. I mean, might be bettering her, but also it might be body count.
She's gonna the new Marco.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to interact with your character too much, Kyle, just because when you play the DM, it's really hard to bring your character into it.
Especially this game in particular.
I do hope we get to interact a bit more in the future. But I liked what you brought to the game as it was. I like the commentary you added and the like the little mysteries you said in there. About why are you hiding from these people? What did you do? What did you do? In terms of Cole, again, we didn't get a ton of time to interact either, but it was really fun doing a little bit of Skylander, back and forth with the whiskey, all that sort of stuff. And also, I like the superstition part. I think it plays really nice into the character.
And that kind of came about just organically last game.
Yeah, I think the character feels very natural. It feels very grounded in the setting. It works. And for Silas, I didn't get time to do too much, but I think it was kind of fun watching you act, watching you work. Doing the face of the organization type thing, Mr. CEO, as it were, which I thought was fun. It was. I'm really proud that you were able to get through get us an extra 2 coin at the end. I figure they lowballed us pretty hard based on what we had to get up doing.
We didn't really want rip with them anyway.
Well, you didn't need to go into the Lost District and get the thing.
Technically.
On the technicality, I guess you're correct.
Yeah. But yeah, that's it for me. Everyone know?
Oh, sure. So it was really fun to play the game, and
Thanks for coming.
yeah, absolutely, yeah, and like I know it's been kind of like difficult getting all the things together.
Sorry that you come and it's like, and now you can't play your character
I know.
again.
I was like, really? Damn it.
Thank you for blazing that trail.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we didn't know that was a
By the way, is that
possibility.
the worst thing that can happen?
That was a 3 on the D6 roll. So there's a 1 and a 2. There's 4, 5, 6. Is that the well? It depends. If you're hurt, it's probably not that bad because you heal.
I feel like one of them is death.
It is personally probably one of the more difficult ones because you're out XP.
Yeah.
But it's not the worst thing that could have happened to our crew
Oh, great.
as a
Thank
result of what you did. Right.
What?
Thank you for keeping
Got
your
it.
problems to
Okay.
yourself.
Right.
Also, 8 is a monthly take for a small business, so it's like everything his legitimate business takes it in a month.
Nice.
So
But yeah, it was really fun to play the character and get involved in some heists and whatnot. And like playing the Nighthawk was really fun to kind of get into. Like because he's a slide like if we're going to like infiltrate something or like try to gain information, like it actually like makes sense to disguise oneself as something else. And so like I think his alter ego or whatever is who like the rich billionaire playboy, right? And so that was really fun to kind of get into and get to play a little, because that's how I see it as how I'm playing it. Like I think the character sees himself as like the Nighthawk first, and like Virgil is more like how I means of getting things. Like the more I realize this character is just lies wrapped in more lies, wrapped around trauma, and then sworn an oath to a forgotten god, like because he has like no physical attributes, so he's like I'm beating people up in the streets, but like he actually doesn't have hunt and he doesn't have finesse or wreck. Like
He's just sucker punching people.
Does he have skirmish?
he has 1 dot in skirmish, so
Alright, yeah.
he can, but like in general, he's probably actually getting his information from his vast wealth and assets more than no one. But the other lie is like that he actually has that he actually is pulling off the persuasion that he is this tough like guy for like the Nighthawk. And I think it's a complicated but like kind of fun to play character. And let's see, in terms of the world and everything, it's fun to delve into some of the politics of things. I think, and I have an idea for this like why he has gone rogue or whatever. I think part of the thing is like he got into this to get revenge, and I think he's maybe been a little bit like I think a little bit timid about like actually going after it. Like it's been so long. He's just like, I gotta train up some more, gotta, get to know these people better, but like, because he didn't actually like act on getting the revenge that he's like supposed to be doing, like now the forgotten gods of like, okay, we're taking matters in our own hands, you're going off and doing this. And maybe when he comes back, he might want to...
who demand vengeance of you.
I think when he comes back, he's probably going to start undertaking more projects to start getting that revenge, so he doesn't overindulge in the vice again, kind of thing. Now, as for the other characters, I think the messenger, I think we had some interesting interactions. There was definitely some back and forth sarcasm in some of the early parts, but also
there's definitely some Punisher Spider-Man thing.
Yeah,
going on
exactly.
in terms of limits too.
Yes, Punisher Spider-Man I think is a good analogy there. But yeah, I think you pushed yourself over the limit to choose violence.
And I would know because I did too.
You chose violence. You're like, I will go overboard to choose violence, and I think he notes that. This might be this might come in handy later.
Mark that off.
Yeah.
Virgil will remember this.
Yeah, and I think that's something that he probably will. And you mentioned you get XP for helping people get back at payback, right? Like so that there's some good relationship stuff that can be built from that, because I'm fairly certain with some of these projects it's gonna be like, okay, I have a hit for you, like.
And also you might not know this in character, but he was also the only one who was like, we should go after Basil Bass because you have issue with him. And everyone else, we don't need to. He's not here. He doesn't exist.
The Nighthawk will remember that. Yeah.
If he ever finds out.
And
None of us mentioned his name because we weren't willing to talk about it.
for Nebra, I think obviously you are a badass at prowling and things like that. Like that is something that I think is something he has been, like working in training. Like he is like that is the persona he comes off as. Like he's like basically like as a slide, like he's presenting as more of what was your character? You're the what was your character archetype? The
lurk.
The lurk. Yeah, I think some of like the way he portrays sometimes a little bit more like I will go find the information and like sneak around. So like the fact you were able to go across to like all the buildings undetected, pick some locks, and like I think
Plant some bombs.
set some bombs.
He's commissioned a costume he made for you.
Yeah.
Called the Sparrow.
Yeah, exactly.
The
Tell
Sparrow.
Logan you killed all those patients on floor 2.
Also, floor 2 is where they keep all the children.
Or
in building B.
you could be the Sparrow. Yeah.
Those are the patients that actually recover. Everyone else.
These guys are about to be released.
They're just getting out tomorrow. Boom. My door's locked and it's on fire. Oh God.
Bad day. Very bad day.
And I think
No good, very bad day.
for Amelia, I don't know if we got too much interaction, except for otherwise dealing with the hand, which was like, do you know can you contain this? But I think it was kind of fun. It was fun to see like how your character felt about, especially like dealing with the Spirit Wardens and the different you're like no, I deal with ghosts, not curses. Like those were really fun to actually see. Like you are into some weird stuff, but very specific. You have a very specific interest. And if I recall, I don't know this, but your character might have some relationship to the Forgotten Gods.
I'd have to look up. I'm not sure that I do.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Because that could be another potential tie-in, but if you don't, then yeah. And then I think for your character, Reese? Cole? You're Reese. No.
Yeah, his name is Reese, my name is Cole.
And you're Cole. Okay.
Totally makes sense to figure him out.
If you spent more time with the crew, you would know.
No. What's no looking like? What a fucker.
Yeah, it's for Cole.
Not all Scovelanders look
I think your character definitely doesn't like my character.
Yeah.
Like you don't respect the like you're wearing a mask, you're doing this veggies thing, like you're a mask vigilant. Like just the world is chaos. Like just forgo the mask and just join up or whatever. Like just be part of a thing. Like
be a proper right criminal.
Right. and I like that kind of like relationship.
Understand.
Yeah.
But I think he also does like you represent like a lot of good aspects. Like you are a good. You have associations with crews, and you are also a good muscle type character. So like all good aspects.
You got good arms.
Yeah. But I think in the future it'd be interesting to see how to develop that relationship. But that would be probably a long project there.
It could definitely happen.
Yeah. And for you,
Silas.
Yes, it's Silas.
Mm-hmm. Silas.
And Silas. I feel like our relationship should be better than it is, but I feel like maybe because I think the Nighthawk definitely is like, we did it. We got together. We did a thing, and like I feel like you named the crew after me, like because you're like sure the Nighthawk has a notorious reputation. Let's just go with that. And that way it doesn't fall back to my private business ventures outside of this, like kind of thing. But also, like, he did this, and I think you probably, if anyone else would know, he is seeking something, and he is going to eventually come to you and be like, so, we've been working together for a while, I need some help with a thing. And, like, yeah, so that day might happen at some point, but I'm interested to see how that relationship goes. Like, maybe you don't like him because you're afraid that you actually owe him.
No.
But yeah.
No.
No, that's not it. I was like, you for all these other reasons.
Even if on some moral level,
Yeah.
Silas did owe you,
Yeah.
Silas would not acknowledge that he did.
Right. That could be some interesting conflict
Because
or
he's a bad person.
way to resolve conflict. As for
Reese.
Reese. Yeah, I think we got along reasonably well overall.
We didn't really talk at all.
Built some bombs together, and
People bond when they build bombs.
yeah,
together.
like I was, we got disguises where you were a doctor and I'm your doctor's assistant. You knew that, like, we came up with a whole
Also
character
mass murder.
like
Mass murder event.
deception
Bring
together.
people together.
You know, I think,
We did crime together, bro.
yeah, we did some crime together. No, I think.
I'm really looking forward to the
I
next
think my
time
favorite
he's
scene
around.
with Silas is the, all right. I'm gonna melt the lock with hydrochloric acid, like, and you're just, no, I got a lockpick, like.
I didn't know that.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
But definitely, you've got tools, equipment. You're always prepared. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. So I think that's rounds are running.
All right, so yeah, messenger. When the messenger shot Aaron Mattinson, there wasn't any hesitation. Doors open. As the door's opening, the man is saying, "Finally, they're here to rescue me." The messenger pulls the trigger, and then starts processing what just happened, because the messenger was, in fact, ready to talk with Silas. Their own philosophy about these things: you do not go halfway, you go all in, you always lean on your strengths, and like the solution here is clearly to kill this person. Like, we do not have time for anything else. But the messenger was expecting to see a monster or a fool, like the kind of who fools around with like cursed objects like that.
Yeah.
Like who would give in and do that thing? Well, I mean, it turns out just a week ago the messenger like bonded with a massive spirit lure, yeah, Aaron didn't look like a monster. Like, everything that is burned into the messenger's mind about that man's face before they put a hole in it is that was just a normal person. I mean, not normal person, because people who aren't Taikarosi are weird, but like
Also,
that could be
cut off his own hand.
that could be right, but it turns out that doesn't make you look like that weird.
I know.
Also, it's not really standing out on that point. It's just some helpless person in a straitjacket, and then they're just gone. Anyone could have fallen into that situation, and it's blurred some lines. So that's kind of what they've learned about themselves: is they're not protected by their own personal exceptionalism. What they've learned about the world. Yeah. So, well, there's someone who's just like Silas but better. That's odd. Man, things are pretty messed up. Eels fucking suck. Don't like that. Someone wanted that hand, and they're gonna do something with it. There are a lot of bad ideas out there, and people are doing something with them. And some people just won't fully commit. Was it Nedra?
Nebra.
Nebra.
Yeah.
Nebra. So, one of the things that the messenger learned in college is some people are driven to excellence, and some people are gonna muddle through because they work hard enough to barely make it, and some people are just total fuck-ups. Like, that's just the way it is in a proving situation like higher education. And Nebra is clearly one of the people who are driven to excellence. Like, this person is just good at what they do, and the messenger knows that's because you put the time in, not just because you're born with talent. The messenger just worked hard enough to get where they got as far as academics go, but they never really had that much heart in it. Nebra does. Nebra's really good at that. Not really caught up in this whole you should either be a student or a criminal. No, she's doing fine. She's working it out. She'll come to the right conclusion. She seems to be so far. maybe a bit disappointed if they find out how fraught you were over all those people dying, because again, rule of heat, the difference between one murder and N murders
It's nothing.
Yeah, very little.
yeah, and it worked. It definitely clouded where the corpse was. Who knows what they're going to think when they finally get down to the second sub basement and.
Well, there's no ghost to even deal with, so it's probably not that notable, but.
Well, it is. When did he get shot?
Right.
And where's the fucking hand?
Like, we did get -1 rep because they were able to tie some things back to us, like these.
Well, and also,
guys.
why did he get shot with an ectoplasmic round?
Yeah.
By clearly a crew that was prepared, or somebody that was prepared to murder a ghost or murder a person and stop their spirit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But didn't take the same precautions for everyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Turns out that doesn't stop the bell from ringing. Okay.
Yep.
Noted. Ermeline? Is that right? Emmeline. That didn't have much interaction. You got kind of scarce and shy. And, like, I'm not sure the messenger actually noticed that, because there was a lot of us and a lot going on. But, like, although you definitely did, like, get the work done when it came to finding that that ghost that we need to talk to, so, like, points.
And plus 2 gold. Or 2 coin.
Yeah,
Eventually.
Yeah, we'll handle that next
Yep.
next game. But
But, yeah, did we interact much?
not terribly.
I don't think so. I don't think there was a lot of character relationship.
Like, I was gonna go with you to Crow's Foot, and then the Silver Tongue over here was like, oh no, actually I should probably deal with his artifact thing.
Is that how that conversation went?
Yeah, because initially I was like, I'll go to Crow's Foot, and you're like, that's a good idea, I'll come with you. And then he was like, no, you need to come talk about these artifacts. I'm like, that's a good point, I do need to go talk about those artifacts.
Like, very much in agreement with Cole on a lot of things in terms of, like, focus. Like, sometimes the simple answer is the right answer. And by sometimes, I mean every time it's violence. Also, like, why are we splitting our efforts between these different factions? We need to decide right away, you know, who we are aiding and who we are not. And
Yeah, I think we might have
Focus.
different sensibilities, but I think we have a very simpler way of operating it.
oh yeah. Silas. So while they disagree on, like, political matters, Silas did absolutely know, and that, like, there will come a point where you're going to decide, where we're going to determine that this person needs to die. When we have determined that, when we are executing that plan, there must be no further uncertainty. Here's how you need to focus your mind on that. Great. Absolutely what the messenger needed to hear at that point. Absolutely the kind of reassurance they needed. It's very reassuring to know that when the chips are down, Silas is there, even if he is playing games when you should just be stabbing people. Like, there are times to play cards and there are times to just mug people, and, like, it's important to know the difference. Where would the messenger be without Sawbones? I mean, looking at a hole
Eel
out
food.
of their leg with the eel, with the eel bit it out. You don't like that. Also, we had a couple of good conversations about a variety of things. We have some common interests as far as curiosities go and how the world works, and that's probably something that's more important to the messenger than the doctor, because the messenger's whole deal is about understanding the world better. They're not actually making as much progress in that as they think, but, like, whatever. It's the journey that matters.
Journey is the destination, man.
The Nighthawk. So it's kind of like Boston Legal. If anyone's seen it, Crane, Poole, and Schmidt. Here, the founders.
Wait, he's Schmidt?
Yeah, because he's the one that doesn't show up until season 2.
Okay. But Poole's the one that goes off the rails and just is never there.
Yeah, that's... Well,
Yeah.
reasons.
Because I feel like it's Crane, Poole, and Schmidt.
Yeah, Pool is what? That's Candace Bergen, right? Yeah.
No, Schmidt is Candace Bergen.
Oh,
Because she
okay.
says it all the time. This company is Crane, Pool, and Schmidt. I'm Schmidt.
Oh,
So
that's right.
the way the messenger figures it probably works is there is a story told about the Nighthawk, because you don't go around calling yourself the Nighthawk without actually believing you're in a narrative. That's got to be the way that works. The messenger thinks people who call themselves the Nighthawk are ridiculous. But
maybe you should.
But here's the thing. There's the story about this guy called the Nighthawk, and he has adventures. And one of those adventures had to do with founding a team called the Nighthawks. But it's not the only adventure the Nighthawk has. So the Nighthawk is frequently gone doing Nighthawk stuff, and the adventures of the Nighthawk and the Nighthawks are just like parts of it. It wasn't like a development, and the Epic of the Nighthawk, Act 1 is the Nighthawk, Act 2 is Nighthawks. This isn't like James Cameron's Aliens thing. It's like sometimes the Nighthawk has Nighthawk's adventures, sometimes not. And that's, well, I mean, it's already ridiculous. It doesn't get any weirder, so that's fine. He has his thing, and it works out.
It's Batman.
It's like Iron Man has his own comic book line, but he's also in the Avengers. But sometimes he's off doing Iron Man stuff.
Right, except in this case, we're seeing the perspective of the Avengers when Iron Man isn't around.
Right.
But we're also named we're also named the Iron Men.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Or the X-Men, like Professor X. Like,
Yeah.
like all like, is he even in half of the comics? Like, yeah.
Well, I love that. You guys named the crew after me, and Cole like, no, I don't think that's the narrative.
I don't think that's how it happened, but okay. No, I think maybe he came and he was like, hey guys, I have an idea for the name. It's Nighthawks with an apostrophe at the end. It's like Nighthawks crew. We're like, what if we take out this segment?
He still thinks that's what it is, but he finally sees it written like, no, you guys missed an
You missed the
apostrophe. I'm like,
apostrophe.
we really
Oh
didn't.
man, we're sorry. We got
it's
it
not
we
the
gotta go.
Nighthawks. It's the Nighthawks crew. What are you doing here? This is Pike's Peak all
Oh,
over
man.
again.
It should literally be the Nighthawks crew, and we just remove the apostrophe.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
It's just the
Just
Nighthawks
scrub
crew.
it out, erase it.
The Nighthawk
Alright.
crew.
Are you done?
I am done. I would like to see like this with a strike through on the
Yeah.
apostrophe.
It's going to happen. All right.
Last one.
So in terms of the game, like Peter, this is my first game. Also, Kyle, thank you so much for inviting me to this.
Thank you.
Only other system I'm familiar with is D&D 5e, so just to jump into something that's totally different from that, with all these different mechanics and stuff,
Oh,
was
wow.
great. Yeah. And then I'll say also that one of the main reasons why I wanted to play was because just the fact that the Eruvian culture exists. Because, just reading through all the information, read about skull vendors, like, okay, they're Nords, whatever. But just being able to play something like that, like a character from that environment, is something I
Very
really
cool.
wanted to do.
I like the heritages and stuff. I think it's great.
Yeah. And in terms of the world, it's nice to explore a little bit more of it, I guess, and to interact with more factions. I guess myself as a player, had this initial impression that Nebra would probably just be like the mouthpiece for Eruvian peoples. So maybe just dealing with the consulate and the red sashes and stuff, she might be the person who has to deal with that. It doesn't seem like that's the case, and may not tend that way, but who
It still
knows?
could be that
Who
way.
knows? It might happen, pop up in the future.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'll just go straight to characters because oh, actually no. Before I do that, I will mention I did watch session 1, and the rounds you did at the end of that. Definitely felt I needed to prove something. Be like, she's not useless. Watch me do something. Yeah, I feel like I proved I'm useful. So I'm glad to hear. that
Very
worked out very well.
That's
Yeah. So for characters, Emmeline, don't think we really interacted all that much. I would say Nebra would have detected right away that the aloofness and trying to, stay out of the spotlight, sort of speak, so she would actually give you that space and not like be imposing or whatnot. But eventually she would like to get to know Emmeline as a person. Maybe as a friend, or it could be an acquaintance, that's fine. I respect boundaries. But yeah, the spirit stuff. I'm wondering if Nebra is going to take some issue with just dealing with ghosts and stuff, maybe to the extent that Cole does, because in Aruvia there's, as mentioned, Aruvia there's no ghosts. Like, they're all just sucked into this well, and they just don't roam around. There's demons, but, you know, there's no here. Not here nor there. But yeah, so maybe something like that will pop up. Who knows? Cole, I don't know, did I really interact with anyone? I don't know. So Cole never respects us being the big brawny dude that can punch things, so totally gets that. She's hoping to have a little bit of a better relationship, I guess. And this is based off what you mentioned during session 0, like, so, which is understandable.
Oh no, he took over that position as the least trusted.
Very quickly. But there was still some hesitancy there because this right. This rich, not necessarily noble person, privileged, exactly. Lots of privilege here. But hopefully that can change. Silas, even though she understands that there are multiple family members and stuff, she definitely sees Silas as like the leader. So she definitely has a lot of respect for him as a person, and I don't know if you noticed, but she did defer a lot of stuff towards you, like waited to see what Silas wanted to do, and maybe that could be something that Silas can take advantage of later. Who knows? She is young and naive, so it's definitely possible. Reese, again, didn't really interact too much, but he's a doctor. She respects doctors. Does she know that he's not really a doctor? Probably not. But he sawed that man's arm off, so looks legit. She'll take it.
I mean, I fixed her friend over here.
Yeah, that too, yeah. So, it's a doctor, of course.
It's like it was my character that had to watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
From the ceiling. Just nobody knew you were there. You're just like,
No, I was holding the hand.
No, he was holding the hand that was trying to kill him.
Yeah. And then Virgil, Mr. Sly, Broody Man. She's probably gonna call you Broody Man all the time. Like, not gonna lie.
Is there a Batman continuity or parody where there's a character who just calls him Broody Man all the time?
I don't know.
Because I love that. I'm just going to be thinking of
the first thing I thought of when like Virgil showed up was like the Lego Batman version, where it's like just very grumpy and no. So that was the impression I got, and that's why called Broody Man, go in the corner, whatever. Not sure if she wants to strengthen the relationship at this point. She's not sure, but at the same time, she's not as bothered by his absences, because it's kind of almost like an absentee father situation, which she's familiar with. So it's like, oh, that's normal, whatever. You can deal with that. That's not new.
Dad got drunk on vengeance again.
Yep.
He's gone for 3 weeks.
You went to buy milk and it's been 3 days.
You went to buy cigarettes and he never came back.
Oh my god.
Well, we keep hearing stories about him murdering people in the street.
Bells.
Bells.
Yeah.
You just hear, I am the night.
It's got. It'd be fun if there's like a daily bugle, like, oh, get me photos of the night out, like amazing.
Yeah, and then for Messenger, do remember session 0? I did mention that Nebra was probably least trusting of Messenger, but now, well, first off, the dog helps.
They do that.
She's going to pet dogs. She's going to pet that dog. That dog's going to be so loved. You have no idea. But yeah, I think at this point now, she definitely wants to have a closer relationship, just simply as like a form of solidarity, because she's the only Arubian in the group. Messenger's the only Tycherosi in the group, outnumbered by Skullflitters or whatever. So maybe we can like
so many Skullflitters.
Yeah. So maybe that would be possible just to work together in that regard.
Foreigner block.
Yeah.
What is it? Foreigner caucus.
Oh yeah. Form our own caucus. And I think that's pretty much it. Though I do have a question: how many people did Nebra actually kill? She didn't get that, or I didn't get that info.
I don't know that we had a number.
Yeah, you'd have to.
More than 2.
You're gonna
Yeah,
have to-
you'd have to have listened to the bell dongs, and there's
We're
so
gonna have
much
to
going
build
on.
do a special project for finding out how many characters, how
Yeah.
many people you
Alright.
killed.
Yeah, that's
That actually will probably because there'd probably be a record kept of what
Somewhere.
they would-
You'll be able to find out.
yeah.
I'm sure.
That's gonna be a long term.
Oh, I mean,
It'll be in the newspaper.
We're gonna
4 dead.
Probably have something, yeah.
Yeah, the ink crates will probably have a newspaper, so that could be a thing. Like perhaps an acquire an asset, like
Yeah.
get the newspaper and to find out what was reported about it.
Just,
If it
just
wasn't
the maternity
suppressed.
ward. The entire maternity ward.
They're not gonna put a maternity ward on quarantine island.
I mean, you won't
An
they?
orphanage.
In fact, it was the only one in Duskfall.
Oh, and yeah, I definitely forgot to mention this before, but the whole dichotomy of her being like a really good student and also kind of being a good criminal, I purposely designed her that way because with the long-term project of learning more about her father's past, what I'm hoping will happen is, depending on what she learns, that's going to help her sway one way or the other. Probably one way, but you never know. So, but yeah, I'd like to see how that develops.
I especially just like Never too, and the fact that, like, kind of like what Powell said actually, is that it's the individual excellence that also drives her to become essentially a criminal. Just be like, I can do things that other people can't do. Yeah,
exactly.
And, and remind me, because the rounds in the first game, did someone say they felt Nebra was useless? Because I think the consensus was,
Well,
damn, we wish Nebra was here.
Or they weren't really sure like what to think of her.
No, in
because
game 0, it was that we were like, she's just a student. We don't know
Right.
what she can do.
Exactly, yeah.
Right, like she's kind of newer to the crew.
Right, it was game 1. We were like, we wish we were.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Because we
But
knew
still.
we knew mechanically her skills were a thing.
Yeah.
But like when we were starting to do things like, okay, we have to open up doors and whatnot, like, fucking, you want to kick it? Like, what do you want? What do you want to happen here?
Did the wizard memorize
I'm
knock?
going to command the door to open.
Right? I could literally just knock on the
Can
door.
the bard seduce this lock?
Right?
Seduces.
Well, thank you guys. I'm going to stop the recording now. I really appreciate you guys playing today.
Thank you for running.
Thank you very much for having me.
That was awesome.
Thank you, gracious host.
Yeah.
And
Thank you for
thanks
coming
for
out.
ordering pizza.
Yeah.